I'd like to draw your attention to some housekeeping notes. There is a scheduling change with regard to 2 plenary sessions, along with a change to panelists in one of these. The Real Change at Work session entitled Platform 2015, How We Brought Real Change to Canada, moderated by Karen McCrimmon, was scheduled for 11:25 in Hall D, but will now take place at 3 p.m. once again in Hall D in the plenary space. What will take place at 11 in Hall D is the Real Change at Work session. A cleaner future, growing Canada's economy, and climate change go hand in hand, moderated by Mark Miller. So to be clear, those 2 panels have been effectively switched in the schedule. The one change to panelists is in regard to Platform 2015, How We Brought Real Change to Canada. Bill Morneau will no longer be on this panel. For those of you who've just arrived, I'm Mira Ahmad, one of your convention co-chairs and incoming president of the Young Liberals of Canada. Ça fait une décennie que je m'implique activement et c'est très...
For 10 years, I've been very involved, and it's been very gratifying to see our Liberal movement become what it is today.
All of you here today, the volunteers, campaign workers, the tireless believers who made hope and hard work not a slogan, but a way of working and connecting with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. One of those tireless workers and believers is our next guest on the stage this morning, who put his natural leadership abilities to work during the last campaign as our candidate for Surrey Centre in BC, and the results speak for themselves. En tant que nouveau député dans cette région du pays,
as a new member from this part of the country, which is growing rapidly, Randip is already an essential presence in the House of Commons.
The strongest voices in Ottawa and a shining example of what hope and hard work can achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Randip Saray.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mira. One of the nice surprises, my work now as a member of Parliament is that I can talk less about myself and more about others. I can speak of those who make such an important contribution to the Canadian conversation and indeed the Liberal movement on the issues that are fundamental to all of us. And for many of us, there may be no more fundamental an issue as climate change, and the huge opportunity it represents to spur innovation and sustainable development. We know that growing our economy and taking care of our environment go hand in hand. The gentleman I'd like to introduce is a Canadian who has done a great deal to further the conversation and who has made a significant contribution to the evidence-based policy decisions that are at the foundations of our Liberal movement. Mr. Stephen Gobeil. As co-founder and senior director of Equiterre, Stephen has proven himself as one of the most important thought leaders on climate change. His writing and advocacy works were built on more than 2 decades of engaging with researchers and leading voices within the environmental movement. Stephen was with Greenpeace Canada and Greenpeace International for a decade and worked for 5 years as co-founder and co-chair of the Climate Action Network. An honoree of the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Université de Montréal, I believe there may be no more a significant voice on sustainable development in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Stephen Gobeil.
Bonjour tout le monde. It is so good to be here with you all. Merci à Randip de m'avoir présenté avec autant d'enthousiasme.
Thank you, Randip, for introducing me with such enthusiasm.
I hope to be up to the expectations that you've set.
Une personne avec une carrière aussi brillante qu'engagée.
Randy, it's an honor to be your work with the people with low income is really an inspiration.
I'm very pleased to be with you here today.
Chers amis, enfin, nous sommes enfin
Colleagues, finally, here we are in 2016.
coming. The last 10 years were so hard on our environment, our places in the world, and our collective soul. What a mess they left behind. But now we have a government that is hard at work. Businesses, NGOs, scientists, First Nations, provinces and territories, people and groups from all over seizing the opportunity, making Canada and the world a better place. Even science is back as a legitimate source for public policy. I was so happy to fill in the long-form census from Tertzakian. On the issue of science, like Barack Obama once said, I'm not a scientist, but like him, I know many scientists. In fact, we now have, as opposed to the previous government, a Minister of Science who just so happens to be a scientist. And not only do we have a science minister who's a scientist, but Kirsty Duncan is a climate change scientist who's been working and witnessing the impacts of climate change in the North for over 20 years. Because we know that the world is changing, that some planetary threats, such as climate change, are real and urgent, and that Canada is now playing catch-up. We need to become part of the solution, again, and we need to grasp the opportunities our changing world are bringing. This is what I would like to focus on this morning. Nous ne pouvons plus ignorer que les changements climatiques.
We can no longer ignore that climate change affects each and every one of us. Throughout the world, the last decade has been the hottest one on record. 15 of the past 16 hottest years have been since the year 2000. Climate change and its effects are now part of the new normal. All of our thoughts go to the people of Fort McMurray in Alberta, who have been affected by the worst forest fire in their history. These types of fires are part of hard winters and dry spells that we have seen in the prairies and elsewhere in the world. The Canadian society has shown its solidarity, and things are better. In the Maritimes and in Quebec, we are already seeing coastal erosion and higher sea levels. The Rockies are affected by parasites and insects coming up from the south that are ravaging our forests. And permafrost is melting in the north, and the Inuit are permanently affected. We need to find a way to make our communities more resilient and working together.
Fossil fuel-based economies and energy systems, in favor of renewable energy sources, clean technologies, and the understanding that our current patterns of consumption are simply unsustainable. Our governments, businesses, and civil society have to take this into serious consideration when planning the economic, environmental, and energy policies that will be with us for the years to come. U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry said last month, it's clear that the transition toward a global low-carbon economy is in full swing, and that every person on the planet has an interest in making sure that this transition happens as quickly as possible. Given the level of energy I feel around the country, I know we Canadians get it, and that we are up to this great challenge. It took a lot of hard work by faith groups, First Nations, social and environmental groups, progressive businesses and industries, and engaged Canadians such as you to get us here. Let's not forget that many of us, less than a year ago, were labeled as radicals and extremists by a federal government whose values belong to the beginning of the last century, where decisions were made by a few without transparency and with as little democratic control and accountability as possible. Le monde change.
The world is changing. Societies, economies, and mentalities are changing. Faith leaders are asking us to take care of this planet, which supports life on Earth. The vast majority of Canadians have accepted the reality of climate changes and want us to act. British Columbia, Quebec, Ontario, Alberta, and Manitoba. Over 80% of the economy and the Canadian population will soon set a price on carbon.
Or isn't there some kind of poetic justice to the fact that Stephen Harper's going away present is Alberta imposing on him a carbon tax? Les marchés et l'environnement changent.
Markets and the environment are changing. Over the past few years, large coal companies are dropping like flies. And during this time, the renewable energies sector has wind in its sails for the first time last year. And despite the drop in the price of oil, coal and natural gas, more money was invested to develop renewable technologies as compared to the development of electricity from fossil fuels. According to large financial organizations, investment in the production of renewable energy will double by 2030, whereas those in other sectors will decrease by half. The new world is the massive arrival of solar energy, wind energy, and geothermal energy, but as well as batteries, electric cars. These technologies are great, and they cost much less. The new situation is the carbon tax, which is being talked about everywhere in the world, from China to Europe, Canada, and California. Coal, oil, and natural gas are more and more penalized on this market. And the new situation are government policies which encourage energies that are clean and renewable. This new reality is also based on world investment groups whose investments are over $3 billion and want to invest their money in green alternatives to fossil fuel energy. The coal industry is the first one to be shown the door, a victim of a business climate which is more and more hostile. Here on our continent, the financial value of the 4 largest American companies that work in the coal sector was $34 billion in 2011. They represented a mere $185 million last month. Over the past decade, 230 coal-fired systems were closed in the U.S. In Canada and Ontario, the McGuinty government has closed its production systems, and this is the largest gesture seen on our continent. Alberta has announced that it will do the same thing. In 2016, China will invest more in renewable energy as compared to coal.
Its political clout is waning. Governments are more and more hostile to it. Communities increasingly oppose it. New, cleaner technologies are kicking it out of the market. Oil is next. Oil will be increasingly challenged by the prices on carbon, by drastic reductions of the subsidies it has enjoyed over the last century, by aggressive government regulations and policies, and by a mobilized civil society that it says enough. Just 2 days ago, French oil giant Total announced that it was going to cut back on expensive tar sands development and avoid Arctic drilling. They added the 2 degrees Celsius scenario highlights that parts of the world's fossil fuel resources cannot be developed. This is the new normal. According to Bloomberg New Energy Finance, last year electric vehicle sales grew about 60% worldwide. That's interesting, because it's the same growth rate that helped the Ford Model T cruise past a horse and buggy in the 1910. Furthermore, they estimate that electric vehicle could displace oil demand by 2 million barrels a day as early as 2023, just 7 years from now. In my home province of Quebec, 5 years ago, we had 0 public charging stations for electric vehicles. 3 years ago, we had 15. Today, we have 800. By 2020, we'll have more than double that number. 4 years from now, it's going to be easier in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada to fill a car with electricity than it is today putting gasoline in it. C'est ça la nouvelle normale.
This is the new normal. The Canadian Labour Congress wants to create 1 million green jobs over the next 5 years. There are alliances between environmentalists, business people, communities, and scientists who agree on a carbon tax, who agree on reducing the consumption of oil, and want to create Canada into a green and clean economic powerhouse. The new normal, it's the Canadian society which is catching up.
The fossil fuel basket in the last 10 years. By not doing enough to foster the green economy, we have missed on many economic opportunities. When oil price crashed, we were not as resilient as we should have been. Le Canada perd des parts de marché.
Canada's losing market share. We are now at the 19th level when it comes to exporting countries of green technology. We were 11th in 2005. We have become importers of these cleaning technologies rather than creating world champions here in Canada.
And not only economically. We have to regain the trust of the world community and show that we can be counted on to work hard and find solutions where everybody wins. In the last 10 years, being Canadian did not own you free drinks in the convention halls where we work long hours to reach an international deal on climate change. Quite the opposite. Being Canadian meant, to our colleagues from around the world, being from a country that opposed change at every turn, too busy to do as little as possible and to transfer the burden of action on everybody else's shoulders, especially developing countries, as well as on our kids and our grandkids. Longtime diplomats and activists missed Stéphane Dion's presence at COP11 in Montreal in 2005. There, he masterfully chaired a crucial two-week-long climate change negotiations marathon. Many were very glad to see him again last year as Canada's new Foreign Affairs Minister. Bravo Stéphane, et merci encore. A few months ago in Paris, with the new government, we worked hard to reach an historic climate accord that delivers a clear signal to all sectors of the world that the future will be low carbon. Now, and for the first time, all countries are to do their fair share. All sectors and jurisdictions are to contribute, including us. I got a very good first-row experience that the world is now seeing Canada through very different eyes when hundreds of people from around the world took up to take pictures of Justin Trudeau, as he made a surprise appearance during a public event at the climate talks last December. Angela Merkel, Chancellor of Germany, Indian Prime Minister Modi, as extraordinary leaders these are, they didn't get a second look. But the Prime Minister, oh boy, unbelievable. Being on the Canadian diplomatic delegation at the talks in Paris, I saw how Canada is now welcomed back as a valued member of the international community. Our new Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, Catherine McKenna, barely a few weeks on the job, arrived that she was made chair of one of the key negotiating groups and tasked to hammer a consensus on some very delicate issues plaguing the talks. She worked around the clock and did her job getting the deal signed, pushing hard for tougher global targets. Since then, Catherine is flying all over the country, talking to provincial and territorial counterparts, making sure we come up with a plan to implement the Paris Accord and quickly drive down our emissions. Catherine, you sleep at all? Nous récoltons aujourd'hui
In 2016, we are reaping what we sowed yesterday. The policies that we now have in place are based on the dreams of the past 10, 15, and 20 years, which were brought to the political leaders who are now in power. When a small group of young university students in Quebec created Équiterre in the kitchen of a triplex in Montreal some 20 years ago, they decided they would change the world. We didn't win all our battles, far from it, but we were able to make huge strides. So much work to be here today before you and to be able to say that the world is changing and that a new normal is taking place, that attitudes are changing and that we are in transition towards a carbon-free society. The vision that we had has taken shape, but we had to work very hard to develop it. But in order to ensure that our actions apply and in order to avoid the worst effects of climate change, we need to act quickly and firmly over the next few decades. The transition that we are committed to requires three things. First of all, we need a personal commitment on the part of male and female politicians, all those who advise them and support them, as well as leaders in civil society. And we also need the support of our people. We also need consistency in government actions. We can no longer allow climate change issues to become partisan issues. And thirdly, we have to show consistency. It's too easy in policy to do one thing and the opposite at the same time.
Steadfast public policies and coherence. This is what we need if we are to rise up to the challenge of climate change. Let us avoid the sirens' calls of some who would want us to delay change and squeeze a little bit more profits from the known causes of our collective problems. Last time we spoke, Prime Minister Trudeau encouraged me to speak my mind and push hard whenever I felt we might collectively err. Let's talk pipeline then. Prime Minister, you famously said on a number of occasions that government give permits, but communities give permission. I believe you feel, quite correctly, that social license should be earned by promoters, not imposed on communities and populations. We understand that governments can sometimes override communities in cases of national security or life and death situations. But these pipeline projects have nothing to do with national security. In a world that is increasingly squeezing oil out of the market, our economic future does not rest on our capacity to get more. Prime Minister, large pipeline projects have failed to gain social license from all across the continent, from Lincoln, Nebraska, to Kitimat, BC, to Montreal, Quebec. Communities don't want them. The atmosphere and our climate certainly don't need them. And many of us believe we cannot build pipelines and meet our international climate commitments at the same time. And with the world working around the clock to avoid the worst effect of climate change, it makes no sense from an ethical and a moral perspective to produce and ship more of a substance that is causing a problem that disrupts the future of our children and grandchildren. There are much better things to do. I know this is hard for some of you to hear, but I believe it to be the truth, and I'm not the only one. Former Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, now Governor of the Bank of England, spelled it out for us 2 years ago when he said, the vast majority of fossil fuel reserves are unburnable if we are to avoid catastrophic climate change. That means we have to stop pumping more and start thinking about what comes next. This is why he and former Mayor of New York, Michael Bloomberg, have launched an initiative to encourage businesses to assess their financial risks in the context of increased global action on climate change. They say to companies that acting as if their business environment is not changing fast is a recipe for financial disaster. They say to those who act as if business as usual is still the norm will pay dearly for their mistakes. So as a country, let's take stock of this and move on. Let's focus on economic diversification and training and retraining Canadians for the green and greener jobs that are in demand right now and will be for the decades to come. Instead of locking us in the fossil fuel system that the world is turning its back to, let's help oil and gas producing provinces and communities transition and become better off of it. À Davos, en Suisse, au Forum économique mondial.
At the World Economic Forum in Davos, Prime Minister, you said that Canadians need to use their brains in order to ensure and promote development. I completely agree with you. And this message must resonate throughout Canada, in all provinces and territories.
Go down, not planning policies that have them go up. This applies to Quebec, with potential oil and gas production in and around the Gulf of St. Lawrence, home to the beluga and blue whales. It applies to BC, tempted to okay a massive LNG project that could become Canada's largest point source of emission. And it applies to Alberta, who, despite the stupefying reversal of its energy and climate policies, is still banking on increased level of climate-disrupting pollution for the foreseeable future. Commitment, steadfastness, and coherence. This is what we need right now, in solidarity and with a helping hand for those of us who could lose from the transition to a cleaner and greener world. Impossible is an attitude. A few months ago, it was all but impossible to hope that things were going to change dramatically in Canada or around the world on climate change. But then again, impossible is not a fact. It's an attitude, said a few weeks ago Cristina Figueres, climate czarina at the United Nations and a formidable world leader. Reflecting on the Paris Accord that seemed impossible just a few months ago, she said unflinching optimism was the key. She told us to understand optimism as courage, hope, trust, solidarity, and the fundamental belief that we can come together and make this a better place and a better world, and create a new normal. Merci beaucoup et bon congrès.
Thank you very much and have a great convention.
Thank you, Monsieur Guilbeault. Vos paroles nous donnent beaucoup à réfléchir.
Your words give us a lot to think about and remind us that we need to act on a number of fronts. Thank you. Our next keynote speaker is Mr. Peter Tertzakian, Chief Energy Economist and Managing Director at ARC Financial Corporation.
Khalid, MP for Mississauga, Erin Mills. Ikra, as some of you may know, is a strong force within the Liberal movement herself, ably engaging and bringing together communities in her riding, one of the most diverse and fastest growing in Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Ikra Khalid.
Thank you very much, Mira. You know, one of the most heartening aspects to all that Stephen has touched upon in his remarks is a prominent role that innovation and outside-the-box thinking will play as we take on the challenges of climate change and economic development. I can tell you, coming from the best city in Canada, which is Mississauga, my city, that it's never been more clear that we are at a very crucial moment in this country's young history. And I look around this room and I have never seen and I've never felt more confident that our Liberal movement is up to the task, that we are ready for the challenge. Seizing opportunities and laying the foundations for long-term prosperity are what you might consider to be the calling card of our next speaker here with us. You might know of Mr. Peter Tertzakian as the best-selling author of 1,000 Barrels a Second and The End of Energy Obesity. Two landmark books on our energy economy that represent in many ways the distillation of more than 2 decades of insights gleaned from working in the resource sector. Peter is the Chief Energy Economist for ARC Financial Corp, a private equity firm that's focused on energy, and is also an adjunct professor at the Housekeeping School of Business in the University of Calgary. We're very fortunate to have him here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Tertzakian.
Thank you very much, Ikra. Thank you to the Liberal Party for having me, and also an acknowledgement to our First Nations, Dene and Métis, for welcoming us onto their land today. I'm delighted to be here as a very proud Canadian. Through my work and through my passion, my family and I love to travel the world. Traveled many countries around the world, and I'm going to share some of those experiences with you, but I have to tell you that I always welcome coming back to this most privileged country called Canada, the greatest country in the world. And within Canada, I'm proud to tell you that I have been to every province and every territory in this great land. Through business, through travel with my family, we love to explore this great country. What I want to do today is tell you about our great country, my travels around the world, and our energy circumstance that we find ourselves in today as it relates to environment, as it relates to economy and politics, and other issues. Explorers. Maybe you remember from your social studies in grade 9 or 7 or whenever it was, Mr. Alexander Mackenzie. Of course, our First Nations were the first great explorers of this land, but Alexander Mackenzie was one of the first Europeans to traverse, and he wrote a book in 1801 called Voyages from Montreal. There are very few originals of this book left, and I was fortunate enough to find one in the United States. And I said, this book is not supposed to be in the United States, this is a Canadian book. And so I bought it and brought it home. I read the book. It's a fascinating book if we want to understand our country, our land, and our natural resources and what is founding our economy. This is a map from the book. Mr. Mackenzie voyaged from Montreal to his quest, which was the west coast of British Columbia. And he made it. But that was his second voyage. His first voyage was up to the frozen ocean, or the Arctic Ocean, in Inuvik. He made it up there after he mistakenly made a wrong turn at Fort Chipewyan. It was his second voyage that allowed him to find his ultimate destination, which was the West Coast. I have more to say about Mr. Mackenzie, who is an incredible leader and an incredible collaborator, from which we can learn many lessons. But let's talk about energy. Renewable energy is nothing new. We, like many others in the world, used a lot in the 19th century. Here's a photo I took in Sherbrooke Village as an energy tourist of a water wheel which turned a sawmill. It was good if you were upstream because you got to control the water. If not so good if you were downstream because the people upstream controlled the flow. If you go to Annapolis Royale, you can see the historical village and the kitchen. We used to burn wood, which is a renewable commodity as well. We used to cook, heat our homes. Why did we stop using wood? There are many reasons. A big reason in the late 1700s, early 1800s, not only in Europe, the east coast of the United States, but also here, was that we ran out of wood. We chopped down too many trees and began to denude our forests. Environment and energy has always been problematic. There is no energy source that does not have issues that we have to deal with, renewable or otherwise, and we have to be mindful of that. The denuding of our forests was in part one of the reasons why we made a transition. Made a transition to coal, and in Nova Scotia there was a transition that happened to gas. I admit it, I'm a bit eccentric. I collect odd things that do with energy, including old utility bills. This utility bill is exactly 100 years old as of a few months ago. Picture of a gas stove on the left, a gas water heater on the right. It says, cook with gas. The utility was the Halifax Electric Tramway Company Limited. It's originally an electric utility, but got into natural gas and coal gas. 3 entrepreneurs started the Halifax Electric Tramway Company, and those entrepreneurs were very successful in the transition from wood to gas. If you flip it over, you'll see that the utility bill is made out to Mr. Alfred Dickey of 95 South Park Street. His home is no longer there. I've researched Mr. Dickey. He was actually a lumber baron, made his fortune in the lumber business, forestry. It's a bit ironic that somebody in the business of wood would switch to gas. But he did, because he could. Mr. Dickey paid $1 for 1,000 cubic feet of gas, if you look on the utility bill. But over 100 years, on an inflation-adjusted basis, Mr. Dickey would paid actually $25 for 1,000 cubic feet of gas in today's dollars. Most Canadians receive gas to their home today for $5 or $6, about a quarter of the price, because we're innovative, we're good at bringing energy, and the long-term trend is for energy costs to go down. Well, I'll come back to Mr. Dickey and the Halifax Electric Tramway Company. But gas cooking and heating, electricity, it really changed the way that we live. And our lighting changed too. On the other side of our great country in Victoria, for those of you from BC, you may have visited Craigdarroch Castle. It's a picture I took there a few years ago. Craigdarroch Castle was owned by a coal baron, not a lumber baron. And he was probably wealthy enough to be able to burn candles made out of beeswax or whale oil. I'll light it for you. Others were not so fortunate because they couldn't afford it and typically burned candles made out of animal fat. This is how we got our light until we transitioned. And a famous Canadian on the other side of the country, back to Nova Scotia, allowed us to do that. Mr. Abraham Gessner, who was the inventor of kerosene. He understood the chemistry on how to convert crude oil to kerosene And the adoption of kerosene into kerosene lanterns was a direct consequence of him, and his chemistry changed the way that we also transported ourselves in trains, planes, and automobiles, and so on. This allowed people to pipe in their gas and change the way they live, all the way in the rural parts to urban centers over the course of the last 100, 150 years. But you know, there was an interesting dynamic that happened. A dynamic that happened as everyone transitioned away from wind, water, and wood. And this is what happened here, is that we all of a sudden started to dissociate ourselves from our energy supplies. What do I mean by that? Do you know what happens over the horizon? When you flick the switch, the electricity comes over the lines, but do you really know what happens? We're led to believe many things about what happens over that horizon. Some not so good, and I will candidly admit, and I'm going to show you, some of the things are not good at all in terms of environmental practices and so on. But the point is that we dissociated ourselves. No longer had to chop wood. I mean, if you have to chop your own wood, you know there's a cold winter coming. You know you have to stock up on the wood. If the wood is wet, you know you've got a problem. If you chop down too much of the forest, you know you've got to start thinking about other means of heating your home and cooking your food. This dissociation between consumer and producer has led us to have a lot of misunderstandings about where our energy comes from and what the energy issues really are. We lost touch with where we get our energy from. Well, speaking of the horizons, over the horizon to the south, our American friends and others after World War II started to move around and started to look for resources. A shot from 1955 with the big gas-guzzling cars. We're much better at making cars today. Why were they called gas guzzlers? Is because they were so big and so heavy. Their engines weren't as good as today either. The point is that post-World War II, the world, and especially our neighbors, started to industrialize and needed more and more of our resources, including our oil and natural gas. A magazine article that I have from 1955 spoke of how the world began needing our energy resources. You can strike it rich in Canada, the article says. At the top, if you can read it, our lusty neighbor to the north offers the chance of a lifetime to men of vision. Some fairly bold statements. Yes, we were endowed with some of the most incredible resources in the world. And people not only from the United States, but also from other parts of the world came here. And there was a deal that was struck. The deal was, we will offer the resources and they would bring the investment. Because we didn't have a lot of people living in this vast land. And not only were men of vision rewarded for that, but we all as Canadians have been rewarded as well. Because after all, this country has been founded off of resources. And the map shows it. This is a map in that magazine. You know, many countries in the world would give their eye teeth for our resources. You can see the labels there. This is only 60 years ago. You see gold, silver, uranium. There's a bit of oil in the south over there. It's hard to see. It wasn't fully developed at that point. Silver. A lot of labels with furs. It's not too surprising. What was Alexander Mackenzie doing, after all? He was a fur trader, and we were good at that as well. You know, I was fortunate enough to speak at a trappers conference a couple years ago and spend a couple days with the trappers and the furriers. Whatever you think of furs, this industry is far from dead. I'm glad the Wolverine is dead. But the industry contributes about $1 billion a year to this economy. And I'm not making any judgments on furs. I'm just telling you that this is something that we have been doing for over 200 years, and we are good at it, especially the masters of it are Aboriginal people. It's over $1 billion a year in resources that we have. You may be surprised to know that oil and gas was not discovered in Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, or even Newfoundland. It was Ontario that made first commercial quantities in 1858. We were the first in the world to develop commercial quantities of oil, and we used Mr. Gessner's technology to illuminate our homes with the chemistry that he brought us. Today, that business has grown to be, depending on how you measure it, the 4th or 5th largest oil and gas producing jurisdiction in the world. This year, it will produce about $70 billion in revenue. In normal times, which I believe we're headed back to, it'll be over $100 billion. Furs are $1 billion. Oil and gas, typically 100. Agriculture, about 10 billion. Uranium, about 1 billion. Forestry, about 10. The auto industry, depending on how you measure it, is about 60. In the mining industry, 50 or $60 billion. The oil and gas industry is by far the biggest resource business in our country. It employs people all the way from Newfoundland and Labrador to the Maritimes, all the way across the country into the north as well. Hundreds of thousands of people. We should be proud of all the resources that we develop on the map that I showed you. I am certainly proud because we're good at it. And that's a message I want to work on. We want to transition our systems again. This is about an hour east of Calgary. We are transitioning. We are putting the policies in place, and I'm proud of that, either at a provincial level or with the policies that this Liberal government of ours is implementing. We see the transitions. There are many things that I could tell you about this photograph, but I can tell you that it is appropriate, in a sense, that as I study transitions around the world from country to country, that transitions are never all or none. I mean, there's many people that still burn wood, that there's often a balance and a mix in an economy. I have studied energy transitions for over 20 years. I've written 2 books on it. There's a pattern to these energy transitions. I teach a course on it. It goes in phases. The first phase is growth and dependency. Let's take the wood example. We use wood. There's an economy that grows around wood. There are people that build wood stoves. There are people that chop wood, deliver wood. There's a whole economy that grows around wood until such time as the pressure starts to build. We chop too much wood, and the pressure starts to build up. We have environmental forces. We start fighting over the wood because there's not enough. The policy starts to come in. Sometimes that exacerbates the problem. Social attitudes and forces come into play. And then there's just the raw forces of supply, demand, and of course, how technology can mitigate some of the pressure buildup. But at some point, the pressure builds up into the red zone, and it's no longer sustainable. These are the patterns of energy transitions, and those are the forces that force change. At some point, we hit the breaking point. I can show you many examples over the last several hundred years in different countries where this is the way it works. There's a convergence of problems on the right-hand side that force us to change. And when we change, we go into a transition, which is what we're talking about today as we try and battle top-of-mind issues like climate change and other environmental undesirables. The transition is facilitated by new or improved energy systems. Hey, maybe we can grow more wood, or the new system, hey, let's start shoveling coal or bringing in gas, or more wind, or whatever. Transitions are also typically in the early days facilitated by changes in consumption. I mean, how about thinking about just using less, other than just trying to shovel in more? Once we finish with a transition, it's back to a new normal, growth and dependency. Going around this cycle, I can tell you, happens only once every few generations. In some ways, we are witnessing something that is very unique in our midst. We are here now. The break point, in my view, started to occur around 2008, 2007-8. The UN climate change report, the Iran-Iraq war as a geopolitical force, all sorts of other policy forces that tried to enable the social forces, and so on. Time precludes me for getting into detail, but we are in that transitional force. But let's talk about changes in energy use. Right. It's important to understand that climate change is not just about fossil fuels. Tell people, fossil fuels don't emit any greenhouse gases. Fossil fuels do not emit any greenhouse gases. People who burn fossil fuels emit greenhouse gases. Okay? 80% of the emissions is in the hands of the key that you turn in the car. Okay? Comes out the tail end. It's easy to point over the horizon and say it's their fault. But ultimately, there has to be accountability. I'm pleased that our provincial governments and our federal governments are acknowledging this. And when we think about climate policies, energy policies, policies of conservation and efficiency, we think about the full cycle. But there's only so much that policy can do. Ultimately, there has to be personal accountability. It is no good to point fingers over the horizon and say, it's those guys' fault, somebody else is going to fix it for me. Okay? A large part of it is in the hands of the consumer. And yes, technology can help change out the devices we use. I have visited many electric car factories around the world. I can tell you that these are a marvel, and for the first time that I've studied electric vehicles in 25 years, that these things are real and they're coming. But equally as not pointing over the horizon and saying, those guys should fix it for me, we cannot point over there at the scientists and engineers and say they're going to fix it for me. We have a very bad track record in the history of energy of abusing new technologies. Let me talk about that. Greater efficiency is a necessary virtue. LED light bulbs are 6 times more efficient than normal light bulbs. That's fantastic. Our whole house, my family, is LED light bulbs. But it's no good if you screw in 6 times as many light bulbs under the kitchen counter or put up 6 times as many Christmas lights, which is what I see happening. We tend to abuse the gains that we make in efficiency. Again, policy can only go so far. There is an accountability at the personal level that has to take root. And there's only so much we can do as Canadians, because at the end of the day, we're only 35 million people out of 7 billion. And yes, there are a lot of people that have signed up. The world has signed up to the Paris Agreement, which is great. I am not as confident as others in terms of the accountability of other countries and the personal accountability of the people in some of these countries. Emissions are not just a local problem, a Canadian problem, it's a global planetary problem. And we have a role to play. I am aligned with Stephen and others. We need to tackle this problem. Where I differ is the route to go, because I travel the world and I can tell you I don't like what I see. And I have written in my books that I don't believe most people understand the scale of the issue. Yes, it's nice to read the headlines talking about electric vehicle sales and so on, but I can also read you other headlines which are outright depressing. 1.3 billion petroleum vehicles in the world today. 1.3 billion. Do we even understand what that is? Not only that, there are 50 million net new vehicles being added every year. That means if we get up to 1 million electric vehicle sales by, say, 2020, I believe we're going to get there. Like, that's not even making a dent in the growth, let alone the base of 1.3 billion vehicles. Changing out this issue will take decades, especially if we continue to abuse the issue. Consumers are not changing. I don't like what I see, even in the last 6 months. I have never seen, in my 20-year career of following this business, a faster rise in the number of miles driven, places like the United States, and the shift to bigger and bigger vehicles. We are migrating back to where we were in 1955. 60% of the vehicles that are purchased in a showroom today are large. A pickup truck or SUV. I'm not standing up here and moralizing on what you drive or what I drive. I'm guilty. Okay, I'm just telling you the facts. 60% of the people in this room, when you go to a showroom, are going to buy one of these. This is not an Alberta or Saskatchewan pickup truck issue. This is Canadian, this is American, this is global. We abuse the efficiency gains that we make by buying bigger vehicles and driving more. The scale of the issue, we drain an Olympic-sized swimming pool every 14 seconds filled with oil. Every 14, by the time I finish this side, we will have burned an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Okay, there's much that can be said about that staggering fact. I'm going to tell you, like, who's putting stuff in that pool? We put about 3% of the oil that goes into that pool. And that oil that we put in the pool, I can tell you, is some of the best oil in the world in terms of its responsible development and its cleanliness. I can tell you that the 97% of the stuff that goes in there is very sketchy. Okay? I'm going to show you some pictures. Transitions are facilitated by migration to these technologies, which are fantastic and are going to rise over the course of the next couple decades. But we can also improve, as we have done, the way that we extract our own fossil fuels, and we have to. The reality is that even if we cut that drainage of the pool down in half, we still have big problems. So we better ensure that what's in that pool is the best stuff that goes in that pool over the course of the lengthy transition, which takes decades. As I travel the world, to the oil fields of the world, I see that safety is not top of mind. Environmental and social scrutiny is nowhere near to the standards that we adhere to or that we aspire to. Would we accept this in a residential neighborhood? Those are gray skies in the back. It's not fog or mist, that's smog. Would we aspire to that? It's great to talk about our local circumstance, but there's a world out there that is ugly. And we have a role to play. How about these practices? You know, frankly, I get a little upset when people say, let's shut down our own industry, which adheres to the highest standards, when there's stuff like this going around. Right? We want to be the last people out of the pool, not the first. We want to push these guys out. I want to put that guy out of business. The world would be a much better place if we had more of Canada's energy and regulatory standards. Ever been to an oil field in Canada? You can't get anywhere near close to an oil field in Canada without a half an hour to an hour of suiting up and safety training. The emission standards are second to none in other environmental standards. If the world were to adopt the standards that we have, if Canada were to control the pipelines and energy systems of the rest of the world, do you know how much better this world would be? We would be a long way towards solving the issues of GHG and other toxic emissions. I'll tell you that if we had our regulatory standards governing the world of energy. And we have a long history of knowing how to deliver that energy well. This is nothing new. I come back to Alfred Dickey's bill, cooking with gas. I want to zoom in on that. What did the three entrepreneurs in Halifax put on that bill? Cheapest, safest, cleanest, quickest. This is 100 years ago. It's 100 years ago. They did not put on that bill cheap, safe, clean, quick. They put on that bill cheapest, safest, cleanest, quickest, the best. And that's what we have to adhere to in this country. And that's already what we do. If we look at ourselves relative to many of the other energy producers in the world, whether it's renewable standards, where we build the wind turbines, where we put our wells, how we do it all, we are striving to be the cheapest, safest, cleanest, and quickest. We excel in all of our energy resources, and I can put a big X through energy, and I would say we excel in all our resources, whether it's mining, furs, forestry, agriculture, energy. We shine in the world. I'm very proud of this government, this new federal government, which is putting Canada back on the stage with issues that matter to the whole world: human rights, gender equality, racial acceptance and tolerance, and a multitude of other things that we all as Canadians have aspired to. We need to get out and teach the rest of the world and supply the rest of the world with a type of energy through this transition that everybody needs. We can do it. It is not good enough to have the sharpest skates, to have the best hockey equipment and the cleanest jersey and sit on the bench. We got to get out there. Mr. Mackenzie made it. If you go to Bella Coola, there's a rock in his honor. 22nd July, 1793. I have given this anecdote over the past few years, maybe a half dozen times. The first time was to a large First Nations group. At the end of it, an elder stood up and said, "Peter, thank you for acknowledging our peoples. Thank you very much for acknowledging Alexander Mackenzie. We have a lot of respect for him." But you missed an important point. Alexander Mackenzie would have never made it to the West Coast. He would have frozen to death and starved without our help. And I think that really resonated with me. We have a long history of working, collaborating. You know, as I think of Alexander Mackenzie, his leadership, his collaboration with the First Nations, his immersing himself in the language and the culture and working together. And what was he doing, after all, with the First Nations, but making it to the coast to open up the fur trade, to compete with the Russians and the Americans in the global fur trade. And he did it. Surely there's a lesson. As we think about how to enrich ourselves here in this country, as we have done with our natural resources, we are a resource-oriented economy. We have been for 200 years. That is what we are good at. That is what we, in my opinion, are the best at. We all need to work together, communities, First Nations, everybody, to be prosperous. We need to work together. We can't be pointing fingers over the horizon. We can't be pointing fingers at others and saying, they're going to solve the problem for me, because they're not. We can't be hoping that the rest of the world follows the lead in our policies and our actions. We all need to work together to be prosperous. The stained glass windows in the BC legislature. Without economy, none can be rich. With it, none can be poor. Let us all work together as we develop policy to enrich ourselves, enrich the world, and make it a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Monsieur Tertzakian, for that insightful look on our energy options now and in the future. So that concludes our keynote speeches for this morning. The rest of the morning is set aside for workshops. Voilà qui conclut nos conférences principales ce matin.
That concludes our keynote speeches for this morning. The rest of this morning is set aside for workshops.
Your attention on our Pass the Hat fundraising initiative for today. We will be fundraising for the Canadian Cancer Society. And cancer, as many of you know, is a terrible disease that afflicts too many people in society at large, including family members, some of our members of Parliament, and I'm sure some of you in this room. We'll be doing Pass the Hat campaigns both today and tomorrow, and for today, I urge you to make a donation in the benefit of the Canadian Cancer Society. Making a donation is easy. Volunteers will be circulating the Convention Centre all day with donation boxes. Il sera très facile de faire un don. Des bénévoles se
It's easy. We'll have volunteers all day with boxes passing the hat.
To attend. All sessions are in the building where you registered across the street or walkway. And finally, we will regroup in the plenary room at 12:40 for some video presentations and two keynotes, including hearing from former campaign chair Katie Telford and also the heads of the digital campaigns for both Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. These will be two exciting and interesting keynotes. Thank you and see you soon.
Sober. hands up. Yeah, suddenly we all got our hands up. No control of my body. Ain't I seen you before? I think I remember those eyes, 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 eyes. Baby, tonight the DJ guy's falling in love again. Yeah, baby, tonight the DJ guy's falling in love again. So dance, dance like it's the last night of your life. Life gon' get you right. 'Cause baby, tonight the DJ guy's falling in love again.
Rock star.
Pardon me?
I feel like a rock star.
Yeah, I've never walked.
Okay.
Myself.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our next session, Rights and Equality, Social Policy in 2016. Hope everyone got a good night's rest, and I'm glad you could join us for today's session. Thank you. My name is Doug Ailfson. I'm the Member of Parliament for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley, and I will be your moderator for this morning. So 2015 year was an important moment for this country. Canadians chose the politics of hope and optimism over the politics of fear and division. Today, whether it is the advancement of smart, evidence-based policy on progressive issues like the legalization of marijuana or transgender rights, the issues of social policy, justice, and fundamental rights of all Canadians are at the forefront of the government's bold legislative agenda. We're lucky to have with us here today Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould, Minister Jane Philpott, Minister Dominic LeBlanc, and Minister Patty Hajdu to discuss the ways in which the government is delivering the promise of bringing real change to the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Just a few remarks about our panelists before we get started. Currently serving as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, the Honourable Jody Wilson-Raybould is a lawyer and leader among British Columbia's First Nations. She is a descendant of the Musqueam. I'm sorry, how do you say that?
Musqueam?
Musqueam, thank you. My apologies. Musqueam Taswiak. I'm sorry, I'm butchering that.
We'll butcher your last name in a minute here.
Yeah, I get a lot of that. And the Leishquiltak peoples, which are part of the Kwakwala-speaking peoples. The Honourable Jane Philpott, currently serving as the Minister of Health, is a family physician and was the Chief of the Department of Family Medicine at the Markham Stouffville Hospital. Between 1989 and 1998, Dr. Philpott worked in the West African country of Niger, where she practiced general medicine and helped develop a training program for village health works. Currently serving as the leader of the government in the House of Commons, the Honourable Dominic LeBlanc has been a member of Parliament since November 2000. He has previously served as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence and as Deputy Chief Government Whip. He brings with him many years of political experience. The Honourable Patty Hajdu currently serves as the Minister of the Status of Women and is well respected for her work on substance use issues, harm reduction, Housing, and Public Health. She is the author of the implementation panel for the Thunder Bay Drug Strategy, and prior to being elected to Parliament, was the executive director at Shelter House. This humidity is making my pages sticky. And now, with that introduction, I'm happy to invite you to line up at the microphones as we open it up to the floor for discussion and questions.
Don't all rush to the microphones at the same time.
I know it's early, we could all use another cup of coffee, but okay, here we go, right there. Yes.
Hi. I guess it's not on.
We have some audio issues with that mic there, I think.
Probably on. Go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we have a little more volume in that mic, please? Sorry. No, not you.
Okay. Okay. Are you hearing me now? Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm only coming to the mic because nobody else came first. But I have a very important issue that I would like you to discuss. Oh, okay. I'll back up a bit. In the 1960s, when the Liberal government implemented hospital, doctors, free of charge, it came after I was a child, but I remember what it was like for my working class family when they were trying to provide drugs for our family of 4 children, when they had to call a doctor and pay a doctor directly at the house or had to go out and buy drugs. And it was very traumatic when I was young because I could hear the dinner table conversation between my parents. And it went like this: oh no, what are we going to do? She's sick again. I think she might even have pneumonia. How are we going to pay the bills? We've got to get the doctor to come. And then the other kids are going to get sick. This is my memory of being a child in Canada when we had no universal hospital care and no universal doctor care. We have that now. No one goes to the hospital and worries about having to pay a copay. In the 60s, what was equally promised was universal Pharmacare, so that a doctor, a professional, who asked for a patient to have a particular treatment had no difficulty with that, and the patient would be able to be treated at no cost. We go to the hospital, we don't ask for you to pay to see the doctor. It's paid for by our taxes, by the generosity of the Canadian system. Over the years, the Liberal Party has received resolutions from various provinces, groups, associations requesting universal health care, no copay, be part of our medical system. Every year it's presented, every year it doesn't seem to be seen to be important enough to go right into the policy. We've had the Romanov Commission, the CMA has supported this, Nurses Association, and so on. I bring this up at this plenary because my view, and the view of many people, is that this is an issue of equity, social justice. It cuts across the entire country. Every citizen is implicated by this. And I will go so far to start you off in your discussions as to suggest that this is not minor, that something that needs to be dropped off the agenda. It's a promise that could not be kept in the 60s. It hasn't been kept yet. On my street, we wrote a petition that the Honourable Kirsty Duncan presented during the Harper regime. No one in my area, it's a rural area now north of Kingston, said no to signing the petition. And everyone you spoke to had a horror story to tell. Mm-hmm.
If I could, in the interest
traumatic.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Now, what I wanted to ask you
yes.
is,
okay.
We are here because we want this particular petition accepted by the party and put into play so that we're in a better position during the election period. It's on the platform of the NDP, on the platform of the Green Party. We say we're going to look after lower cost drugs in our current platform statements, but I would like to know what your position is about getting up, standing up, and arguing for this, because it helps the health accord. It helps everyone. Could you please speak to that before I go to the health session this afternoon, and try to convince them to make it one of 2 out of 14 that will finally go through the system.
Okay, Minister
Thank
Philpott.
you very much for your time.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I'll assume that that question is, I will take that question. Thank you very much. It's an extremely important question, and I'm glad that you brought up the fundamental principles that underlie it. And as Minister of Health, as someone who really believes that Canada is in a position to be a world leader on health, we have some serious work to do on the area of access to prescription medication. Canadians now have pay the second highest cost for prescription medication in the world, and you're absolutely right that it is an issue of equity, and there is good evidence that somewhere between 10 and 23% of Canadians don't fill their prescriptions because they don't have a drug plan, and they choose that they not to fill them for a variety of reasons. We are doing some very important work right now as a government, as the questioner alluded to, in working toward the possibility that we could potentially in the future run on a platform of Pharmacare. But there's some very important steps that we need to do first, and those are the things that I'm actively working on. One is addressing the cost of prescription medications, and the federal government actually plays a very strong role in that. We are working, and my officials are working behind the scenes right now on some very important mechanisms that will address the cost of prescription medications. We've already joined a bulk purchasing program with the provinces to be able to purchase publicly funded medications at a much better rate, and we're working on the development of a national formulary. The other interesting thing that's happening is that our chair, who happens to sit on the Standing Committee on Health, is working with the Health Committee actively at looking at Pharmacare to say, is it viable? If so, how could it be done? I am thrilled to see that there are 2 really strong resolutions on the floor related to Pharmacare. I encourage you, if this is something important to you, do please go to those sessions, see if you can find a way to move those resolutions forward. This is the forum where the party is listening to say what's the will of the party in that regard. We are absolutely paying attention. I think it would be fabulous for us to find a way to be able to make sure that Canadians can have access universally to the prescription medications that they need, and I look forward to hearing what the outcomes of the policy resolutions are.
All right, thank you. Mr. over here.
Hello. Israel, bonjour, Tansi. It's so good to see you here. Thank you very much for being here and answering our questions. Mine is directed toward 2 elders that were actually charged with fishing in my territory, in Stalo territory, Chilliwack Hope, and it was for ceremonial fishing. So I'm wondering, my sort of concern is with the entity, so that people aren't blaming government. We've made such strides in building the relationship that we have with Stalo and with a lot of people in that territory, but we do have a problem with fishing. We all know that. Is there a way that we can sort of have some sort of, and we call it in the business world, a parking lot, where if there's an issue or discrepancy, we can move it to an area before elders are charged, before chiefs are charged, so we can actually discuss this? And that's what I think should happen, that we can sort of get some resolve happening before we go too far or we put too much power in the hands of DFO when we're trying to do all this good work.
Would like to take that.
Well, I mean, maybe I'll start and recognize you, Louis, as one of our members in Parliament, or of Parliament in waiting, and thank you for running in the 2015 election. I mean, it's a good question, and I know that Minister Tutu is working with his department to recognize and ensure that Indigenous rights, including the right to food social and ceremonial purposes in terms of access to the fisheries is maintained. I know that this is something up and down the Fraser River that has been problematic for the Indigenous communities, as it has been up and down the coast. And I have the opportunity as the Minister of Justice to work closely with Minister Tutu to ensure that we can address these issues not through the courts or having elders arrested, but recognize that we have a significant opportunity to embrace what we made a platform commitment and what is now a commitment of our government to ensure that a nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples in this country is embraced, and that fundamentally includes the recognition of rights. And that's the place where we're moving forward, not just with respect to Minister Tutu's portfolio, but working with Minister Bennett and working across government to ensure that we operationalize the nation-to-nation relationship within our government, working in partnership with Indigenous peoples. So those perspectives, those realities on the ground are so important to understand and to be able to address in a practical way.
Doug,
Thank you very
if
much.
I may,
Yes.
Doug, if I can, your question, I think, is very interesting. I'm not familiar with the specific examples in British Columbia. In my constituency on the other coast, on the East Coast, half an hour from where the northern border of my riding would finish is Burnt Church, a Mi'kmaq community, which was a flashpoint for some of the disputes following the Marshall decision around access principally to the lobster fishery. I've worked with Mi'kmaq leaders and elders in New Brunswick. Hunter Tutu and I met a group of them, including the chief and council from the Burnt Church community. He's wide open to trying to sort of, as Jody said, if the nation-to-nation concept that the Prime Minister feels so strongly about is to mean anything, charging elders, sort of having sting operations that create bad will and, frankly, agitate a community into a place where it's not helpful if there's going to be a reconciliation and a partnership going forward. I'm very proud in my constituency, the biggest fishing harbor has about 140 lobster fishers, the majority of whom are Mi'kmaq, and there's a Mi'kmaq fisher who's been the elected head of the Wharf Authority for over a decade, and this is literally like 20 minutes down the road from where there was boat ramming 15 years ago. So it's slow but positive, and I'll learn more about the West Coast, and if I can be helpful encouraging Hunter as well, I'd be happy to do that.
I think it's the agency, the DFO. That's who we want to, that's who we need to get the information to, so that they're sensitive toward that. And I think that's where the conflict is. It's not so much the government, and it's not so much First Nations or the people who are fishing. It's really the entity and the government agency of the DFO, and that's what I think we need to work on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Over here.
Hi everyone, I'm Natasha. I come to you from Vancouver Centre, and I have a question that I'm hoping you could comment on, maybe all of you if possible. I'm concerned about the cost of the property around Canada, so residential, land, and commercial, because of non-Canadian investment in Canada sort of driving up the prices, and potentially a lot of foreign ownership. And maybe I'm worried that Canadians aren't able to buy and own these assets. And I'm wondering if there's any way that we could make a tax for non-Canadian investors on the purchase and sale of these assets, and maybe even an annual tax that could go back into our infrastructure or wherever the government sees fit. And I thought maybe you could just discuss this for us.
Well, I mean, I'll start off and recognize that we're from the same area, being the MP for Vancouver Granville, and I know there's many people that worked on our campaign during the election. This was probably the biggest issue that was raised at the doors when we went around for the 15 months that we did. Affordability in Vancouver, and I know in many other areas in the country, is a huge concern, and I believe that there are some policy resolutions that are being put forward in terms of how to combat it, and I think that's really important. I know that we had made commitments during the election, and the budget allocated dollars to get data data and investigate the situation and what the sources of the increase in terms of housing or the lack of affordability in areas like Vancouver and Toronto. But there are options that need to be looked at in terms of what a government can do working with other levels of government. And I know for our part as a Pacific Caucus, we as members of Parliament are going to come together and have these discussions in Vancouver, and I know this is probably going to be reflected across the country, to be able to open up the conversation to our constituents, to contribute towards the discussion and towards some solutions, but to get a handle on what the reality in the situation is, how much foreign investment contributes towards the increase in prices of houses, that type of thing. So.
Thank you. I understand. Sorry to just ask a little further. Like in the past, when Japan had a huge investment, or Japanese investors had a huge investment in property, then when their economy wasn't doing well, they pulled out and the prices went down. And I understand that that is a risk, but at the same time, if we were to put some kind of a tax in, then the money could go back to the Canadians. And I'm really excited to see the government getting involved to try and help with this issue. And I know there's a policy being prioritized on that, but I just wanted to see what you folks thought, and maybe if any other ministers would like to comment as well. Thank you, Jody.
My expertise isn't really on that end. My expertise is actually on the lower end. And so in communities throughout Ontario, for example, or other parts of the country, affordability is an issue from the place of absolute homelessness all through up to first-time ownership.
Yes.
And so the work that I've done in housing and homelessness is really more focused on the lack of affordable housing, more from the low end. And so it's interesting because as I listen to your answer, I think it's the same problem, just a little bit different. But from my perspective, what we need is a comprehensive housing strategy that really addresses affordability from across the country. So, thank you. So that we're looking at, just as you're talking about those issues of foreign investment driving property prices up in, to the point where, new families, new people that want to enter into the home ownership realm can't afford because the prices are, excessively inflated, all the way down to the person who's absolutely homeless and cannot find affordable housing, and there's no supports for that person to move into. And so I'm really excited that we have a minister responsible for that, and that is Minister Jean-Yves Duclos, and he's fantastic. I have every confidence in him, and I'm really honored that he's asked me to help him with the homelessness end, but I know he'll be working with all of our colleagues across the board to make sure that that strategy is comprehensive and looks at the high end as well as the very low end.
Like land and commercial.
Absolutely.
And taxing that for Canada.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, well, okay.
I don't know about the tax part, but
Whatever.
as he moves forward, we'll be really interested in those kinds of ideas. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next question, sir.
Hello, good morning. My name's Joe.
Step a little closer to the mic, sir.
Sorry. Good morning. My name's Joe. So my question is, as government moves C-14 through the House, and if we don't happen to meet the Supreme Court deadline, then what is the government going to do, or what's going to happen during that period before that legislation becomes in effect?
You want to take did you hear the question, Joey?
What's going to happen in the period leading up to June the 6th, and what would happen after?
Can you tilt the microphone down a bit? Okay, great.
Sorry. So my question is, because the C-14 is moving through the House, and it's unlikely it's going to be passed before the June 6th Supreme Court deadline. So what's going to happen in that period before it actually comes into effect?
I think he's Well, I guess in terms of C-14 medical assistance in dying moving through the House, we're going to be bringing that back on Monday and Tuesday, and it's our firm commitment to do as much as we can to ensure that we meet the deadline of June the 6th. And Minister Philpott and I and many others have been working very closely with members of Parliament, having discussions, and certainly have and will continue to have discussions with senators and have appeared at committees. But we need to have a regime in place, a legal framework for medical assistance in dying in place by June the 6th. And I know that there are differing perspectives out there in the media, but want to be clear. If we don't have a legal framework in place by June the 6th, a number of things will exist or not exist. There will be no ability for individuals to go to a superior court in their province or territory to apply for an individual exemption. That ceases to exist on June the 6th. And on June the 7th, while the Carter decision will apply, there will be no significant safeguards in place. So there will be no necessity to have two medical practitioners approve the eligibility of somebody according to the Carter rule or the Carter decision. There won't be any requirements for witnesses and the other safeguards that are in Bill C-14. And medical practitioners, and maybe Jane wants to speak to this, there will be uncertainty for medical practitioners. And I think it's fair to say a very large reluctance for medical practitioners to provide medical assistance in dying to patients who are asking for it, and thereby limiting access to medical assistance in dying for those patients who are consenting adults who are suffering from a grievous and irremediable medical condition. So there are significant risks. We have seen different cases across the country. In terms of Alberta, we saw somebody that was provided an exemption to medical assistance in dying who was suffering from a mental illness, and was a psychiatrist had approved their eligibility for medical assistance over Skype. I don't think that's the situation that we want to get into. We want to ensure that we have a comprehensive framework in place of safeguards and eligibility to ensure people can exercise their personal autonomy, but that we have provisions in place to ensure that we do what we can to protect the vulnerable. That's why the June 6th date is so important.
That's a good answer.
If I may, perhaps I'll just add a few supplementary comments to what Jody has talked about, because I think this is an incredibly important piece of legislation. It's transformative for our country. It's the kind of legislation that comes along once in a generation, perhaps. And so it's something that we have spent an enormous amount of time working on. It's something that you will have heard from your friends and colleagues a variety of opinions on. There's a whole spectrum of how Canadians feel about medical assistance in dying. For some Canadians, as you know, they wish it wasn't happening at all, and there are some, even perhaps amongst yourselves, who wish that it was more expansive than this legislation allows. We fundamentally believe that this is the right approach for Canada. I would agree with Jody that it's very important that we move this along and hope that we get legislation in place by June the 6th. So in as much as you have relationships with senators, perhaps, or others who will be weighing in on this, we ask you to encourage them to consider finding a way to get this legislation in place. Jody has indicated some of the challenges around it, and by definition, there will be a legal void if it doesn't happen, meaning there will not be a law. So by definition, the void is there. The two challenges are, on the one hand, if what really matters to you most of all is that Canadians have access to medical assistance in dying, then there needs to be a law. Without it, it's been clear from Canadian Medical Association, for instance, that we believe very few doctors will feel comfortable proceeding with medical assistance in dying. They are being encouraged by the Canadian Medical Protective Association to not proceed without legal counsel if there is not assistance in place, and we believe that there will be serious access issues. On the other hand, I think Jody has also indicated that we have some concerns about the fact that there may be some more ambitious practitioners who would proceed without adequate safeguards in place. And this is concerning because it is a life and death decision, and we believe that those safeguards that are built into the legislation are necessary. So it's certainly our profound hope that the legislation will proceed as soon as possible, and we thank you for your support in that.
Yeah, thank you. If I might step out of my role as moderator for just a quick comment, I'm also a physician, and I still am occasionally practicing. And I can just reiterate everything that was just said by Minister Philpott. When I look at the specter of this coming up without a legal framework, with adequate guidance and protection under the law, I would be very, very nervous about providing it. And I would just simply step away from it. And I think there are patients who are suffering, who want this, who will be denied access. So I completely concur. All right, our next question.
Megwetch, bonjour tout le monde. My name is Wendy Robbins, and I am definitely an advocate for going further with Bill C-14. I was hoping that we would have a discussion on the floor as a plenary emergency motion. That was rejected for reasons that are actually inaccurate. I was in the room, but anyway, won't go backwards. Going forwards, this is our opportunity. And I have 3 questions. First one, I guess, to the Minister of Justice. The framework that exists now is valid until June 6th. Could you not do something to have it be valid beyond June 6th? I was an advocate back in the 1970s and 80s for choices with respect to reproduction and birth. I'm an advocate now for the patient's right to make choices around end of life, which, in my opinion, should normally be a family, a personal, a social issue. Of course, to some degree, it's a medical issue and a legal issue. But I think we've got our priorities wrong, and I haven't heard anybody yet talk about our fundamental charter right to security of the person. So I may be wrong, I'm not a lawyer, but if we could have access to your legal opinion, Minister, I assume you're able to say with some authority, obviously, that we are compliant. This legislation as it stands is compliant with Carter and is compliant with the Charter. Could you just share that with the Canadian public? What is the legal opinion? Is there a document? Could we have it? And secondly, if there is no such document or it can't be made public, would you be willing, as soon as the legislation is passed, to immediately ask for a reference to the Supreme Court as to whether it is Charter compliant? Because I fear for the families, and we know there are already across the country many people waiting for this moment, waiting for it to be decided so that they can go forward with a decision to die, even if they're not necessarily, terminally ill. What about sparing that family or that person the agony and the expense and the time delay of having to go to the Supreme Court with the challenge themselves? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question, Wendy. And I know that Jane and I would be very happy to continue to have conversations with you or anybody in this room that wants to go further beyond this panel to chat about the thinking behind Bill C-14. The Supreme Court was clear on 2 things in Carter. They said that an absolute prohibition against medical assistance in dying was unconstitutional. And they extended their declaration of invalidity, as you know, until June the 6th. And the second thing that they said was that it's up to Parliament to put in place a regime or put in place their response legislatively to provide for medical assistance in dying in this country. And the court provides great deference to Parliament to do so. And so what we have sought to do, taking account of the many, many reports, the expert panel reports, the special joint committee report, the 9 jurisdictions in the world that have medical assistance in dying, and taking into account, and Minister Philpott and I get, I think I get about 18,000 pieces of correspondence a month. Many of those, certainly over the last 6 months, have been around medical assistance in dying. So taking into account the diversity, meeting with stakeholders, the diversity of opinions that exist out there in terms of the spectrum, as Jane talked about, from people thinking that our legislation doesn't go far enough or that it goes too far. And what we sought to do at the direction of the Supreme Court is to find the right balance between personal autonomy and ensuring that we protect the vulnerable. And that is taking into account the diversity of opinions that we have received. And we believe fundamentally that we've found that right balance. And I will say, and Jana said this before, this is the first step. This is transformational for our country. It's transformational for medical practitioners, but we need to ensure that we provide a regime for individuals to be able to gain access to medical assistance in dying. Of course, as the Minister of Justice, we have analyzed the Carter decision. This is our response to the Carter decision, and you know, there are differing opinions in terms of a narrow interpretation of Carter and a broad interpretation of Carter. I'm confident that this approach is justifiable. It's responsible given the time frame that we have in order to respond to the Supreme Court decision. And again, I'll underscore that this is a first step. And within the legislation and the proposed legislation as amended by committee, we have 16 amendments that were made to C14, including ensuring that we proceed with additional studies in a more compressed time frame, looking at the other issues of advanced directives, of persons suffering from mental illness alone, looking at mature minors as we move forward. Those are commitments that we are going to continue to make. I believe that Canadians won't let us not continue to have this conversation. And in terms of your question about a reference to the Supreme Court, I've been asked that many times, and to be very honest, as I almost always am, we considered it, but how I feel is that we've been asked by the Supreme Court of Canada to do our job. And what we've sought to do since coming into government over almost 7 months now is to do just that, to listen to Canadians, listen to the diversity of perspectives. And this is what we believe is the best approach for our country at this point in time. And we're doing our job. If I was to put a reference to the Supreme Court of Canada, I fundamentally believe that our honourable justices would say, do your job.
All right. Thank you. Next question, sir.
Yes, my name is Robert Betty. I'm from the riding of Edmonton Riverbend, and I'd like to invite some discussion about the delicate tension between individual Canadian human rights and the need for public safety. And specifically, without question, the last 10 years have been one of the most challenging for human rights in Canada, and some of the legislation that we've seen under the Conservative government of the past was what got me motivated to join the Liberal Party and attend the last two conventions. But the Liberal Party doesn't have a blemish-free record on these matters either. And I can tell you that it's my opinion that the two worst times to talk about these matters are either a time like 2001 when there's been a major issue happen in the world and during an election campaign. And I can tell you that in our riding, C51 was a very difficult point in our volunteer generation of energy. A lot of air was sucked out of the room because of C51. So I have a two-pronged question. A general question is, what are we doing to discuss the party's policies with respect to that balance between human rights and public safety now while we're out of the limelight, so to speak, when we can have rational and intelligent discussion? And number two, as an Edmontonian, I'm a neighbor to a young man named Omar Khadr, and you know, he's perhaps the best case of where that tension has been misbalanced by our governments, both a Liberal government that left him in Guantanamo Bay and by Conservative governments that scapegoated him for a decade. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on how we might use that case to highlight where we go forward. Thank you very much.
I'll start. Thank you very much, and I'm an unlikely person to start the conversation on this, but maybe not so much. I actually joined the Liberal Party because of the commitment to social determinants of health, and my background is public health. And when I saw this party develop a plan through the last biennial convention, that included a focus on Indigenous rights, a focus on a commitment to affordable housing, a focus on renewing health accord, a focus on making sure that those who are most vulnerable are protected by their government. That's when I knew that I was in the right place. And I have not been a lifelong Liberal. I chose intentionally this party because of that. So the tension between public safety and human rights, I think, is best addressed by investing in your people as a country. And our Prime Minister said it wonderfully when he was a candidate, got mocked by the Conservatives. But when he was asked about some of the war-torn countries, I think it was Syria, that he was talking about, what should we do to reduce conflict in Syria? And he said, we need to prepare them for the winter and make sure that they have winter coats. And many of you will remember this interview, and people mocked him, and there was advertising. In fact, he was on the right track. Because what he was talking about was investing in people so that there's less disparity and more collaboration, more commitment to the prosperity of their country collaboratively. So I think that we're on the right track in terms of our domestic approach. And I'll turn over to my colleagues about the rest.
If I could add, Patty, I think it has hit the nail on the head in terms of what will lead to greater equality and inclusion. Your specific piece on C-51, you're right. I was in the last Parliament. It was one of the most difficult conversations we had as a caucus when Mr. Harper introduced that bill. Some of the things we agreed with, others we didn't. And that can't be nuanced in a vote. You either vote yay or nay. And as they often did, the Harper Conservatives allowed absolutely no amendments, certainly not from the opposition, and the few modest amendments that we had succeeded in putting into the bill, they would defeat at a committee the Liberal amendment, or the NDP amendment to be fair, and the exact same wording would be brought back as a Conservative amendment so that they could say that they accepted no opposition amendments. I mean, that is a completely disrespectful and frankly inappropriate way that led to, I think, some of the public confidence in parliamentary institutions that we're trying to rebuild. And in that vein, one of the things the Prime Minister asked Ralph Goodale and me to do quickly, and we hope to introduce the legislation before we finish in the next few weeks and pass it quickly, we hope in the fall, would be sort of an oversight committee of parliamentarians. So it would be members of Parliament and senators, including opposition members of Parliament, to look at national security agencies, plural. So it's part of the answer to C-51. We thought you can have both. You can have a deep and reliable and pervasive respect for people's charter rights, but you can also have the appropriate security tools and agencies to keep the country safe. We've never accepted it's an either-or proposition, but you're absolutely right. In the heat of an election, or you went back to 2001 in September 11, the real genesis of C-51, of course, was Zihaf Bibo's shooting on Parliament Hill and at the War Monument a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago. So that became, again, the excuse for Mr. Harper. Scapegoat is, in that case, probably isn't the right word, but what he did is he created a whole public tension around the need for greater powers, some of which have never been used by the security agencies. And then if you questioned them, somehow you were soft on terrorism. It's a completely insulting and we think counterproductive argument. So you're going to see Ralph Goodale and I in the coming weeks put in or introduce a part of the solution, and it is robust and real. And it has to have the ability to look at security operations, not just CSIS, but other agencies from the security establishment, the signals intelligence piece. It cuts across a number of departments. It's not just public safety, so it would include defense, it would include other government agencies. There are 19 government agencies that have a national security responsibility, and this group would be able to play an oversight role on all of them. But then Ralph himself will be launching, I think again in the coming days, a fairly robust and public review of C-51, which will lead to, as we committed in the campaign, we hope some amendments or some adjustments that better balance what Mr. Harper didn't do well.
All right, thank you. Yeah, if I may just add into this, you know, I was raised by a policeman who later became a lawyer, and he had always said it was, and many lawyers have said this, and it's actually very germane to what you said about the response to December 11th and to the shooting on Parliament Hill. It's a legal axiom that difficult cases make for bad law. So if you make laws in response to a horrendous event or something that frightens people, it's not going to be good law, and you're absolutely right. The other worst time to talk about it is an election, so this is the time for us to be having this conversation. Because
if I could just add on that.
Sure.
I mean, Dominic was talking about I've been tasked in my mandate letter to work with Ralph on C51, and what Dominic was talking about is releasing a paper, releasing a guide that invites Canadians into the discussion around national security, but recognize how you opened up your comments and being what I liked. I got involved in the Liberal Party because I believe fundamentally in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and ensuring that we maintain our space and the legal framework that we have that respects our individual rights, but to have this conversation with Canadians about national security and to be very open with what it is that we're doing, to break down C51 into its 5 constituent parts, and to have this conversation so people can understand the different parts. There are egregious parts that we need to actually address fundamentally, but that's coming in the very near future, and this is going to be a detailed discussion with Canadians, certainly with parliamentarians, on what we can do to repeal those egregious aspects of 51, which was, for everybody in here that was knocking on doors, June was kind of a tough time to be knocking on doors, and the main issue that was brought up was Bill C-51. So.
All right, thank you. We're coming very close to the end of our time. We have time for one very quick question with a very quick answer. So.
Good morning. My name is Laura Cabot. I'm a delegate from the Yukon. My question is regarding residential schools. I've been a lawyer representing former residential school students across the 3 territories in British Columbia for the last 17 years. We got off to a good start with the Martin government with the agreement in principle, which turned into the settlement agreement. However, over the Harper decade, I think that the implementation of that agreement and the application of it has gone downhill. We have seen more and more students' claims denied, and a real rigorous approach by the Harper government in compensating individuals. So I'd like to know what the Liberal federal government is doing to relook at some of those claims where 5 years ago students were compensated for a school, but then 2 years later other students weren't compensated. I know the party is about equality and inclusion, and I'm just wondering what this federal government is doing to look at those claims.
Well, it's a really good question, and I'm as Minister of Justice, working very closely with the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, Carolyn Bennett, who is probably the best Minister of Indigenous Affairs we will ever want. And I mean, we're fundamentally committed to the settlement agreement and ensuring that we uphold our commitments. That's not to say that there aren't challenges, as you rightfully point out, that we need to fundamentally address, whether it's looking or revisiting cases or looking in a substantively different way, various actions that are being brought forward by Indigenous peoples, and recognizing that we can't solve these issues in the courts. These are too important that we need to find other ways and means. And as an example, since coming into government, we sought to and have settled the Anderson case on the East Coast, which dealt with a provincial school, and as such are going to continue to ensure that we look look at other class actions, because there are others in the country and individual cases, to ensure that we stick to our commitments and to recognize survivors and ensure that we address the historic wrongs that were placed upon Indigenous peoples, and provide the space to move forward in a substantive way, that we do our part as a partner to improve ultimately the quality of life for Indigenous peoples in this country as we move into the next century and beyond.
Well, thank you very much for that. I certainly would love to see this continue for quite a while, but unfortunately our time is up. So I would like to thank our ministers for their time and their input, and thank you all for coming. Have a great day.
You got me feeling emotion.
listening to the funkiest station in the nation. And today we're just modern talking. It's the number one track for the love of my life. Everything I sacrifice just to make her my wife. Keeps me hot like fire, never cold like ice. I pay any price cause she's just that nice. Every line of my rhyme is dedicated to you, and I'll always be true. Never will you be blue. You're the best for me. I love you till I grow old. Worth more than gold cause you're my heart and soul.
You're my heart, you're my soul. I keep it shining everywhere I go. You're my heart, you're my soul. I'll be holding you forever. Stay with you together. You're my heart, you're my soul. Yeah, I'm feeling that I love you, Lord. You're my heart, you're my soul. That is the only thing I really know.
Hey, everybody. That's right. We just did catwalk. Who are you wearing?
I didn't even pick up what you said, Seamus. I'm too nervous up here.
Have a seat, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming. My name is Seamus O'Regan. I am the Member of Parliament for St. John South, Mount Pearl.
Here.
Listen, I am just delighted to be doing a panel discussion that is after 9 a.m. This is a personal thrill for me. What were you going to say? We've got right here, we've got the Honourable Kent Hare, Minister of Veterans Affairs, Member of Parliament for Calgary Centre, the Honourable Marie-Claude Bibeau, the Member of Parliament for Compton-Stanstead and the Minister for International Development and la Francophonie, the Honourable Harjit Sajjan, Member of Parliament for Vancouver South and the Minister of National Defence, and the Honourable Stéphane Dion, Member of Parliament for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Global Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here to talk about Canada's renewed leadership role in global affairs. We're looking forward to hearing from as many delegates as we possibly can. You can see where the mics are. They're right here. A couple of things that I'm going to ask from you. Firstly, please keep your questions as short as possible because there are a lot of delegates in the limited amount of time that we have. We want to hear from as many delegates as we possibly can. So out of consideration for your fellow delegates, please, we'll get right to the point. These ministers are ready to take your questions and, as you've probably seen in the House of Commons, very able in answering them. As well, if you are not proficient in both official languages, this panel will take place, as it should, in both official languages. So one lesson that I learned in my salad days in caucus was if you feel you may need a headset for translation at any point during this discussion, put it on now. Because for those people who only speak French or only speak English up here, it kind of interrupts the flow when you just see a whole group of people scrambling for a headset. So I just ask for your cooperation on that. And without further ado, let's get the conversation started. I think, Minister Dion, I'm going to ask you first because we're watching the G7 summit unfold this week. And you know, I'm not going to, you know, get into a self-congratulatory mode here. That would be very easy to do given the fact that we won a majority government in October. But I'm not going to go there. But there does, and I think even Canadians who may not have voted for us, it just seems so many people are happy with the way we appear on the world. And when we look at the G7 summit and we look at how the Prime Minister holds himself, how our ministers hold themselves at international forums, it is obvious that the world is very engaged and, you know, happy to have us back. And I think that that's fair to say. There will be, of course, some people perhaps congregated in Vancouver who would disagree. But that seems to be the sentiment of a lot of people. And I wanted to ask you, does that matter in a substantive way to your job and what you're doing?
Merci, Seamus. Merci. Bonjour, mesdames, messieurs. Ça fait plaisir de...
Thank you, Seamus. It's a pleasure to meet all the Liberals here today. So the question is, does it really count that Canada's back? And I can tell you that all around the world, they want Canada to be back. They're asking from everywhere, from the closest neighbors, G7 countries, Japan, as well as countries who would like to develop and get special aid.
That to be back. There's an excitement for that. It's true at the G7, but it's true everywhere, and my colleagues will speak how much it is requested. So, in a nutshell, I would like to explain why it is the case. I think it is because there is not a lot of countries that have fought courageously when it was time to fight for peace and democracy and justice around the world. Not a lot of countries that never had a colonial empire, never tried to invade a neighbor. Not a lot of countries that speak two official languages, English and French, that are international languages. Not a lot of countries part of the Commonwealth et la Francophonie, with roots in the Europe, belonging to the Americas, great window to Asia, a country big as a continent. So there is a lot of expectation from us. There is also one country that may give to the United States an example of what it is to be liberal, and it is Canada.
Mr. Sajjan, let me ask you, when you've been globe-trotting a lot yourself, what has the reaction been from your colleagues from around the world to this government, to your position?
As Minister Dion had said, that there's a uniqueness to Canada, and Minister Dion eloquently outlined the uniqueness that we have. There, unfortunately, the places that I go are all conflict zones, and we deal with conflict which is right in front of us. And one thing that I think Canada can be very proud of is we have a very unique experience in dealing with conflict. And from preventing conflict from the peacekeeping days to battling right up front when we need to. But one thing that we do bring to the table that's very unique, and we've demonstrated this even most recently with our mission in Iraq and Syria, is we try to understand the conflict first. Then the solutions that we bring to the table is a whole of government solution, not just strictly from defense. We worked very closely together in analyzing the problem, looked at it from a regional perspective, looking at how we're going to demonstrate our resolve for immediately, but also put in parameters in place that's going to support the efforts down the road. And that's one thing that our coalition partners really wanted. So we analyzed the situation. It wasn't about, countries sometimes would bring their resources and say, here you go. And coalition commanders will have to then decide what to do with the resources. But what we did was we actually analyzed the situation. We looked at the gaps of the coalition. We looked at things regionally. We put our collective heads together in terms of the work that we were doing. Then we came up with a plan that was going to not only help the current problem, but to the future. And that's the leadership, I think, that's we've been slowly demonstrating, that you don't work in isolation. Defense doesn't work in isolation from development or diplomacy. You have to work together, and it's welcomed everywhere I go.
Yeah, has that been your impression too, as well, Minister?
Absolutely. On est tellement accueillis chaleureusement.
We're greeted so warmly everywhere we go. Geneva, Istanbul, Copenhagen, from international conferences on humanitarian aid, on women, etc. And in every case, we're welcomed so warmly. We're welcome on all the panels because
Want to hear us talk about women's rights. They are so glad to have someone who can speak about women's rights on a very wide, to be open to offer the full range of sexual and reproductive health services to women, and they needed our voice so desperately. So this is one very important focus, talking about humanitarian principles and humanitarian rights. They are so glad to have us back also. So yes, we feel this, and I've been told, that we need Canadian leadership. We don't only need Canadian financial contribution. So for the reason that Stéphane said earlier, we have such a good reputation in terms of being comment c'est quoi l'expression? A fair, good broker, a fair broker, you have an expression for that? Honest broker, thank you.
More than that. We are a determined peace builder. This is what is Canada. Un architecte résolu de la paix.
Resolute architect in favor of peace, as they say in French.
C'est vrai, on le sent. Les attentes sont élevées.
It's true, we're back. You can feel it. Expectations are high. It's not just financial. We're renowned for our innovation. We can bring people together to find consensus. We're consensus builders. And
20,000 refugees, everybody's talking about it with such a huge respect. And yes.
Minister Hare, let me ask you the hard-hitting question. Do you agree with your colleagues? Is Canada indeed back?
Really, we are. Beaumontin, Winnipeg, fellow Liberals. As Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence, I get to represent men and women who have served our nation proudly, from Vimy Ridge through Juno Breach, through our peacekeeping efforts in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the Gulf War, our role in Afghanistan, and our current efforts in the Mideast. And Canada has always had that reputation as punching above our weight in both conflict regions as well as peacekeeping roles, and that's been diminished over the last 10 years. And it wasn't only our party that noticed that, but former Prime Ministers Mulroney and Clark commented on it often and regularly. And I sense with what we're doing as a government, how we're engaging with the United Nations, reaching out to different areas of the world to have our influence on human rights, on building peace and prosperity, is truly one of the things that Canadians are proud of and the world has been waiting for. And it's a great thrill to be part of those efforts. And we have the best ambassador on the stage right now, our Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who goes there and is our advocate, who really is ensuring that Canada is at the table in many forms, different facets, to build a global community. It's a thrill to be part of it.
All right, we obviously want to get to as many questions as we possibly can. I implore you to keep your questions as short as you're able to, so that we can get as many questions in as we can. We've already got lines at the mic, which is terrific. Let me begin with you here, please. Oh, and before you begin, I just want to also just let everybody know, if you want to direct your question at a particular minister, please do so. But I've invited everybody here to jump in where they see fit at any point in time. So it's fairly casual, but short questions. Go ahead.
Okay, my name's Enoch Metcalf, and I had the opportunity to work for 3 months in the West Bank, mainly in the South Hebron Hills. And my job was to witness life under occupation, to record human rights abuses for UN OCHA, and to provide protective presence. I would like to ask Mr. Dion and this government to give voice to Canada's official policy on Israel-Palestine, which is very balanced, to call on Israel to obey international law and UN resolutions, to call for justice for the Palestinian people, and to stop this current Israeli policy of discrimination and apartheid.
Welcome. Okay. This will be. Thank you, Madam, for the question. I do not support the use of this kind of words about Israel, about the word you used just at the end of your intervention. But otherwise, I would say that our policy under Mr. Trudeau will be to do everything to be sure that the peace process will start again, in order, at the end of the day, to have two states living as neighbors in security with continuous borders. Palestinian state and a state of Israel. We want that for Israel, we want that for Palestinians, we want that for the world. And Canada will do everything to make sure that it will happen. Contrary to the former Conservative government, we don't think that the status quo is good. The status quo is bad for Israel, bad for Palestinians, and bad for the world. We need to go through this process that will bring us to a two-state solution. This is the policy of Canada. In the meantime, we have Kenyans risking their life in the north of Egypt, in the Sinai. and Arch may speak about that. It's very difficult. We'll do everything. General Thompson, who's the general of this international effort to bring peace in the Sinai, very courageous. We may be proud of what Canadians are doing. In the meantime, Madame Bibeau may explain the kind of support we will give more and more than it is the case today, for the humanitarian support for Palestinians over the territory. So Canada has a role to play now, and Canada must do everything to be sure that we'll have a peace process starting again toward a two-state solution.
Thank you for your question.
Je voudrais répéter en français.
Very quickly in French, I'll repeat. So we want a policy, a Canadian policy, that's very firm under Mr. Trudeau's leadership that will help this process, so that this peace process between Israel and the Palestinians will get going again, have two states that will be side to side in safety, in justice, with very well delimited borders, and Canada will do everything in its power to see that that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Clément Chartier, also known as Clem. Canada is back. I'm pleased to say that 2.5 weeks ago at the United Nations, Minister Bennett came and stated Canada's position as fully endorsing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So Canada's back. Last week I was in Washington for 3 days of negotiations, and this is directed to Minister Dion, on an American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And basically, Canada did come back after a year of total absence, but did not engage because you have to look at the draft. That draft, however, has been accepted by the majority of countries in South and Central America and Indigenous peoples that were present. And it's badly needed for the peoples primarily in South and Central America because of the situation within their countries, and it will be raised at the OAS General Assembly next month. So hopefully Canada will play a positive role in that dialogue. And to Madame Bibeau, I and others, including the Assembly of First Nations, have been working to try to establish an Indigenous Leaders Summit of the Americas, or forum, so that we can engage closely with states within the Americas, and at some point I'd like to discuss the potential of Canada's assistance to enable us to continue that work. So I guess to both of you, does this sound like something that Canada would want to engage in, seeing as Canada is back?
Thank you for your question.
Okay. Thank you. I like when someone asks the question and come with the answer. So I fully agree with you about the necessity for Canada to support the UN Declaration for Indigenous Peoples without any reservation. And it's what our government did. Would like to add something, a dimension in which I believe very strongly, is that you have also Indigenous peoples around the world, not only in Canada. And our Indigenous peoples here in Canada may be leader around the world. So it's why when we came with the new structure of the Office of Human Rights that we just created, I announced it a week ago, and its name, thank you, its name, yes, a good initiative. Its name is the Office of Human Rights and Freedoms and Inclusion. And one of the three divisions of this office will be Human Rights and Indigenous Affairs. The world needs Canada back, but the world needs also the Indigenous peoples of Canada everywhere, explaining how we may make the rights for the Indigenous peoples an improvement everywhere in the world, in English, en français, et dans toutes les langues indigènes.
In English, French, and all the Indigenous languages we can think of. Thank you.
Well, my mandate is to refocus international assistance to the poorest and most vulnerable, and to fragile states also. And as you may know, I'm actually going through a review of for the policy, and I take this occasion to invite all of you to participate in it. So please go on our website, and you will find the discussion paper, and you will find even a PowerPoint to help you if you want to organize a consultation session with your friends, colleagues, or members. And yes, because this mandate is to refocus on the person most vulnerable, I believe that we will see it rising through our consultation and discussions. I expect that we will be focusing more and including more Indigenous communities.
Thank you.
And I think it's not only important what we do abroad, but we're leading here at home. I know under the leadership of Carolyn Bennett, we are making historic investments in our First Nations community. That type of leadership here will send a strong signal to other governments around the world that this is important work and important investments need to be made in bridging the gap with Indigenous people here at home and around the world.
Thank you for your question. Over here.
Oui, je suis Jeanne Lemon. Ma question...
I'm Jean Lemon. My question is for Minister Dion. So Canada's back. We can feel it. We're quite proud that it's there. It was about time, too. As you know, the other government had totally abandoned a whole continent, Africa. So where are our policies concerning that continent, which, despite all, still exists? The African continent. Yes, thank you, ma'am, for your question. It's a very important question. Canada must be very present in Africa, Francophone Africa, Anglophone Africa, Africa totally, all of Africa. It's facing immense challenges, especially in the environment. You have an environmental crisis all around the world, especially for the more vulnerable countries. As for climate change, the Prime Minister announced $6.2 billion for the most vulnerable countries to help them adapt to drought, to deforestation, desertification, floods. Canada stopped supporting desertification efforts. We'll have to go back to that. There's diplomacy in there that's very present. Ms. Bibeau, as Minister of Francophonie, I'll give her the floor on that. She has a lot to say, but I'd like to add.
So not only something that we need to be present for helping this continent, but it's an opportunity for Canada, an opportunity to learn about ourselves and to develop good business. Many of these countries, some, not enough, but some of these countries are functional. They have strong economic growth. If we are not there, it will be jobs that we will lose for Canada. So it's a give and take. You give a lot, but you have something for yourself. It's not only for Africa, it's also for Canada that we need to strengthen our relationship. Alors, ce que je dis en anglais, c'est il faut y aller en Afrique pour l'Afrique.
We have to go to Africa, for Africa, but also for Canada. Okay, I'll repeat some of what I said before in English. It's to recenter humanitarian aid for all the fragile states, not just the ones that are in conflict zones, but also fragile in areas of environmental change, climatic change. And it's important to put those questions forth, and in effect, we have to make decisions based on facts. And unfortunately, fortunately, Africa, there are more African countries that will be put on the list of the countries we'll intervene in, but also we have a strategy. As Minister of the Francophonie, I have a strategy to develop there, so certainly Francophone Africa, Haiti will be certainly considered. They're very important. But as the Minister was saying, Minister Dion was saying, I think that Africa is true. We have to help it. But we have to consider that as an opportunity, an economic opportunity, because Africa Peacekeeping is developing, it's advancing, and Canada really has to be there. We should not forget that aspect. We have to put the accent on help to African countries, but also we have to think about the economy. In fact, Mrs. Freeland's mandate internationally is also in there, participates in that. So it's the vulnerable countries and economic countries. I mean, they're not something you can separate. You have to do them both.
Okay. If you do have it available, I do ask that you put it on, but perhaps you could just repeat what you said in English.
I know, but then we'll have to do that in English.
Yeah, I do kind of, if you can get a hold of translators, this would make it quite cumbersome. I do ask that if you can, if it's available, please use it.
Or otherwise, we'll do it systematically in both languages. We'll repeat in both languages everything.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Damien Maharaj. I'm a physician in Surrey, British Columbia. I get very nervous in public forums, so I'm just going to read a very brief question.
Sure.
And then I'll just leave it at that. Canada has long been a leader in socialized medicine around the world. Autism is now covered in the United States for funding under Medicaid, but it's not currently covered universally within Canada. It is covered in my province of British Columbia, I believe in Alberta, but there are a lot of kids that are not getting the care that they need, and I see it in my practice. Given that autism now affects 1 in 68 Canadian children born, which is a lot, I have no doubt about this government's commitment to the health care of all Canadians. But supporting Medicare for autism is a chance to show the world that Canada values all of its citizens, even its most vulnerable. Given that, what are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, thank you. I do appreciate the question and the concern. It's an issue that's close to my heart too. But this is generally talking about foreign policy. But I would, if any of the ministers have anything to add.
We have heard your question, and Minister McCallum will be aware of it, and I encourage you to be in touch with himself. I'm sure he will be very interested to look at that as Minister of Citizenship.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Did you want to add something?
Well, and I also sense our government is taking this very seriously. We have a Minister of Sport and Disability. We're bringing in Canadians with Unique Challenges Act. I don't have the correct name going forward, but we want to see opportunities for people, whether they have unique challenges and other things. We want to express equality of opportunity to all people regardless of their challenges, and autism would fall under that category.
Thank you, Minister. Question here. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Nelson Ovalle, professor of the University of Ottawa. And my question is about the implication of Canada in the Americans. The last question was about Africa. My question is about Americans. The important issue right now is about human rights in the Americans and the Canada support to the inter-American human rights system that is in bankruptcy at this time. The Inter-American Commission of Human Rights and the Court of Human Rights are lack of money to continue to work in order to protect human rights in the Americas. And I believe that Canada could help the inter-American system of protection of human rights. And my question is, what is the real situation right now? For example, the first week of May, the president of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights come here to Canada, to Ottawa, go to your office, Mr. Dion, and I believe you know the topic, and I believe they ask for money to support the Inter-American human rights system. But I had second question.
Okay.
And the second question is, what is the policy of Canada about to become a full member of the Inter-American human rights system? That means the ratification of the Convention of American Human Rights and the acceptance of the competence of the Inter-American Court of Justice in order to have more protection for all Canadians. Are you agree to ratify the American Convention of Human Rights?
Thank you very much. Minister Dion, do you want to take the question?
Well, about this convention, I will be ready to discuss with you. I don't see why Canada is not part of it. Never heard that we had a problem about that, but let's talk. On our presence in the Americas, it's a strong request from these countries, from our American and Mexican friends as well, to be in the Caribbean, to be in everywhere in South America where you have problems of development and human rights. There is this process in Colombia, and I cannot announce anything today, but Canada is among the countries that are looking in which way we may support this peace process. So you may count on us to be very, very active in this part of the world. And again, maybe Marie-Claude would like to add something. So notre situation dans les Amériques.
Our situation in the Americas, what are you going to do to help development in that area of the world?
Keep going on the consultation. For the general questions on human rights, Mr. Dion already answered that, but I really look forward for your participation in that and to see which countries we will be working harder or in a more concrete way with them.
We have already some strong involvement. Let's say Haiti. The first decision has been part of 20 years ago at the cabinet table was to replace the police training that was offered by the United Nations, but stopped by a veto of China when Haiti has this idea to recognize Taiwan as a country. So the result is everything has been stalled, and the United Nations asked Canada to help for the training of the police in Haiti. And you know what? 20 years after, we're still doing it. So this is the kind of a constructive effort that Canada must build more and more under the leadership of Mr. Trudeau.
We need to thank you, sir, for your question. We're going to take a question over here. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name is Melissa. Thank you for being here today, and thank you so much for answering questions. My question concerns peacekeeping, and I'd like to ask a very brief question to Minister Dion and another question to Minister Sajan. The first question has to do with the civilian aspect of peacekeeping operations. While Canada's eye has been elsewhere for the past 10 or 15 years, the nature of peacekeeping has evolved quite a lot. And I think today, I've spent about 12 years in the UN context in UN peacekeeping, and I think today most peacekeeping is about civilian. It's political solutions to political problems. Can you describe what Canada is going to propose with regards to providing increased capacities for civilian aspects of peacekeeping, particularly in the field where conflicts are such a problem? And for Minister Sajan, I believe that you hold the mandate for peacekeeping training. Given that peacekeeping is focused more on political solutions for political problems, is there a way that you can reconcile the fact that you're Minister of Defense and those are the capacities that you have with your mandate to lead on peacekeeping training? Thanks.
Thank you. Peacekeeping is in my mandate letter from the Prime Minister. This is the mandate letter of Mr. Sargent, and we have the mandate to work closely together, the three of us, to make sure that it will work. So it will not be done in silos. Diplomacy, military, international support will be done in a very comprehensive way. We are solicited around the world. I'm just back of the Middle East, and what we are doing in the Sinai, for example, is very well appreciated. They would like more of Canada there, but it's true everywhere in the world. So we'll need to be very selective, and the way peacekeeping is done today is not the same than during the Pearson time when he created them. Now the countries most of the time would like to have forces coming from their continent, Africans for Africans, for example. But then the training is key, because if it's not well done, if these people are not well trained, instead of to be protectors, then we can be threats, especially for women and girls. It's something we need to look at very carefully. It's why Canada is so much requested around the world, and we'll do it, you will see. But Arjen and Marie-Claude may add. Alors en français, très important pour
Very important for Canada to come back to peacekeeping missions. It's important for us to choose where we'll be doing the work. People want us, and we'll do it in consultation with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Defence and International Development. All those ministers have been given the mandate by the Prime Minister.
When we look at conflict, we need to get better at understanding conflict. It's not about military going in, whether it's for a counterterrorism role, training role. It has to be done in cooperation. And everything that we do is actually to support the civil society of the areas we're going into. It's governance, the rule of law. So we are not there strictly to do one particular job. We do a job together to allow that country, civil society, to function. And I'll give you one example, which I think has been overlooked by Canadians for the mission in Iraq. We are sending in ministerial liaison teams. Even though these are military officers, they're having a function going into the Ministry of Defense and Interior to work within their bureaucracy to help build that up. And it's actually led by a Canadian general. Eventually, as the security situation improves, this will be passed on to global affairs, and allowing more diplomats to come in, more development folks to come in, to be able to help the society function. So when we look at, regardless of whether it's Africa, South America, we need to understand the conflict first, and understanding when we do training, it's about capacity building. Sometimes it might be police capacity building. Sometimes it's about a new way of peacekeeping, I call it. We have great experience in training. Maybe we need to look at embedding into the troops that are already there, instead of sending in a battalion and functioning on its own, how we used to, that we function within. So we're doing training together, it's mentorship, and here's the other aspect of it. What about capacity building early on before the situation gets into a failed state? Those are the things that we're looking at now, is not just dealing with the current conflict of the day, but actually looking at conflict and the indicators early on where we can intervene in capacity building. And by understanding the conflict, we'll be able to decide what resources need to go. Sometimes it may not be a military solution going into it. It may be more police capacity building. It might be more governance building, and it might be more development.
Yes, while we're going through this review, I can already tell you that the protection and empowerment of women and girls will be at the heart of the development, the international development policy of Canada. That's one sure thing. And so talking about peacekeeping or talking about protection in a wider way, it is so important that we find the best ways with best partnerships, and so to protect women and girls in conflict environment and also in fragile states. So this is why we are always working together and trying to complement our ways, our work.
Merci. Our question over here.
Hello, my name is Dylan. I'm from Kingston in the Islands. About a month ago, I got to participate in my school's Model UN, and I think that's a great opportunity for people to learn about foreign diplomacy as well as international relations. And since I participated in this, I've started paying more attention to Canada's role at the UN, and I've noticed that our role has been a bit stronger since we took office. So I was just wondering if you could highlight some ways that we are working to strengthen our position at the United Nations.
The question is about, the last part of the question is what Canada is doing to be stronger in the United Nations, or is it what are we doing to help Canadians to have experiences like the one you had around the world?
No, specifically our role at the UN right now. Are we working to make that a more important role and stronger than it was under the Conservatives?
Yes, of course. It's not easy, it's not difficult. It's really not difficult. In fact, the United States, the United Nations needs Canada a lot. You may remember Mr. Harper was willing to go to a fast food instead of the United Nations once. No, that time is over. Not that the United Nations are perfect institutions, but it's the one we have. And if we want to make progress around the world, we cannot have the empty chair at the United Nations. So for example, the UN Commission for the Status of Women, there is a seat now for Canada because we requested it. And the world wanted us to have this seat. And we will do that at every aspect of the relationship with the United Nations about human rights, peacekeeping, and so on, up to, we hope, the Security Council, where Canada will have a friendly competition with 2 other countries in order to have a seat for 2021, 2022. Every opportunity, liberals, you have to praise your country around the world, are willing to do the right thing, do it. It may help us to have the seat at the end of the day. Alors, on veut avoir ce siège au Conseil de sécurité. On veut être très fort dans les...
We want to have that seat at the Security Council. We want to be strong at the United Nations. It's not a perfect institution. It's the one we have, and Canada has to be a champion in multilateralism.
I mean, it's extremely important. It's, you know, the United Nations gets hacked on quite often, but it's the only place where every single nation has a voice. And it's a place when you can get together and have those difficult conversations, and that's very important. I've actually already sent, we're sending a general into the United Nations to be part of one of the organizations to help advise and plan on the peacekeeping side of things. And we have to understand is, we immediately turned peacekeeping into the way it was. Things have drastically changed, and United Nations, believe it or not, does some phenomenal work. And they do great work in other parts of the world. And we need to make sure that the other organizations we work with, whether it's NATO, and some of the international organizations, whether it's the Red Cross or some of the other Doctors Without Borders, they also do great work. And we need to be able to make sure that all the aspects of these organizations function together. But if we're not there, how can we have a voice? How can we, as Canada, if we don't have a general who's got phenomenal experience in working on missions all over the world, right? We need to send our people with the right expertise, and I know it's welcomed. And the thing is, we can start looking at a new way of bringing peace and stability to the world, and I can tell you it's needed around the world.
And
Okay, I will.
I can tell you that they expect us to participate on numerous high-level panel. For example, I am on the Every Woman, Every Child one, and many others actually. And another difference is that when we send a senior official to represent us, because we can't be everywhere, even if we try, they are allowed to speak, and actually we want them to speak loud and clear to push the Canadian values. And
they can speak?
Yes. Can you believe it? Donc, c'est ce que je dis en fait, c'est qu'on est, les Canadiens, on est vraiment invités.
Yeah, we're really invited to participate actually on these committees, these high-level committees in different respects, and we can't be everywhere at the same time. We're present, but when we send our senior officials to represent us, they actually have the right to speak. They're not there just as observers. And Canada has a strong voice in all these different committees. And there's another dilemma that I have in this consultation process, is to find a good balance between greater participation with the agencies of the United Nations and multilateral organizations, but also to re-engage Canadians in these international forums and to cooperate with local organizations. So that's a dilemma that I'm juggling with that right now in revising our politics.
I think that I'm trying to well, another challenge, let's say, through this policy review is to be, yes, more involved, more active with the UN agencies and multilateral organizations. And in the same time, I want to work more with Canadian organizations to engage more Canadians and also work more with local organizations. So I've I've asked our missions in the field to do consultations with local government, but also with local CSOs, local organizations, and local women groups, because I really look forward to work more directly with them.
Terrific.
The world's a very small place and becoming increasingly more so. 9 billion people coming to the planet, land and water challenges all over the place. The way we're going to deal with these is through an important role in the United Nations, and if you're not there discussing these issues, working on capacity, you're just not building a better world, and I can sense our government is really going in that direction. It's going to culminate with us being on the Security Council in 2020. Cross our fingers and go from there, but we're working hard to get there.
Thank you for your question. Over here.
Well, good to see you, Seamus. It reminds me of Canada AM. Yeah.
Thank you.
My name is Salma Siddiqui, and I'm from Ottawa. I'm a private business owner, which brings me to a lot of NGOs, and I have just heard Minister Bibo 2 weeks ago in CCIC's meeting, and she emphasized the priority on women and girls, you know. So it's very well accepted, and we look forward to working with you. I also happen to be a board member of the Forum of Federations, and your department has just announced a huge project in MENA on empowering girls and women, and we hope that this work will continue, and good to hear that you want to work with the Canadian organizations. It has always been in the past that the international organizations have been given a front row, and the Canadian organizations have been in the back. So looking forward to that. And of course, Minister Dion, you well know the Forum of Federations, and I have a question on that. How do you plan to move forward in capacity building, not on the peacekeeper level, but in good governance, in the conflict that we are looking in the world? How do you move forward, and is there more that you will be asking the Canadian organizations to participate in?
Mr. Dion?
OK, mais la question était à Mme Bibo avant moi. Mais, okay. On the Forum of Federation, I strongly believe in it. In fact, I created it.
Thank you. So, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes.
So I thought when I was the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs some time ago, another century ago, that federations need to learn from each other.
Yep.
And countries that are not federations may take some part of the federal system that may fit to their situation. Maybe or maybe not. It's not one-size-fits-all solution, federalism. But it may be a way to combine a good cohesion of the country and to build it through the diversity of the country. The goal of Canada. Canada is all about that, unity and diversity. So if countries may learn about that, it's good. If Myanmar may learn about it, if there are some aspects of it that may fit to their country, they are indeed today revisiting the way they were governed, because before it was an authoritarian rule. For the first time, they are trying to build a democracy. I was in Tunisia some days ago, and the Forum of Federation is there. Tunisia is not and will not become a federation, but it's a country that is trying to succeed in staying a democracy and improving its democracy in a very difficult environment. Yeah. So the Forum of Federation may be a help for that. Le Forum des Fédérations est une organisation internationale que le
Federal Forum was set up by Canada years ago to play a role in the world and to show countries useful ways of governance. Just, we don't only have the Forum of Federations, Elections Canada also.
Around the world are requested to have a judicial system. How to build a judicial system? Bring a Canadian judge. He will be giving good advice. Elections Canada is regarded around the world as a way to go. And Statistic Canada. You cannot build a democracy without statistics.
Thank you, Minister. We have 10 minutes left. I thank you for your question. We have 10 minutes left, and I say that for the benefit of the people who are asking questions, but also for the people who are giving answers, because I know that we want to get to as many delegates as we can, but we do only have 10 minutes left. So, sir, I'll begin with you, and again, I just ask you to keep it as short as you can.
My name is Mohammed Hussein. I'm from Edmonton Millwoods in Alberta. Just wanted to say Canada's back and definitely stronger than before. You can see an example of ethnic, gender, and ability diversity. In our ability to promote democracy, definitely there's plenty of examples out there, but where the camera turns away is what I want to point out to. We're doing great. You talked about Myanmar and how we are promoting democracy over there and working with Aung Suu Kyi. With respect to that, are we also pushing for the inclusion of minorities and their rights? My understanding is we recently had a forum conducted in Burma that invited a lot of ethnic minorities from Myanmar in. Unfortunately, the only minority not present, invited, or acknowledged was the Rohingya. We are pushing our weight in promoting democracy. That democracy includes everyone. The Rohingya have been persecuted. It has been documented, but we talked to Aung Suu Kyi, who refuses to acknowledge what is happening. Does Canada have a plan to address this issue?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. For this issue and all the other issues where there is no justice, no recognition, no inclusion, Canada must be there and speak out. The mistake would be to say, oh, we don't like what is happening, so we pull out. So we don't like what is happening in Sri Lanka, so we don't work anymore in the Commonwealth. This kind of attitude must stop. It's completely irrational. If you want to be effective, be there. Make your point known. The world is not nice. The world that we have is very tough and very unfair. It's why Canada must be there. If we say, oh, it's too unfair, I don't want to speak with these people anymore, I don't want to see in which way Canada may improve it, or the Forum of Federation of Elections Canada, and so on, who would make a mistake. And this mistake will not be done anymore by the government of Canada, never under Justin Trudeau.
Thank you, Minister. Over here.
Hello, my name is Catherine Pundick from Southern Alberta, and I was just wondering how we catch up now that we're back. In 1981, there was a resolution passed in the UN that stipulated that youth must be a part of permanent delegations and permanent missions at the UN. So is there any plan to ensure that youth are permanently and consistently present in the international environment?
Great question. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody like to take that?
I think we'll need to ask this question to the Minister of Youth.
That's what I was going to say.
Which is our Prime Minister. But it's a great, great suggestion. I'm sure he will be willing to take the lead of this kind of initiative in the United Nations. Sure. Let's work with them.
And on that point, how important your question actually is, you look at Africa, we're talking about that. There's a massive youth bulge there. The challenges that they face, we need the youth involved, because if not, they're going to get involved in other ways. Yeah. And other radical organizations are going to take advantage of some of the lack of governance in those issues. And how we're going to do this? We're going to lead by example. And we already see that, and that's the Prime Minister being the Minister of Youth. It starts with us first, and representing that across the board and across the world.
Thank you. Marie-Claude? Feels good?
Yeah.
Okay. Our next question is over here, sir.
Hi, my name is Bijan Ahmadi. Thanks for the insightful discussion. I'm the president of the Iranian Canadian Congress. Many people in our community are happy and welcome the new policy of constructive engagement that Minister Dion and the new Liberal government has implemented with respect to Iran-Canada relations. My specific question regarding this issue is, what can we expect to see in the months ahead with respect to this subject, Iran-Canada relations? As you're aware, many people, when the previous government cut ties and closed the embassies in both countries, they faced difficulty because of lack of access to consular services and many other issues that has created. Also, very quickly, the Minister Dion, in response to Tony Clement, Mr. Tony Clement, you said that what you like about Iran is the people of Iran. How do you think Canada can do a better job engaging with Iranian people and perhaps do a better job in terms of improving human rights in this country, or promote human rights in that country as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. To put that in context, indeed, the spokesperson for Foreign Affairs of the Conservative Caucus, Mr. Tony Clement, the former minister, stand up in the House during question period and came with a long list of wrongdoing done by the government of Iran. And then he said, why do you want to engage with Iran, Minister Dion? What do you like in Iran? And I said, I like the people of Iran.
Here, here.
And that's our motivation. How can we help the people of Iran if we are out of Iran? And if we use a friendly country that decided to stay in Iran when we really need to do something, because you know, Italy is the spokesperson for Canada today in Iran. It's quite hypocrite to say, I get out of a country, but I stay through a country that decided to stay. It's completely irrational as a policy. Thanks God that Canada had an embassy at the end of the 1970s to rescue the American hostages in Iran. So, it's not helping the people of Iran, it's not helping Israel, it's not helping our allies, it's not helping Kenyans, families, students, businesses to be out of Iran. Now, how to create a bridge when the bridge has been burnt cannot be done overnight. We have discussions with officials in Iran, step by step, and hopefully we'll have relations with this country, but we'll continue to say to this government of Iran, respect human rights, stop to support terrorist organizations, stop to try to use your nuclear system in order to have a military one. We'll continue to watch you to be sure that it will not be the case. We'll do what our other friendly countries are doing, like United States and Europe. Canada will stop to have an empty chair in Iran, as everywhere in the world where Canada is needed.
Thank you for your question.
Alors,
my apologies to the delegates.
En français,
Sorry, go ahead.
De retour en Iran, OK? Les yeux ouverts, les yeux.
We're back in Iran with open eyes.
Now out of time. We'll take one final question just over here. And again, my apologies, but thank you for your patience. Go ahead with your...
Thank you. My name is Patricia Houston. I'm from Saanich Gulf Islands on Vancouver Island, BC. And my question may be, well, the elephant in the room. It's for Mr. Dion. Mr. Dion, many Canadians consider your decision to sign off on the light armored vehicles to Saudi Arabia as a blight on our Canadian conscience. And we're deeply concerned, and we don't accept the reason that this deal was made by the previous government, thereby must be reinforced by ours. Is there any chance that this decision to sell these armored vehicles can be revoked?
Thank you for the question. The first question we need to ask to ourselves is, in this world where you have weapons, not a world without weapons, would it be better if democracies like Canada were not involved in the trade of arms, only to give it to countries that are not respectable democracies? For the military forces of Canada, they would have to find their equipment through these kind of countries. I think the answer is obviously that we need to have an industry that is selling arms around the world. It's very important. In Canada, it's 7,000 jobs. It's an industry that is very important for our R&D, research and development, and it's good for the world that Canada is there. This being said, we cannot sell it without some rules that respect our national interest, the interests of our allies, and human rights. And this rule is that the Minister of Foreign Affairs has the power to to stop, if you want, to stop the export permits if the military equipment is poorly used regarding the criteria I just mentioned. And Mr. Trudeau asked me to implement this power with a lot of rigor and much more transparency. And by a matter of fact, contrary to the Conservative government, Canada will be part of the Arms Trade Treaty. It's a commitment we have made, and it will happen. We'll be then willing to be well equipped to have a lot of transparency and rigor in the way we monitor these trade deals.
Thank you, Minister. And we are out of time for this session. But I'm very glad that we had the time to take that very important question, so I thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be bold enough to speak in your behalf and just say to the four ministers who are on the stage with me how proud we are, not only as members of this party, but as Canadians, that you hold yourself and represent this country with such grace and intelligence and passion, and we thank you for that. Thank you so much for joining us here as well. We appreciate your answers. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
But you still be my star, baby, 'cause in the dark Check 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 Oh.
Socks up.
Right.
Your socks up.
It's hard. So more liberals are on that. A few more.
Yeah.
See you after.
Alors bonjour tout le monde. S'il vous plaît, si vous voulez prendre place, if you could take your seats. Welcome to the next panel. And climate change action go hand in hand. Bonjour tout le monde. Mon nom c'est Marc Miller, député de Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest.
I'm Marc Miller. I'm Member of Parliament for Ville-Marie, Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs. I have a bit of a connection with Winnipeg because, as you know, Gabrielle Roy came from St. Boniface and she lived in my riding on the literary page in Montreal. So I'm happy to be here with you.
Thanks for coming to the next panel. We have a great group of speakers today that are going to talk about how climate change action and economic growth go hand in hand. As you know, we ran this election on a promise of real change. We will win the next election on delivering real change. À cette fin, nous avons parmi nous
To this end, with us we have four important people in this dossier, in this file. They are ministers, they are devoted members of Parliament, and these people will talk to you about climate change and economic growth.
I sometimes get their ridings names wrong, so I'm going to read off my paper. We have the Honourable Catherine McKenna, MP for Ottawa Centre, Minister for Environment and Climate Change. Jim Carr, Winnipeg's own South Centre and Minister of Natural Resources. Hunter Tutu, MP for Nunavut and Minister of Fisheries. Last but not least, the Honourable Lawrence Macaulay, MP for Cardigan, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. D'abord, cette séance se veut bilingue.
So this meeting is going to be bilingual. We're not going to be translating the questions and repeating questions up here, but there are earphones at the back. Go get the little earphones to get the interpretation. Otherwise, it'll take double the time to do the meeting.
Wants to hear from you during this convention, and that is why we're not going to have a long sort of fireside discussion with me asking questions, but really you guys asking questions. But there are a few rules of the game. I would ask you to keep your questions or statements to about 60 seconds, and then once the question is posed, step away from the microphone out of courtesy to the other people who are going to speak. Obviously, we're going to be talking about climate change, and there may be a few of you here that want to make declarations, and we invite that. In fact, we invite all sorts of discussions on different levels, whether you agree with us or not. But again, out of courtesy to everyone else, I would ask that you state your position, perhaps pose a question, and then step to the side so the next person, again, out of courtesy, can ask their question, and then the question can be answered. So thank you very much. Sans plus tarder, je vais laisser...
Without further delay, I'll give the floor to members and ministers to tell you how they are going to affect this real change.
Welcome to Manitoba and to Winnipeg. It's a pleasure that you're here with us for these next few days. And when I said good night to those 2,000 people who were at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, I said, I'm going home to bed. And that's not something I can say very often in this job. There have been a lot of highlights since we were sworn into cabinet on November the 4th, but I think if I had to choose one, it would be that moment when Minister McKenna and I, at the National Press Gallery in Ottawa, made a joint statement on the rules that affect major energy projects, because it was the first time that the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change had been seen on the same platform saying the same thing at the same time for about 10 years. And the statement really was very simple, that we must grow the economy with an eye on environmental sustainability at the same time, while we meaningfully consult Indigenous people. These are the three legs that will sustain us moving forward. It was a highlight, and ever since then I've been reminded, whether in the House of Commons or doing roundtables across the country from Vancouver to Halifax, that when you put Indigenous leaders, environmental activists, and industry CEOs around the table talking about the same thing at the same time, there is amazing understanding and learning that happens. And we're in the midst of that now. So, in that tradition, I look forward to your questions and your comments over the next hour or so.
Thanks, Jim. Catherine?
Great, thank you. So it's great to be here. My little Winnipeg connection is we have a cabin outside of Flin Flon, Manitoba. Go Google it, Flin Flon. But I'm delighted to be here. This is a really important panel. This is a fundamental policy platform for the government, that climate change, we need to take serious action, but it's also an economic opportunity. And it was a huge honor for me to be in Paris helping to negotiate an ambitious agreement, but I wasn't there alone. And I think this was another first for sure. First of all, we were a government that believed that climate change is real, so that was good. But we also... But we were there with business leaders, we were there with environmentalists, we were there with youth, we were there with the premiers, we were there with Canadians. And the reality is Canadians know that we need to take action on climate change. We're doing town halls across the country. Just did one the other night with Terry Duguid. I don't know, shout out to him. It was amazing. We were completely over capacity. Terry and I were sitting in like the hallway on the floor talking to some very passionate Winnipeggers about what we could do to tackle climate change. And we really see this as a huge opportunity for Canada. I was sitting on a panel with a great Canadian, Mark Carney, used to be the governor of the Bank of Canada, now the governor of Bank of England, and he was talking about the $50 trillion opportunity in China alone. So China needs to spend $50 trillion to find clean solutions, and we can be part of that. I was in Saskatoon just a few days ago, talking to scientists, farmers, researchers, business about how we can reduce emissions in the agricultural sector. Really super smart people, and these are solutions that we can export. So we're certainly going into this with this very positive spirit that, yes, absolutely, we need to act on climate change. There's a moral imperative. I have 3 kids. It's about their future, but also it's an economic opportunity. And we cannot be laggards on this. We unfortunately are going in the wrong direction when it terms of the percentage, our percentage of the clean tech market, but we have really smart entrepreneurs and we have an opportunity to get it back, do more, create great jobs, and also save our planet, and that's what we plan on doing with all of you.
Hunter.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's great to see so many of you out here on a Friday morning. Instead of at work, I bet you everyone's happy about that. My connection here to Manitoba is my dad and my family, they grew up in Churchill, Manitoba. And my grandmother used to live just down the street over here across from the Place Louis. And I spent a lot of time here visiting her and traveling through Winnipeg over the years when I lived in Kivalliq. I'm very pleased to be here, on this topic of, climate change and growing the economy and how everything goes hand in hand. I think, and understanding it. I think in my role with Fisheries and Oceans, we've made this huge investment in science, $197 million. We're hiring 130-some scientists. We need that information in order to understand what's happening to our ecosystems and our oceans in order to be able to give us the information to make sound decisions. And, one thing I've learned since taking office is I've traveled from coast to coast to coast, and whether it be, your commercial fishing industry, recreational fishing industry, aquaculture, environmental groups, oil and gas, every single one of those groups does science. And every single one of those groups want to help and contribute. And, so I think, and all of them that I met with, they're all very happy that, wow, they seem to finally have a government that wants to work with you and understand and know the science. And I think it's important, that we allow that those discussions to get out there to give everybody, Canadians, a better understanding of what's really happening out there. And again, getting back to why we're here, as the Prime Minister said, we want to hear from you and your views, and I look very much forward to that. So thank you for coming, and I'll turn the floor over to my colleague, Mr. Macaulay.
Thanks, Hunter. Lawrence?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think we all have connections right across Western Canada, and I've been elected for a while. I've been elected. In the fall, I'll have spent 28 years in the House of Commons, and it's a great privilege. But I think the reason why that has happened is because I have a great organization, and we try to deal with the issues of the people. And it's such a heartwarming situation to be in at the moment with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the government and how we approach this election. I think one of the biggest things and one of the biggest hands I've gotten was when we indicated we were going to unmuscle scientists in this great nation. And in the department, I've been a farmer before I decided I was going to work for you, and you decided you'd hire me. But I understand some of the agricultural sector, but of course it's a massive. I really didn't realize what I was getting into when I became Minister of Agriculture. It's big, to say the least. And it covers right from Prince Edward Island to Vancouver Island, and there's a lot of issues. But what you find out is that you have to invest in the environment. You have to have the proper scientists. You have to have the proper investment in our laboratories. For a small example, just to use the proper fertilizers, just to find out what plants will consume and what they will not consume, how much fertilizer you should put on. That also all has a great effect to the environment, but it also has a big effect on the bottom line for the people being involved in the agricultural sector. And having been there, I know what a ton of fertilizer costs and what it is. So it's so important that it's used properly. So I believe, for me anyhow, I've been around a long time, but it's been a massive privilege to walk up to Rideau Hall with Justin Trudeau with the policies that we indicated in the platform that no doubt all of you helped put in place, and I thank you for that, and it's a privilege to be here in Winnipeg. I look forward to your questions.
So we'll open the floor to questions. So from left to right, simply alternating left to right.
To the extent possible, I'd like you to identify yourselves as well and let us know your riding name if you're representing one so we can know. Anyway, thank you, ma'am, on the left, please.
Marianne Wilkinson. I'm from Canada Carleton in the City of Ottawa, and I'm also a City of Ottawa councillor. I wanted to say we at the City of Ottawa have a policy to try to get things that we don't create. We can't make climate change by ourselves. We have to have the public involved. And next week, the city is going to be joining with a lot of community groups in Ottawa to form a 613 group on climate change and getting rid of CO2. But what we need, I think, to make that happen effectively is really a toolbox of what we can do to bring in all the businesses and things that do create, and individuals that can do so much, because we have to work collectively. It can't be done by a city or the federal government alone. And so, Catherine, I know I was at your first tool session, which was a lively one too. Have you working to get that sort of toolkit together that we can use to make sure that everybody across every city and every province works together to, in fact, make real change?
Thanks, Marianne.
So thank you, Marianne. An awesome female councillor in Ottawa. So I totally agree with you. I mean, the only way we're going to be able to get serious action on climate change is if everyone feels that they're part of the solution, that they feel that there are actual real opportunities, that it's not too big, it's not, something that that we can't find solutions for, and there are solutions out there. So it's great to see City of Ottawa stepping up. I'm encouraging all cities to actually come up with a climate target and actually figure out how they can reduce emissions. We're working with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. But we are looking at how do we provide very concrete examples of actions that businesses can take. A lot of small businesses want to be part of the solution. They're just not entirely sure what that might look like. And also individuals. So we'll be providing that soon. Because really, everyone wants to be doing things, but sometimes it's just hard to figure out what are the little things that we can do that will actually make the big changes that we need. So thanks for that, and we will be doing that, and I'm happy to talk to you more.
Sir.
Sure. Hello. My name's David Philpott. I'm from Markham-Stouffville. The question I have is that I think we can all agree that the future we see for Canada is one that does not include non-renewable sources of energy. But one of the criticisms of renewable sources of energy is they lack the sheer scale and reliability that fossil fuels provide. So my question, part one of my question to the ministers is, what will fill that gap? And the part two to my question, which kind of leads into the first, is I'm a strong advocate for nuclear energy. But when speaking with Paul Wells of Maclean's magazine, he seemed to be of the opinion that nuclear energy was not in the mindset of this new government, that they are neither for nor against. But I kind of want to put you guys on the spot right now and ask you what your views are on nuclear power in Canada and whether it can be part of that complex network of energy that we have in their clean future. Thank you.
Jim? Jim?
That's a complicated set of questions. So you want answers to the future of nuclear power in Canada, the transition between fossil fuels and renewables, and how we're going to manage all of that change. Here's a question for everybody. I'm very curious to know what your answers might be. What percentage of the generation of electricity in Ontario do you think is nuclear? Come on, just tell me. What do you think it is?
50%.
60.
That's 60.
60. That shocks people. And did you know that the Ontario government is spending $15 billion on a reclamation of one of the projects there, and there are more to come. So yes, you're right. A discussion of the potential of nuclear power in Canada is important as we look at generational mixes and how we'll be looking at Canada's energy prospects over the next 50 years. On the transition, most people agree, not everybody, that the transition is going to take some time. We can have a debate about how much time. Will it be 5 years, 20, or 40? But we are in transition. And the way in which the government is investing in that transition is through renewable sources of energy, through energy efficiencies, through, in my own department, creating energy vehicle charging stations across the country, ways in which we can demonstrably show that we're both incenting the private sector and taking leadership as a government. Many people will tell you that natural gas is among the transitional fuels. So those are summary and highlight points to a series of complicated questions, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to continue this over the next 4 years, 8, and maybe 12.
Thank you. And please.
Thank you. My name is Beatrice Getuba. I'm the MP in waiting from the great riding of St. Albert, Edmonton, in Alberta. And one of my responsibilities is to hold the government and the Liberal Party accountable to the West, Canada West. And so I just want to say thank you for the support of the ongoing fire at Fort Mac. Thank you for the country coming together, and we felt the love. And now, as we discuss the issue of climate change and the future, I'm wondering what is the government's strategy in speaking to the West, especially Alberta, tangibly about the protection of our future, because the tar sands is our source of livelihood. And in what you bring, the renewable energy, how are you going to speak to us so that we understand that you do have our interests at heart? The rest of the country can speak because it's leisurely. For us, it's not. It's real. As an accountant, my clients are both Aboriginal people and small businesses. And so I understand what the fallen oil prices have done and the scare that I see on the faces of my clients. So what is the strategy to speak to us audibly and clearly and convincingly that you care about us?
Thank you, Beatrice. Jim? Catherine?
Go ahead.
So the way we're going to move forward on this is in discussions with provinces. So I spent a lot of time in Alberta. I spent a lot of time talking with Shannon Phillips, my amazing counterpart, the Minister of the Environment in Alberta. They just announced the implementation of the climate plan earlier this week. They are taking concrete measures to tackle climate change. So just in case you don't know this and how this is a real change. The government, the NDP government there, has put a cap on emissions from the oil sands, is introducing a price on carbon, and is really committed to serious action. They're phasing out coal. But at the same time, you know, she's a strong advocate for natural resources. The transition is not going to happen overnight. We can't have a situation where people can't put food on the table. Domestic violence is up. Food bank usage is up. Now you have the fires in Fort McMurray. So we need to be very thoughtful about how we do this, and we need to be working in partnership. And so the way we're going to do this is we're going to go province by province to understand what is the energy mix, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and what role can the federal government play in partnership with provinces, you know, in a very practical way to support the action they're trying to do. And we're having those conversations, my job is to report back in the fall to the Prime Minister. Her job is to report back to her Premier and talk about how we're going to move forward. And there's no doubt we're going to move forward in tackling climate change, but we have to also be making the case to people that are worried. They're worried about action on climate change. What does this mean? Does this mean I don't have a job? What's clean tech? This clean tech, it's not a job, you know, a lot of people think that's not a job they're ever going to have. So we need to be practical and we need to be working in partnership, and we also need to have business at the table. And so when you saw the Alberta government announce their climate plan, they had Indigenous leaders there, they had environmentalists, they had business. And that is how we're going to move forward, and it's very, very practical. So I can assure you that we are very aware of the situation in Alberta, and we are working very closely with the government.
Thank you. Sir, please.
Hi, I'm Sebastian Leonard from Calgary Signal Hill. I just wanted to comment on the fertilizer efficiency. Maybe we can make an equitable solution to enforce crop rotation for the different farmers, so that way they would be able to revitalize their soils without the use of fertilizers. Beyond that, I'm going to ask a loaded question because I'm going to imply a couple solutions. My question is about are we moving forward in technologies and trying to reach other nations in contribution to innovation solutions and innovation initiatives? For instance, we did contract towards the SENA Large Hadron Collider. Perhaps we're doing something along those lines towards sustainability. Also, are we moving our markets forward? In other words, industrial overhaul of being able to move into these clean tech technologies on an industrial level, so that instead of having a belly-up oil and gas market, which is becoming an archaic economic solution, are we moving forward in an industrial level to be able to manipulate the labor market in ways that'll move us away from oil and gas?
Thank you. Lawrence, you want to say a few words on fertilizers and maybe...
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your question. And number one, of course, on the fertilizer issue, what we have to do is have the proper equipment in the labs so that we can have the proper information relayed to the farmers. Being a farmer, I understand quite well how we can waste fertilizers and how damaging it is to the economy. And on dealing with agricultural issues on a world basis, yes, we do. I was at the OECD, and I'm going to the G7 meetings, and I can tell you that the world is concerned about the environment. Thank God for a change. The world is concerned about the environment and how we handle it, and that we have a place to live. And when you sit around these tables, you find people from all over the world that are truly, truly concerned that we're going to have a place to live. And your question is excellent and timely, I can tell you that, because I can assure you this government and governments around the world are so pleased that Canada is now so involved on the environmental issue in agriculture and other issues worldwide. Thank you very much. You want to expand, Catherine?
I'll just say very, very quickly. So Canada in Paris, the Prime Minister announced that we are going to be spending $2.65 billion to support developing countries to help them adapt to the challenges of climate change and also mitigate emissions. Ministre Bibeau, je ne sais pas où elle est, elle travaille vraiment fort sur ce dossier.
I don't know where Minister Bibeau is. She's working on this. It's going to be a very important file.
Minister signed Mission Innovation with another 19 heads of state from around the world that commits Canada to doubling its investment in clean tech R&D over 5 years. So that is a tangible way of this government saying that we're serious about innovation, particularly green innovation.
I think it's so important, too, when you look at what the scientists, what our experimental stations in the agricultural field is doing, like fall fallow. Like they cut the certain type of wheat down, it's not baled, there's no gas or tractors used. The cattle graze on this for the winter. I viewed this in Alberta. Being a farmer, it was so, well, you save money. The farmer saves money and it saves the economy. Methane gas in the manure. That we will hopefully, and I'm sure Catherine would agree, that we're going to capture this gas and use it just to make sure that, again, the agricultural sector is and will be a big player in the environment in this, around the world.
Thanks, Lawrence. Sir?
Good morning. My name is Rob Botterill. I live in Saanich Gulf Islands, so I'm looking forward to a day in the not-too-distant future where we have a Liberal taking over from Elizabeth May for 8, 10, or 12 years. I'm with you, Jim. The point I want to make this morning is that, and you've all mentioned it, how important it is to build Indigenous leaders and an Indigenous perspective into tackling climate change and growing the economy in a manner that meshes with climate change solutions. On the Trans Mountain Kinder Morgan pipeline, you've recently appointed a panel, which I think is a really good way to work through the legacy of previous approaches on a short-term basis. And so I'm wondering, in relation to other major projects and the issuance of permits, Site C Dam is an example, whether Minister Tutu or your government would consider some mechanism like that to work through those issues that are your decision in the short term. The long term looks really good, but in the short term, I got a lot of explaining to do in Saanich Gulf Islands. So if you can offer some thought there, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're looking for 338 ridings being read next time.
Okay.
But that said, Miss May keeps our feet to the fire, and she's one of the best parliamentarians of her generation, and we really appreciate her on our side. I'll leave the question to Hunter.
Well, but we don't want to dissuade you from running.
Yeah, right, please. Send me the link.
Well, I think, when it comes to environmental projects, I mean, everyone knows one of the mandates I have is to restore lost protections in the Fisheries Act and incorporate modern safeguards in it as well. We take that seriously. We're in a process right now, hopefully very soon, to be able to outline how we're gonna do that. But when you talk about Indigenous knowledge, I've traveled from coast to coast to coast, and in case you haven't noticed, I am Indigenous.
What?
Yeah.
Half Indigenous.
Yeah. But, to me, and I've said it over and over again, to me, is like traditional knowledge is science. And it can only help complement Western science to make it better. If you look at, you take information from people that have survived off the land for thousands of years, who better to notice these little changes and things that are happening? And you know, I've heard, like I said, I've heard that from coast to coast to coast. I was extremely proud, and I still just get goosebumps thinking about when we went to Washington, and the Washington Declaration come out where it actually states that, you know, traditional knowledge will be incorporated and taken into account in the decision making, and looks at the effects of climate change and science. You know, I think that's a huge, huge win, or a recognition of tapping into a knowledge that has been there for thousands of years, and it can only help improve our decision making.
Great.
Just a very quick comment. Catherine and I have been charged by the Prime Minister to permanently reform the environmental assessment system in Canada. And Catherine will be in charge of the Environmental Assessment Agency, and we, the National Energy Board. And we will be asking you and everybody in the room and beyond their opinion of a permanent fix to a process that has really strained the credibility of the country. So keep thinking and keep talking.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
This is one of my delegates, Tom, under 60.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mark. I'm very proud to be from Ville-Marie, downtown Montreal. My point and my question is basically on building codes. As everybody know, or most people know in this room, one of the biggest generators of greenhouse gases are our homes, our apartments, and our industrial buildings. And one of the things that I found out recently in our arrondissement in Montreal is that our building codes are decades behind best practices compared to, say, Western Europe. So consequently, my point is that every single day in every one of our ridings in Canada, there are new homes going up, there are new condos and new office towers and new industrial buildings that are going to sit there for 50 to 100 years, and they don't even meet codes of European standards of 20 and 25 years ago. So the point I'd like to bring up is that in talking to the people in Montreal, they said, well, who's going to pay for this? Speaking to some of my European friends in Denmark and in Germany, they told me that their governments insisted on best practices, but they gave the people, through their version of CMHC and different programs that they have, they gave them the financing immediately to put in best practices on long-term subsidized mortgage rates. So my point is have you taken a look at ways that we can do something very quickly to modernize our building codes, which are provincial and municipal in nature, and give them the money and therefore pin the tail on the donkey that in order to get the money and build properly, that we will put in a system as soon as possible for them to move quickly.
Tom, Jim, Catherine.
You're absolutely right, and it offers the biggest pool of opportunity immediately. And if you have a good look at Minister Sohi's infrastructure investment plan and the retrofit of old buildings, that's going to be very much a part of it. There are investments in budget 2016. So if you combine the potential there, along with electric vehicles, we could have a substantial head start on what we need to do, and you've articulated it beautifully. We hear you. Thank you.
I believe it's fair to say, too, that it gives us a great opportunity. As we've indicated, we want to work provincially and municipally, and this gives us a great opportunity to do that.
I'll just say one thing. So I spend a lot of time thinking about how we're reducing emissions in all sorts of buckets. You're absolutely right. Buildings, homes, we need to be doing better. And I was just visiting social housing in Ottawa. It's built to the passive standard. And we should be, when we invest in social housing, for example, we should be ensuring that this is the best, most sustainable housing, because not just because it's good and it reduces emissions, but it makes economic sense and it reduces the cost to people who don't have the money, to spend a huge percentage on fuel. So there's a huge opportunity, and it's a great example of how the economy and the environment go together. If we spend money, we invest money in housing, in social infrastructure that's more energy efficient, lowering costs. It also creates jobs in the short term. So I think it's a win-win, and it's something that we're looking very seriously at.
Thank you. The gentleman on the left.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Richler, and I'm here from Eglinton Lawrence. My question is about the carbon tax. I'm certainly very much in favor of it, and certainly long overdue. We need a carbon tax. Anyone will tell you that you want to tax consumption and you want to tax that which you want less of, i.e. pollution. I guess the concern that's expressed by a lot of people in the general population is their sense that they get taxed and the purpose that the money's set to go for, in this case, mitigation strategies or possibly even further tax cuts, that doesn't get meted out and it just goes into like general coffers. So I guess my question is, favoring the carbon tax as I do, what kind of assurances or plans does the government have to show that the money will go to obviously to mitigation strategies or to infrastructure, green technology, and possible either further tax cuts or something to reduce the deficit more quickly?
Thank you, sir. Second best MP in the country after me, Marco Mendicino. Catherine?
I love talking about carbon pricing. So I should distinguish. The reason I'm not using tax, I actually just got asked this, is because there's different models. There is a carbon tax. So BC, Alberta have a carbon tax. BC's is revenue neutral, so they actually pass it back, the revenues back on to consumers. And then you have cap and trade. Quebec has a cap and trade program with California. Ontario's joining. And that means actually, just so people realize that this isn't pie in the sky, 80% of Canadians will live in a jurisdiction where there's a price on carbon. Really, though, we need to recognize we're in a federation. And provinces are going to have different approaches and different solutions. So while we are committed to a price on carbon across the country, I think that really we need to be working with provincial governments. They need to look at what is the mix that makes sense in their own context, and what is the way that is going to be most acceptable to the people they're accountable to. So I think that there are different strategies. What I'm really working on is getting everyone on board that this is the most efficient way to reduce emissions and to foster innovation. And what I'm thrilled about is a few weeks ago, the Mining Association of Canada, which represents the largest, some of the largest energy companies, have come out in favor of a price on carbon. They have said, we want this, but we want to have certainty, and we want to have a price across the country so that it's not differences between jurisdictions. And as you said, why do we do this? Because we want to price what we don't want, pollution. And what do we want? We want to foster innovation. And I think there are different models, but I think that the good news is a consensus is developing, even amongst conservatives, that this is the way to go.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you. My name is Garth Goodhue, and I'm from North Bay, Ontario. And I mention my hometown because the big issue is the proposed Energy East pipeline. The current pipeline actually goes under part of Trout Lake, which is our sole source of drinking water. I was at a recent meeting in North Bay that was held by the local anti-pipeline group and the Council of Canadians. All the arguments against what may happen were quite predictable. There was a large group in the audience who are reasonable people and who honestly hope that you can grow Canada's economy and at the same time deal with climate change action. There's one issue that really, really is a puzzle to me, and I would say a puzzle to a lot of rational people, and that is attempting to reconcile Canada fulfilling its international and national commitments to climate change, but at the same time building pipelines that will contain bitumen traveling across Canada and overseas. So my question is, how do we, like those of us who want to realize economic growth and a responsible approach towards climate change, how do we reconcile those two things?
Thank you, Jim.
We have to, it's a question that we deal with every day in the House of Commons, and certainly in my office. But we have to reconcile different interests all the time in government. And the way we've chosen to do this is to establish a process where Canadians will all give us their perspective across a significant period of time to try to reconcile exactly what you have set out as the major dilemma that we all face. and that is to find a way to transition from a fossil fuel economy to renewable sources of energy in a way that our economy can handle. We have to realize that these resources are going to move one way or another. So then you begin to talk about the way in which it ought to move most safely. You talk about the pace at which it can move most sustainably. And ultimately, throughout all the complexity and all of the difficulty of this issue, we are going to have to decide. We have told Canadians the criteria we will use to make the decision. We have asked Canadians to give us their view of how they think that decision ought to be framed. We've given Canadians a timetable. In the case of Kinder Morgan, it's December the 19th. In the case of Energy East, it's the fall of 2018. All of that will be in front of Canadians. We will make a decision for which we will be held accountable.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Houston. I'm also from the riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, that held by Elizabeth May.
Are you running for the nomination?
I just wanted also to acknowledge that she's made it a little more difficult for us to unseat her due to her principal stand recently, a week or two ago in the House of Commons. However, I also live on the Pacific coast, that magnificent, vulnerable Pacific coast. And I'm not going to mention pipelines, but I am going to mention tankers carrying oil. And my question is not just a question, it's a plea. Will you promise us never to send oil-bearing tankers down the Douglas Channel, that perilous, narrow channel, bearing oil, and so that we may never have an oil spill on our beautiful, magnificent coast?
Thank you, Hunter.
Well, as you know, again, in my mandate letter to work with Minister Garneau, the Minister of Transportation, on the tanker ban, and that's something that we are moving forward on. There's going to be some, I understand he's arranged some consultations to take place to hear on how to best move forward with that. And then based on that feedback, and that's, you know, again, one thing that all of us in Cabinet have been told is, you know, we want to get out there, we need to listen and hear what people have to say and what they want, and then based on that input and that feedback that we get, then we'll develop the best option. But there will be a thorough consultation process that will be outlined and we'll follow, and we're looking forward to hearing everyone's views on it, and then move forward on the best plan based on that input.
Marine safety is a huge issue. And the Government of Canada has a responsibility to demonstrate to Canadians that we're doing everything that is conceivably possible to ensure that safety and response time. So I understand where you're coming from, and so do most Canadians. And you should know that it's right at the top of our agenda.
Thank you. We have about 15 minutes left, and if you look behind you, if you're at the microphone, there's about 10, 15 people left. So we'll try and do it as quickly as possible, but bear in mind, again, we only have 15 minutes left. On the right, here, please.
Hi, my name is Jules. I'm from Winnipeg South. My question is regarding organic farming. It's been proven in many studies that over the long run, it's more beneficial and more bountiful than, I guess, conventional farming, which uses tons of pesticides and GMO crops. Are there any initiatives for Canadian farmers to switch to organic methods?
Thank you, Lawrence.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, there are a lot of Canadians shifting to organic farming, and there's a great market for organic products. Right across this country, I see it. And of course, the government supports organic farming, and it's good for the environment, and you use less pesticides, basically everything that we're trying to do. But we also realize there's other types of farming and on the large scale, and that's why we have to make sure that we have the scientific capacity to make sure that we use the proper chemicals when you do. In the environmental farming, you're not using the chemicals, but I understand exactly what you're saying, but in both areas we fully support, and we're going to make sure to the best of the government's ability that our scientists have the proper equipment in their labs to evaluate what should be used or what plants will absorb from chemicals, and also support your type of farming, which and I can assure you we do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mark Pizzaro. I'm from North Vancouver. And I'd just like to acknowledge you and all of your colleagues for the thoughtful, balanced, respectful way that you're listening to us and running our country. Thank you. My question is this. There was a very interesting booklet written in 2004, authored by David Boyd, who was with the Suzuki Foundation at the time, called Sustainability Within a Generation, and where he outlined a blueprint to basically take Canada where we want to go by 2030. It's now 2016. As far as I know, we still don't have such a blueprint. And I'm just wondering if our government, you guys are part of running, are we developing such a plan, a long-term plan with a 25-year perspective? If so, could you say a little bit about it? If not, I would respectfully suggest that perhaps we should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine.
So good news, we are developing the plan, working really hard on this. This came out, in the Paris Agreement, we committed to, meeting or exceeding our target, which is reducing emissions by 30% from 2005 levels by 2030. So, we're figuring that out right now, and I encourage everyone to play into this process. We're encouraging all MPs to have town halls so we can hear from Canadians, but everyone, whether you're a kid or an expert, we're saying put your solutions online through our online portal. Solutions that are in specific areas will go to working groups. So we have working groups that are set up with the provinces in 4 areas. So mitigation, how do we reduce emissions across all sectors? And there's sub-sectors like agriculture and buildings and housing. So we're getting very expert advice there. Adaptation, how do we adapt to the impacts of climate change? We're seeing flooding, fires. Prince Edward Island is shrinking by 43 centimeters a year, and we know permafrost is melting, having a huge impact on the Inuit. Third is clean jobs, innovation and growth, and the fourth is carbon pricing. We are reporting back in the fall to the Prime Minister with the plan. So that's a 2030 plan. But when we had the state visit, we agreed with the U.S. that we need to have we have to have a plan for a longer-term plan for 2050. And I absolutely agree with you. This is not going to happen if we don't have a plan. And people always say to me, well, that's our target. And I said, well, let's figure out how ambitious we can be by figuring out how do we actually go forward and reduce emissions. And so this is what we're going through. We're hearing from Canadians, we're hearing from experts, and you will see it outlined in the fall. And I encourage all of you to get out there, talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors. I make kids do pinky promises and get their parents to play into this, because we really need everyone to be on board and to believe that we need to take action, and to push us as a government, to push politicians to be serious about how are we going to move forward in a way that grows our economy but also tackles climate change.
Thank you. Microphone on the right.
I'm Cynthia Block, Saskatoon University. I come from a province, obviously, that has benefited greatly from the fossil fuel industry. I also happen to be a daughter of a farm family. As such, the climate issue concerns me greatly, and I have studied it probably more than the average person who isn't actually a scientist. But it concerns me when we talk about the win-win aspect, and we want to have inclusion from so many different people to offer solutions. While commendable on so many levels, I wonder if we're actually always talking apples to apples, that people's understanding of where we're at and what needs to be accomplished to get to 2 degrees, to get under 2 degrees C, is a very big task. From what I can tell, whether it's technology or renewables or nuclear, there isn't enough time or money to get everything to scale to be able to keep under 2 degrees C. So I guess I would have 2 points. Number one, it would be really great if the Government of Canada could make the math really, really clear about what the challenges are, so that when we offer solutions, we can actually look at what that means. So many people who talk about nuclear or other things that can supply energy, they're talking about electricity and not power, and we have a lot bigger challenge around the power part of it. And I guess the second part is that once we know what that math is, if we could continue to be transparent with Canadians, that we may have to make some sacrifices.
Thank you.
So look, I totally agree with you in the sense that we have a huge challenge, but sometimes I worry that we preach the converted, that we already have everyone here who believes in climate change is real. Okay. Any deniers, I'll see you out afterwards. But not everyone is there. So I think that we do have to have this conversation. You look what's going on in other countries where you have environmentalists, and then you have everyone else who's like, well, other people saying like, we're not going to take any action. We don't believe it's real. So I think we need to bring Canadians on board. So it is important to have these discussions in these town halls. But yes, the rubber's got to hit the road, and we have to take serious action. And we all know that. So we got a great, ambitious agreement in Paris. That was awesome, 195 countries getting together. But the plans there don't get us below 2 degrees. We know that. We're very transparent, actually. At Environment and Climate Change Canada, I have amazing public servants. We put up where our emissions profile is. We're going up, not down. That's what happens when you don't take serious action for a decade. You go in the wrong direction. But there are lots of pieces to this. So we're going to go and we're going to take serious action, and you're going to see the plan in the fall, and we're having great discussions about ways we can do this, and carbon pricing is certainly part of it because it fosters the kind of behavioral changes that we need. But we're going to have to improve on what we do as well, and innovation is going to play a big part in this. We're talking about mission innovation, where we're doubling our investment, R&D and clean tech. And so, I think that I think we do have to have a discussion, but we can't just go and have a discussion with the converted, because that means I won't be able to do my job. I have to be an economic minister as well. I'm actually going to China on a trade mission with a trade minister. It'll be the first time we've ever done this, so we can export our clean solutions, because I think that's the way we're going to get Canadians believing there's an opportunity. And someone asked me, well, what's it going to cost? It's going to cost Canadians so much. And I say, okay, what's the cost of inaction? The Parliamentary Budget Officer said $1 billion we spent in the past years on impacts of climate change. You know what? That is only going to increase drastically. What is the cost to the Inuit? When it's not just an inconvenience, climate change, it actually means that their whole way of life is threatened. Those are costs that we need to be thinking about when we talk about what is the cost of action, because I think the cost of inaction is so much greater, and that we need to move forward, but we need to bring everyone on board. I mean, we're not going to get everyone there agreeing on everything, but we need everyone to believe that this is important, and this is why I spent all my time saying this is not a partisan issue. I was just in Saskatchewan. I went to see carbon capture and storage. That's an innovative potential solution. I met with researchers, scientists in the agricultural sector, where they're doing amazing things. We can export that science to developing countries that are going to have to deal with very serious droughts. So I think there's a huge opportunity, but I'm a realist in life, and I want to bring as many people along with us, and that's really important, the way we talk about it.
And Jim, briefly, yeah.
Just to add another thought in response to the expression win-win. Every day in the House of Commons, I take questions on energy projects from 4 different points of view: the Conservatives, the New Democrats, the Bloc, and Elizabeth May. And no single answer is going to satisfy all 4 of those perspectives, not to mention our own. The reality of governing and of politics is that you make tough decisions that won't satisfy all the people. Courageous politicians who look generationally at what's best for the country, I think, are the ones we want, and I hope the ones you've elected.
Thank you. We have time for a couple more questions. Again, the ministers will be on the floor for the rest of the convention. I'd encourage you to approach them with your questions, but perhaps we have two or three more questions. Ma'am.
Oui, bonjour, je m'appelle Huguette, je viens...
My name is Huguette, and I'm coming from Ottawa, Orléans, in Ontario, and here is my question. Since we want to promote economic growth, and if we look at economic growth in Canada, and if we want to secure a cleaner future, this entails the creation of partnership, geopolitical partnerships, that is, with our close neighbors. I'm referring to NAFTA countries and referring to a number of small countries which are always treated as a secondary partner in our policies, such as the Caribbean countries.
And Latin America. So my question is, how is Canada looking at that partnership with those countries to fight climate change? Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. You have a very good member of Parliament, Andrew Leslie. It's clear we have to work all together. And in Paris, we were there in '95. Countries are working together. As I said, we put up $2.65 billion for developing countries. We said that we have to support those countries that are the poorest, and also projects that will help women, because we know that women in the poorer communities are the most affected. But that's why we're doing that. I had a meeting with the USA and my colleagues there to discuss how we're going to come up with a North American strategy, but also I'm going to COP22, where we'll be talking to all the countries of the world, because it's not just Canada. We're all together in this. Thank you. We get one last question. Thank you.
Vancouver, Sea to Sky, Sunshine Coast, and to speak about Howe Sound. I feel that I speak on behalf of the peoples of Howe Sound as a former 17-year, 5 terms as mayor in the region, and as a person who brought together Howe Sound at the end of the 90s in opposition to the LNG at that time, came to know the peoples and the culture of Howe Sound. Our heart is broken and bleeding with the decision to permit wood fiber LNG export. We hope that our energies turn to Minister Tutu and Minister Garneau as the Minister of Transport to understand that we have worked for decades on the productive, intelligent, careful cleanup of Howe Sound. As formerly as mayor and envisioner and charter chair of the Howe Sound Community Forum and signatory to both the principles of cooperation for the peoples of Howe Sound, including the First Nations, we hope and we pull your heart to ours in recognizing that the design for the wood fiber LNG is the only single cycle design for water expulsion into Howe Sound in all of British Columbia, outlawed in the United States, requiring replacement. It will harm the herring.
If you want an answer, you should pose a question now or finish.
I will say this, is that 9,980 responses were received by the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency by March 1st, with only 3 weeks to do that. 83 of those were in favor of this project, and the rest were opposed. Most of the opposed addressed the science, and most of the in favor did not address the science. And so I'm hoping that collectively we can move forward to not increase emissions. It was about GHG emissions and the upstream impacts. And we must say that the minister made a decision between March 1st and March 18th.
If you could just wrap up, the session is ended. You've had 3 minutes.
Thank you, but we have to.
I would encourage you to pose the question
earlier,
to Mr.
just excuse me, to the earlier speakers. Canada, British Columbia, and Howe Sound are waiting for the spotlight to be shone on courageous decision-making, on real change requiring really changing. And we must really change our decisions because LNG is not clean energy. Ask Tertzakian, ask Fortis, ask the oil and gas industry. It is not clean energy. They don't use the term clean energy, but to the agricultural minister, they deliver 2% renewable clean energy, and it is with agricultural capture and biomass. So I ask and implore, our government to understand that CanRoot has just met with 44 or 45 NGOs in British Columbia to discuss this matter. And I'm coming as the bird and the canary in the mine shaft.
I'll answer that. So
okay,
I'll just very quickly. Look, we make decisions based on science and evidence. You've got an amazing member of parliament. She has been an amazing advocate, Pam Goldsmith, who's been working very hard on this issue. There are a number of conditions on this project, and the permits will not go forward unless the conditions are met. And so we hear you on this, and we're certainly going to be watching this project very closely.
Thank you very much. Merci tout le monde. Et si vous regardez derrière vous.
Thank you, everyone. If you look behind you, you can see the room is full. Climate change is not a small thing. People are here.
Fierce members of Parliament and advocates for their ridings for showing up and answering your questions. And we'll be here all weekend, so feel free to approach us freely. We're here to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Hear me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so right as we dance by the moonlight. Can't you see? You're my delight. Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes.
into your eyes, I see the sunrise. The light behind your face helps me realize. We'll be sleeping sometimes, love, until the moon shines. Maybe the next time I'll be yours and maybe you'll be mine. I don't know if it's even in your mind at all. Could be me at this moment in time. Is it in your mind at all? Should be me. Could be me. Forever.
Well, welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you finding Winnipeg? Good stuff. I'd just like to take a moment for a very, very important housekeeping item. We are, to put it simply, a victim of our success. We have brought together so many Liberals for this convention that we have had to make special arrangements for 2 sessions tomorrow. For the Prime Minister's address, we will be removing chairs to allow for maximum space, and for those who attended recent campaign rallies, well, you'll also remember standing for the leader. It will be a similar experience this time. We will, however, still be providing priority seating for those who may need it, and we'd ask that you be very considerate of your fellow Liberals' requirements. For the constitutional plenary, also an important item, we are hoping to be able to provide chairs for all those attending, and therefore, we have reserved a second room so that we can properly accommodate all delegates and ensure every vote is counted. Every one of your votes is important. Therefore, we will be using the Winnipeg 2 room as an additional room during the constitutional session, and it will be connected to the plenary room through a live feed. We'll repeat this again, but thank you so much for your attention on that matter. And now over to my fellow co-chair, Mira Ahmad.
Welcome back, everyone. As we begin a busy afternoon, we wanted to start things off with a boost of inspiration for all of those who worked so hard on the ground during the past campaign. And I'm thinking that's everybody in this room right now. Without further ado, take a look at this short video that tells the story of our hope and hard work. Mesdames et messieurs, sans plus, voici une courte vidéo qui montre tout.
Without further ado, here's a video showing you everything that can be done thanks to hope and hard work.
Probably the best moment, not the best moment, but a remarkable moment was at the very beginning of the campaign. It was showtime. The lights were on and we were asked to host a campaign event. And it was just great to see all the volunteers kick into action, and it made it a huge success. It was a great event.
Le nombre de personnes qui sont venues sans qu'ils soient directement sollicités.
Sorry, it's impossible to interpret this video. There's too much noise.
De toutes les origines, ça a été vraiment un moment où je me suis dit, mon Dieu, on est en train de rassembler tellement de gens aux parcours variés dans cette campagne-là. Ça m'a vraiment beaucoup touché.
The platform was launched in the riding of Waterloo, and we saw people from all walks of life come together.
And he came to the Columbus Center, which is one of the cultural hearts in my riding.
It's hard not to think of that first debate.
There was a lot of excitement and nervousness around this being his first leaders' debate.
We were really able to slam the door shut on this idea of Justin Trudeau not being ready. And then the other big one, I mean, for anybody who worked on this campaign, that big rally that we did in Brampton.
I don't think that it is possible to describe what it felt like to be in that room, other than to say that the ad that came out of that rally came pretty darn close to describing it.
I think one of the most daunting and yet exciting challenges of this campaign was actually the lead up to it, where we had a huge task in building a field organization of a really new kind in Canada to connect with Canadians on their terms, on their doorsteps, and in millions of phone calls as well. And the dividends of that were remarkable. Canadians took up an involvement in Justin Trudeau's campaign and made it a movement.
The party was very accessible, and if you had a good idea and you were prepared to contribute and work hard, you were welcome to take on a role of significant responsibility.
I think one of the challenges that we still talk about is how long the campaign was.
The first day of the election, I was wearing shorts and sandals, and the last day of the election, I was wearing a winter coat. And it's very easy during an election campaign to chase whatever shiny object has emerged in a given day.
78 days was an extraordinarily long campaign. And Katie and I and the team built a campaign plan that depended on the leader being excellent, and he was.
Maintaining that discipline, maintaining that focus, that's hard to do over 78 days, but we were able to do it.
I can tell you that in the first month of the campaign, the attack ads were resonating big time. I would knock on a door and people would say to me, you know, I really, really hate the attack ads. But do you think he's ready?
The good thing about the ad that they were running was we knew it wasn't true. People wanted Justin Trudeau to do well. And we also knew that he was ready for this job. And the response was the Ready ad in Major Hill Park.
Tous les gens qu'on a approchés, on a toujours senti que les gens avaient le goût d'embarquer dans le mouvement que Justin Trudeau avait créé. Et le résultat de la campagne électorale a été, d'une certaine façon, une surprise, mais pas tant que ça.
In my riding in Edmonton Centre, it was really a big change after Thanksgiving long weekend. And when we were able to start swapping signs on people's lawns, because they said, okay, we thought we were going one way, but we're actually with you, the Liberals now, and you as a person, then I thought we were tracking, but honestly, we took nothing for granted.
You know, there was a lot of ups and downs. It was a roller coaster. There was a lot of hard work.
We would do weekly conference calls with our candidates and campaign managers. And I would say about 3/4 of the way through the campaign, the questions stopped. Everyone knew what to do. Everyone knew exactly what their job was.
You could feel it when you went door to door. When I had people that came up to me and said, Goody, I voted Conservative all my life, but, you know, I'm voting for you.
I hit a house about 2 blocks away from mine, knocked the door, owner comes to the door, and he looks at me just as this. He goes, this is the 5th time. All right, you got me. I wasn't with you the first time you came to the door, but I'm now voting for you. Just make sure you represent us well in Ottawa. You are relentless, and that's how you got my vote.
In that magical last week of the campaign, we had identified 40 ridings that we thought would be the difference between a minority and a majority government. And we went to 40 ridings in 8 days, and we won 39 of them.
I think Canadians were ready to believe in government again, to believe in politics, and they were inspired by a government that wants to make Canada better, a government that believes and trusts Canadians and shares their values.
Le grand défi, ça a été d'avoir les gens là, qui soient sur le terrain, faire du porte-à-porte, faire le pointage, faire les appels, rentrer les données dans le libéralisme. Et aller collecter des données durant le mois de juillet, le mois d'août, c'est pas facile, mais la beauté et la force de l'équipe et du mouvement qu'on a réussi à créer, c'est que les gens l'ont fait.
There was also an incredible platform with incredible ideas. Ideas that meant something to real people, that they were tangible ideas, that every day people could say, you know, that's something that's actually going to help me this week and next month. And so it made it concrete for people, and I think that was a big driver of the campaign.
I'm really looking forward to engaging with Canadians over the next few years.
Well, there's a lot more work to do, but I think we should all be proud of what our government has accomplished so far.
7 months into our government, we've done more than some governments have in 7 years.
Canadians weren't looking for the angriest opposition leader. They weren't looking for somebody who could terrify them the most about things. They were looking for somebody who was going to say, here's a plan that's going to help you and your family.
A lot of people would say the same thing to us. What you're trying to do has never been done before. Everything's impossible until somebody does it.
The danger now is that you say, well, we did it exactly right, let's freeze that in carbon and never alter anything again.
We're not going to win the 2019 campaign if we run the 2015 campaign, in the same way that we knew we couldn't win the 2015 campaign if we ran the 1997 campaign.
I think the Liberal Party is in the midst of an incredible transition to a movement beyond just its incredible history as a party.
I think that you can expect to see that through line of relating to people and making sure that we are open and accessible and transparent. And I think that you can expect to see that we'll spend a lot of time on the road and talking to people and making folks feel more like government is something that they can A, aspire to if they want to run one day, but also be a part of, and that it is not just folks sitting on a hill debating in the House, that it actually is about making a difference in people's lives.
Don't let anybody tell you, oh, you can't do it that way because we do things this way. Always challenge that assumption. Challenge the idea that there is only one way to do things and that it was somehow invented years ago.
Whatever it was that we innovated in 2015, there's going to be something else in 2019. And there'll be something else in the election after that. And there'll be something else in all the by-elections that will inevitably arise. we need to keep that spirit in the party, or our opponents will pass us by. It's really, really, really important that we all remain open-minded, that we invite new people into the party, and that we create that open movement that the Prime Minister built his leadership campaign around, and that we're trying to build the government around.
Well, thank you, and wow. I think we can all agree that watching that video, that it's been a remarkable journey that we've all been on building this extraordinary movement, and that we're poised even for greater things in the future with a little more hope and a lot more hard work. And joining me now on this stage is someone who has been central in this transformation we have undergone. Friends, let me introduce you to the amazing National Director of the Liberal Party of Canada, Christina Top.
Thank you, Terry. When I think back on how hard you have worked over the years and how you kept believing through some very challenging times, it's really fantastic to see you center stage, proof positive that we have a strong foundation to our Liberal movement and a proud beating heart right here in Winnipeg. On a personal note, I also need to say that when I started working at the party, Terry was one of the very first people to introduce himself to me and to offer his support. And ever since then, he has been a great colleague and an even better friend. So thank you, Terry. And now I'm lucky enough to have the privilege to introduce Katie Telford, although Katie really needs no introduction. As our 2015 National Campaign Co-Chair, we all know how central Katie has been in our movement's transformation. She is not only one of the principal architects behind all that we have built together, she's also a guiding spirit and a champion, someone who saw possibilities and great potential from the very beginning of Campaign 2015. Not only in the numbers that we all know she loves so much, but most definitely and most importantly, in all the people, in all of you. She inspired and challenged all of us to knock on more doors, make more calls, raise more dollars, and to step forward. She brought great discipline and focus to help all of us achieve together what many did not dare to dream or imagine, and what many said was impossible. Now, Katie has always asked for numbers in every daily campaign meeting, so today I have a number for Katie as well as all of you, and that number is 350. That's the number of volunteers working tirelessly this weekend here as part of our Winnipeg 2016 convention. Making all of this possible and reminding us that volunteers truly are the backbone of our Liberal movement. So with that, and with that number, I would like to welcome, and hope you'll all join me in welcoming Katie Telford to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. That was some video. I hadn't seen it yet. I thought we'd get a little exercise. I'm going to go off script for a moment, just to warn people. How many, if you could stand, if you were a member of a Green Light Committee or the National Election Readiness Committee, one of the campaign committees across this country? I'm looking for you. They've probably seen me so often they don't want to be here. Oh, I'm seeing some of them. Now, could you stand if you ran in the 2015 election as a candidate, elected or not? Now, keep standing. If you were a campaign manager, keep standing. If you were a campaign manager or a chief agent on it, because I often said that was the most important person a candidate needed to have by their side, could you please stand up? Now, anybody who knocked on a door or made a phone call in the 2015 campaign, please stand up. So now you gotta sit down and listen to me for a few minutes. You are the heart of this movement. Your stories, your tweets, it is me managing my Twitter account, your Facebook posts, I'm keeping track of as many of them as I can, and because they would fuel me. And the incredible team of field workers across this country, the staff and the volunteers at headquarters every day with me, we followed your stories because they kept us inspired. And today, it is an absolute pleasure and honor to stand before you as your 2015 National Election Readiness Chair and Campaign Director. Thank you for having me here. I thought about saying, you made it easy for me, but that would not be true. You did make it the experience of a lifetime. And today, I would like to reflect on the experience with you for a few moments. I want to talk to you about 3 campaign themes: hard work and taking evidence-based risks, that's one, the people behind the numbers, and our not-so-secret obsession at National Campaign Headquarters. You're going to have to wait till the end to hear what that was. I couldn't help, so starting with hard work and evidence-based risks, I couldn't help but think back to the last biennial in Montreal as I looked forward to Winnipeg. Let me take you back with me for a quick moment. Only just a couple of years ago, not a single one of those candidates we just saw standing were nominated. We didn't have a single candidate across the country nominated at that time. But potential candidates were everywhere. 8 a.m. sessions on campaign strategy were packed, and there was a buzz in the air in Montreal. There was also some skepticism and some chatter in the hallways with each other, sometimes with a few reporters, that's okay, about whether open nominations were the right thing, whether they might impede women from succeeding, whether there might be stealth single-issue takeovers. Do any of these arguments sound familiar in 2016? But we moved forward together, and what a team we had in the 2015 election. As our brilliant Équipe Trudeau French ad said, "Ce sont des gens comme vous et moi."
It's people like you and me with exceptional competence.
Extraordinary. And because it was 2015, and because of your support and hard work, we have an incredible women's caucus, a women's caucus that is bigger than our entire caucus pre-election. We have a rural caucus that is bigger than our entire caucus before the election. We had a small caucus to start. And tens of thousands of Canadians got involved in the nomination process and thus the political process. And I'm not just talking about the tens of thousands that got engaged in Surrey, British Columbia, but the tens and tens and tens of thousands that got involved right across this country. Je me souviens des discussions.
I remember the discussions we held in the hallways, and let's be honest, it didn't come just from the media, to the effect that the Trudeau name was toxic in Quebec. and probably even more toxic in Alberta. That we wouldn't be able to win a single seat in the west of the country or in rural areas. That to hope for a majority of seats in Ontario, a percentage with the two figures in BC, or a return in force in Quebec, that was way too ambitious, without saying that, I mean, counting all the seats in winning all the seats in the Atlantic region was totally unthinkable. But despite the people who had doubts, who questioned the strategy, we just looked straight ahead and we concentrated ourselves on the work we had to do, and we did it together. We opened our doors. We kept our minds open and we tested our theories. We were not afraid to be too ambitious and to take risks. Calculated risks, of course.
To today, my friends. Despite the cynics who thought a positive message would never beat attack ads about our leaders' nice hair, that young people would never actually turn out to vote, so we shouldn't waste time there, we persevered, we worked hard, and I think it turned out pretty darn well. I'm proud to think it is because together in greater numbers than I think any of us anticipated in Montreal, I actually looked back, it was a little embarrassing to look back at a video of yourself where I said, we need tens of thousands of volunteers. Well, just wait till you hear how many we had later. We built a team and a plan that Canadians supported, engaged with, voted for, and trusted. So congratulations. And let's talk about the people behind the numbers now. Because apparently I have this thing now. My husband, my wonderful husband, smiles at this every time he hears it, especially when he catches me counting on my fingers, that I'm the woman known for numbers now. But I hear there's an expectation. I now need to talk about numbers, so I thought I'd tell you my favorites. You may have heard these before, but I can't repeat them enough about the campaign. What is greater than the number 80,000? That was the number of volunteers that we had signed up and engaged in the campaign in 2015. Over 80,000 volunteers. So we more than met our goal, though we were always pushing for more. And do you know that another 4,000 signed up, just as a bonus number here, another 4,000 signed up to volunteer between October 20th and December 31st, 2015, after the election? So it really does keep going, folks. We couldn't have achieved these next numbers if it wasn't for that first one, and that's why that first volunteer number is my favorite. But my second favorite, over 12 million. That incredible team of volunteers, all of you, reached out to Canadians over 12 million times. That's phone calls and door knocks. And, bonus number, over 25% of that work, those phone calls and door knocks, was done before that 78-day campaign even began. And that our achievement grew in terms of the numbers we could do by day throughout the course of the campaign. So imagine if the campaign had been even longer. Kidding. So over 80,000 volunteers reached out over 12 million times, and that led to, as some of you discussed, I believe, on a panel this morning, to over 4 million actual conversations with Canadians in every corner of this country. Now that is a field program, my friends. That is a movement. That is what allowed us to stay connected in every part of our organization to what mattered to Canadians. And that's just what we tracked. I know not all of you enter your data yet. And there are still some of you determined to do it your way. I'm on to you. There's a smaller number of you now. I'm still going to be after you, and we're going to convert you yet. But to the 99% of you who did enter your data so that we could track these wonderful numbers, let's be honest. Despite the narrative of my love for numbers and that the party's become a party of numbers now, it can be a bit cold to talk about numbers, especially if you don't know them as well as some of us got to. Some of us had the pleasure of spending our time debating every metric from eyeballs on Facebook versus YouTube videos, to ratios of door knocks to phone calls, from radio ad buys against TV ad buys, and which baseball game more Canadians might be watching. We spent our days and many nights we actually did have these debates. We spent our days and many nights talking about numbers and turning each one of them into a meaningful element of the campaign. But my co-conspirator that you saw in the video earlier, Jerry Butts, would swing by headquarters early on in the campaign on a down day for the plane. And he would remind us what the numbers were really about, what he was seeing out there on the road. And he went around to the whiteboards throughout campaign headquarters, and he's kind of tall, and then he got up on a chair, so he was even taller, so it put it up really high. No one could erase it. And he wrote 3 words: people, people, people. That was really what the campaign was about. That was what the numbers were about. It was about recruiting and activating volunteers, engaging Canadians on the issues that mattered the most to them, and making voting the easiest, most important moment of every Canadian's day, whether they were voting in advanced polls or on election day. Because we all know the easier it is, the more likely to vote, and we want them to vote. It was all about people and what would drive them to engage with us. Only people could change the numbers that we were looking at on the page or on the screen, as the case may be. The numbers, though, could tell us about the people. They could tell our field team in Vancouver that the best time to canvass was when it was cloudy or rainy. That was when you had to go blitz, because if the sunshine was out in Vancouver, no one was home. We actually learned those kinds of things. They could tell us what Canadians were saying at the doors and how often. They could tell us which teams had the most energy and which teams had the most volunteers. Those weren't always the same thing. They could tell us at headquarters how ready a local campaign was for central support and amplification. And that brings me to the final theme I wanted to talk to you about today, and that was our not-so-secret obsession at headquarters in Ottawa. It actually wasn't numbers. We weren't obsessed with partisanship or the latest headlines either, but with the needs, the uniqueness, and the successes of our local campaigns and how we could help them. At our new LPC offices, we'd actually literally moved in the weekend that the writ was dropped. It was well-timed, one would argue. The walls were covered with numbers right around the office, from the ground on up to the ceiling, riding by riding. And because it wasn't true unless it could be backed up by numbers. Each field meeting, we talked about our best riding success story that week and what riding was facing a challenge that we wanted to help them solve for. We did this for months, years before the campaign. And what do I mean by a riding that was ready for support? Let me tell you about 2 ridings that demonstrated everything that worked during the campaign. Let me bring you into the LPC boardroom for a moment. Speakerphone in the middle of the room, my favorite meeting. Somewhere in this room, though they've heard me so many times, I would understand if they weren't here. But if they were here, Dan and Sean and Hillary and Jeremy and others, they're smiling because they know I'm about to tell you about our RAP meetings. We also had meetings called AC/DC and Metallica, but that's a story for another time. The RAP meeting stood for Research, Analytics, and Pathways. We would do the research, hear about the analytics, and determine the pathways in this meeting multiple times a week for months, and even more during the campaign. How healthy was a riding organization? What patterns could we see? What insights could we glean? Did we need to change course? Right up until the last week of the campaign, we kept testing ourselves and testing our theories. And 2 weeks before Election Day, we learned, anyone in the room from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington? So we learned you were doing pretty well. And we were feeling a lot stronger than we thought, we might have originally predicted for your riding. You, of course, knew better. We zoomed in on it at our RAP meeting, and I mean literally we could do that. We could zoom in on it on the screen, and wanted to check what their ground game looked like. How much money did they have, and what might it take to give them an extra edge? We looked at how their neighbors were doing, their neighboring ridings, and whether they could help. Well, Hastings, you had a beautiful ground game up and going. Your neighbors were strong, and we knew, looking at that we could do this. When I get asked, when did I know things were turning? It was moments like this, when we looked at our advertising in the area to see how we could beef it up a little. It was actually, though, when we decided to send the leader to Hastings. Because, by the way, there was only one riding in the country the leader visited that we didn't win. And so we weren't sending the leader where there weren't ground organizations, where we couldn't pull people. We followed the people. We followed your hard work. For Jerry, his moment was Fundy Royal. Anyone here from Fundy Royal? I heard some murmurings. You're not as loud there. Well, yes. It was the one time in the campaign he questioned the rap team. Me too. He got word on the plane we were sending the plane to Fundy Royal, and Jerry called the data team directly. The Liberal Party had only won that riding once since Confederation. I think he thought we had a soft spot for the candidate, which we did, as she was working and the team was working so hard. But the data team explained to him what we were seeing. We stuck with the plan, and we now have newly elected MPs Mike Bossio and Elena Lockhart. And you did it. There are so many other examples of this hard work, this discipline, this unity of purpose across the entire organization, from Fundy Royal to Chicoutimi to Hastings to Kelowna to Edmonton, and here, of course, in Winnipeg. So, to conclude, we worked hard. We worked together for a long, long time to build this movement. Montreal 2 years ago seems like a lifetime, I think probably to many of us. Sometimes it wasn't easy. Whether it was me, because yes, I did this, throwing the Liberal Party Constitution, respectfully, of course, against the wall, or should I say the 18 Liberal Party Constitutions against the wall before falling asleep with it on the night table for months after the leadership campaign, trying to sort through it all. Whether it was seeing volunteers' hearts breaking for their candidates that did everything right, but they aren't sitting in Parliament, at least not yet. Whether it was fighting the fears of trying new things and taking risks, or whether it was just the enormity of the work that the team had to put in, playing catch-up, sometimes surpassing, and often creating the most modern campaign techniques in 2015. Whether it was busting old Liberal myths open, or busting myths about Liberals, with data, often, or whether it was learning to trust ourselves in the darker days. We heard Sean Casey referring a little bit to that, and staying relentlessly disciplined and positive, even when the anonymous trolls or anonymous supposed Liberals sniped from the sidelines. We moved forward together. We did it. Mais n'oublions pas tout ce que nous avons dû surmonter.
But don't forget everything that we had to overcome in order to get this far. We worked extremely hard. Some of us, well, actually, the majority of us, are still tired. But we must continue to open our doors to people who are full of energy. We must continue to encourage more Canadians to join our movement. We must continue to learn from each other and from our neighbors, whether they be Liberals or not. We are at our best when we keep an open mind, when we take risks, and when we listen. It's in everyone's interest to continue learning together.
We are at our best. We are at our best when we are open, when we are taking risks, calculated risks, and when we are listening at the doors. So this is a long way of saying to you, you should come to my campaign debrief me and a few panelists are having later this afternoon, because we'd like to hear from you, because we need to keep learning together. It's an even longer way of saying, when you get home, 3 words for you: go knock doors. Friends, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for your support, your hard work, your positive energy, your passion, your relentless discipline is an inspiration to me. Let's keep sharing. Let's keep growing. There is no one I trust more than our volunteers, this movement of Canadians, to keep making great things happen. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Katie Telford, everyone. Well, thank you, Katie. And as you heard from Christine, she's a visionary, a doer, all in one package, truly an inspiration. And dare I say, many of we MPs would not be in Winnipeg sitting with you today were it not for her organizational prowess and her passion for our party. Folks, we're going to be taking a little pause in the action. We're going to be cueing a very important video for you, so we'll just ask for your patience for a few moments, and we'll be back at you in just a moment. But prepare to see a great video.
The interpreter apologizes. We have no sound in the booth. The problem will be corrected momentarily.
Social media in the U.S. presidential campaign. Our session will be moderated by Tom Pitfield, who served as Chief Digital Strategist during the last Canadian election campaign, And if you'll allow me a personal aside, as someone who has seen how digital strategy has revolutionized my own campaigns, I can think of no more essential a conversation as we set our sights on 2019. So, folks, if you'll please take your seats. The video's all ready to go, and please watch with interest.
You can spot it in the wild or in attack ads.
Stephen Harper's not telling the truth, saying that Justin Trudeau will cancel income splitting for seniors.
Le NPD promet de créer des places en garderie. Mais qu'y a-t-il derrière cette promesse? Pour le Québec, rien de nouveau, car nous avons déjà nos garderies subventionnées.
Stephen, do I look scared to you?
Hey Facebook, it's Justin Trudeau. Big day today. We are launching our full platform in a couple of minutes.
We need a leader whose vision for the future includes everyone.
The question is,
What's
why
the
is
number,
your policy
Justin?
so reckless? You want a number, Mr.
Yeah,
Mulcair?
give
I'll
us a
give you a
number.
number. 9. My number is 9.
J'ai un plan qui va créer des emplois, qui va avoir un impact.
We want to create jobs that are going to have a direct impact on your lives.
Mr. Harper, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian.
Mais c'est une leçon d'histoire, là, mon amour. Mon ami, on s'en va vers l'avant. Non, excusez-moi, j'ai des chicanes avec ma femme. C'est ça. On a besoin de changer.
Everybody, sorry about that. I didn't realize we had a choice with teleprompters, so hello? You hear me? Digital people don't do teleprompters. We read off of paper, so that's what I'll do here. Forgive me. Just a quick point here. The videos, I don't know if anyone's recognized this yet, but the videos you've seen today, and pretty much all the videos that were in that montage, as well as the graphics and most of what you're looking at around this room, are part of the masterwork of Matt Snowy and Daryl Dean, who were two guys I worked with closely with on the campaign, and I can't tell you how lucky we are to have them and their team of designers. The genesis of our digital and data program began during the 2013 leadership race. We knew that to win the online campaign, we had to be more efficient and more responsive than our competitors. But most of all, we had to be everywhere. Thus began our race to win the content war. During leadership, we learned the power of using images to get voters' attention, but we knew going into the federal election that video and more immersive platforms were going to dominate the digital campaign. So we embarked on an ambitious path to grow our in-house capacity to create sophisticated and engaging content, much of which you've seen showcased in this intro video. Under the leadership of Phil Todd and Dave Summer, the digital department, which had been about 3 people in 2011, ballooned to a dozen in the lead up to the campaign, and then increased another 10 in the months before the writ dropped. At our peak, the digital and data team for the 2015 campaign was about 45 to 50 people, more than 3 times the size of the team in 2011. Another product of leadership were our experiments with modeling supporters, or more simply, our ability to use data to identify supporters and turn them out to vote. A new Liberal from my riding of Westmount Ville-Marie, anybody from Westmount Ville-Marie here? Named Sean Wiltshire, volunteered to develop some of the root models we use today while defending his PhD in genetics. The digital and data team worked hand in hand to develop a modern data and analytics program for the campaign. They would eventually combine the power of traditional data and analytics with both the digital and the ground campaign. So was the birth of Console. The digital campaign, on the other hand, really found its feet with the launch of the Real Change brand. We had assumed our competitors would try to win the online campaign by proliferating the internet with engaging content. But we knew that couldn't compete with our leaders' authenticity. Real Change provided a clear thematic we could use cross-channel. It was suited for shareables and certain common principles of the internet. Best of all, it happened to embody one of the leader's greatest strengths, in sharp contrast to his competitors. And that presented with 2 mandates. We believed online voters would choose real over ready. Real Change also became the governing principle of the digital team. We set out to create content that was authentic and relatable, to build digital tools that made our campaign more open and accessible. Things like a Netflix-inspired policy page that we'd eventually replace with a tool that let you search our platform by words that were important to voters. A digital war room capable of rapid response, pushing debate clips out in minutes and reaching targeted viewers with relevant pre-designed digital content. We also discovered the power of timely online research. We knew this would be a hit because we tested this first. We knew that we had to recut our popular Ready videos specifically for digital to keep it from helping the conservatives online. This is actually kind of interesting. We were able to test what people searched after they saw the Ready video. And what we noticed was that more people, almost 3 times as many people, would go to CPC after, largely, we think, because the leader would say, I'm not ready 3 times before the ad. So we recut that. The point I'd like to reinforce here is that all these innovations began 3 years or more before E-Day. The people who helped us during the campaign were the same people who helped to build the infrastructure and tactics we deployed. Most of what we learned came from trying things in the field, experimenting with new approaches to old problems, and testing the boundaries of what worked and what we could get away with. Innovating comes with risks and a lot of debate. Sometimes we got away with things like a moose flying over a Go Vote sign, and other times we fell short. It's my favorite. Had to get it in. He looks good bald too, doesn't he? The reality is the digital and data campaigns will never replace the importance of a strong ground game or good instincts, but it can't just be seen as a complement to the traditional campaign either. By 2019, the only way to reach Canadians under 44 will be at the door or online. Today, 25% are cell-only, and 42% no longer watch TV or are light viewers. If we're going to remain competitive, we clearly need to find new ways of reaching our supporters. In the federal elections, we thought of the virtual world as a campaign in itself, with its own capacity to ID, persuade, and turn out voters, without ever actually meeting the supporter in the physical world. Our method ID'd close to 1 million voters, the majority of which we ID'd exclusively in swing ridings in the last week of the campaign. In several of those swing ridings, digital IDs represented the majority of our canvassing. Digital IDs were actually more accurate at voter ID than canvassed IDs, and were able to reach nearly 90% of our digital IDs on E-Day with reminder votes messaging, all without having to redeploy a single ground resource. To echo the comments we've heard today about not taking anything for granted, I submit that our digital program is just at the beginning of another 3 years of critical development. Our competition have made significant investments in technologies we deployed during the last campaign, and they are experimenting with content and tactics that are similar to our own. And they will continue to evolve their digital and data programs to keep pace or supersede our own. We must continue to innovate, to take risks, and to be real. So I am particularly pleased to have with us today two of the world's foremost experts on digital campaigning and innovation. Scott Goodstein is the founder and CEO of Revolution Messaging, which is a leading digital campaign company, and he's leading the efforts for the Bernie Sanders 2016 presidential campaign. He has spent the past decade pioneering digital strategies and technologies for political campaigns and progressive causes. Scott has also served as the external online director for Obama for America during the 2028 presidential race, developing social networks and mobile platforms for what arguably was one of the biggest political successes online in history. On a personal note, Scott came up in advance of the federal election to help Training for Progress with its digital boot camp. And several of its alumni subsequently went on to run and win campaigns for many of our Liberal MPs. Teddy Goff is currently the chief tech digital strategist for Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. He was also the director of digital strategy for President Obama's 2012 re-election campaign, leading a 250-person nationwide team responsible for the campaign's social media, email, web, online advertising, online organizing, and front-end product development. Under Teddy's leadership, Obama for America ran the largest online advert program in political history. His work on the campaign has been featured in Time, Bloomberg, Businessweek, Rolling Stone, New York Magazine, BuzzFeed, and the New York Times. In fact, Teddy was the first person I called after leadership, and it was Teddy who's given me much of the advice that got us and helped us to get to where we are. I've comfortably stolen and adapted most of his work, actually. So if you'll please join me, I'd like to invite Teddy Goff and Scott Goodstein to the stage.
Tell me how you want to roll. I want somebody to speed it up for me, then take it down slow. There's enough room for both. Well, I can handle that. You just gotta show me where it's at. Are you ready?
Scott? All right. So we got 49 minutes. And we're going to ask some questions, and then if there's time, we'd like to take some questions from the audience. So if you want to think ahead about what you might want to ask us, I will give you a cue when we have time for questions. So guys, I just basically finished saying that we need to innovate or die, essentially, and that our competitors are nipping at our heels. We have you here today. I guess I'd like to ask both of you, as a starting question, essentially, what can we do to stay ahead? What do you expect to see? What kind of innovations do you expect to see in the upcoming election in the U.S.? And what should we be looking to steal from you this time?
Sure, I'll start. Well, first of all, thank you for hosting us. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I think you guys probably know this, but you know, your success and most importantly the Prime Minister have been an inspiration to the entire world, to every single progressive person in the United States and around the world. And so it's just it's a total honor to be even loosely associated with you. So it's a real pleasure to be here, and congratulations. You know, in terms of innovation, you know, we're in the middle of my third presidential cycle that I've been involved with, and so you know, I always like to sort of think back to 2008. The 2008 Obama campaign, on which Scott and I worked together, you know, I think was the first really widely celebrated digital campaign, or I guess you would say Howard Dean 4 years earlier. But it's so striking how everything was so new at the time. You know, we started running before there was an iPhone. You know, Senator Obama started running in February of 2007, and the iPhone comes out in May. Facebook was just beginning to transition from being a closed network for colleges and high schools to something that everybody could join. Twitter was brand new. And you know, and so all of that changed really rapidly, obviously, between 2008 and 2012, and all of a sudden, these technologies are nearly ubiquitous. It strikes me that, you know, in the 4 years since then, you know, there hasn't been the rise of a new thing on par with, like, mobile phones and social. Those are two really huge things that don't come around every 4 years. But what has happened is they've gone from being secondary in people's lives to being primary in people's lives. And this is borne out in actual data. It was in 2014 in the U.S. that people started spending more time looking at their mobile phones than at their television sets. It was in 2014 that a majority of Americans over 50 were on Facebook. over 50. And we're seeing on this campaign, the Clinton campaign, about 60% of our web traffic right now is mobile, whereas in 2012, not that long ago, a quarter of our traffic was mobile. And so it's gone from being, you know, a couple of technologies that are kind of secondary, supplementary to the core experience that people have with the campaign, to being the absolute heart, and in many people's cases, the only way that we reach them. There's many people who are not reaching with television ads at all. There's many people who are not using desktop devices at all. They're exclusively reaching us through social media and through mobile phones. And so, you know, I'm sure we'll talk about some of the tactical things that I think that forces you to do. But what I think at a kind of a more sort of human level, what it forces you to do is we are in competition with so many more people. You know, we're not just competing for your attention with Donald Trump. We're competing for your attention with whoever is emailing you, your spouse, your parents, your kids, your boss, the sports highlights that are on Facebook, all the interesting stuff out in the world. And it forces you to be that much more interesting and that much more rapid and that much better at putting out stuff that people organically want to watch, because we can't force them to sit through a TV ad. And it forces you to put an even higher premium on the experience you're providing people in every video, in every tweet, in every app you put out, and, you know, making sure that you're, you know, catering to an audience that is exclusively or predominantly using mobile phones and using social for how they not just get politics, but how they live their lives. And so that's a big difference. It's a big change.
Yeah, when we started the campaign, we were working with I think our first video was a minute long, then it dropped to 30 seconds, then it dropped to 15 seconds, and then I think in the last week we were throwing 5-second ads out there on a high frequency. Scott?
I mean, I think that's an interesting place. I agree with most of what Teddy said on mobile. I mean, it is just completely changing in the amount of people that are coming into your website and the amount of people that are communicating. But on the video piece, well, you're going down, and you guys have experienced going from a minute TV time or a minute commercial to maybe only a 15-second pre-roll to only 5 seconds on YouTube. There's this other phenomena that's happening that I think is people pushing back and wanting real content in a very, very small amount of community. So video that is actually for a very, very specific audience, that people are going to start watching long format video again. So what's old is new, but in a very, very specific audience. So Bernie Sanders putting out a video that gets 7 million views of an 8-minute video on income inequality is not that exciting or sexy to a lot of people, but we can actually have a real discussion and really push video. 360-degree video is starting to come around. People immersed with new technologies in video in very different ways. So I think it's going to be a new challenge for campaigns moving forward of not just can we reach people digitally, but can we reach the right people in the right way with the right content. So while the tools have become less and less expensive, what me and Teddy were able to do on Facebook in Obama 2008 compared to the amount of basic event tools that are in Facebook now for free to end users is night and day different. But now that you have all these different tools out there, how are you communicating with them? So sort of echoing on what Teddy said, thinking about which device do you use when you're sitting in front of your TV? Do you have a tablet in front of you? Do you get up to go get a soda and you've got your mobile phone in front of you? So this sort of cross-screen ability to reach the same voter with different types of messages in different size, different formats, and different amount of time. I think that's the challenge of the future.
I'm going to pick up on something I heard Teddy say. It was the word Trump. I've been fascinated with watching the campaign the South, and I was speaking with somebody who actually was quite concerned that I don't know if they would say democracy was being hijacked, but that the amount of content that Donald Trump has been able to produce organically online with just basically essentially using shock techniques. You know, is that changing the way you approach campaigns? Is Trump onto something here? If social is dropping to 5% organic content, that's 5% of what you see on Facebook is actually organic. You know, does he have an advantage to his competitors? To you guys?
I think it's so you've heard about Trump up here. It's okay.
That's my point.
Yeah, right. He's I think it's obviously been fascinating to watch. I guess, and this is a question I get a lot in my capacity on the Clinton campaign, is like, what are you going to do about Trump because he's so good at Twitter? And I think people have this perception that, maybe Facebook and video too, but really Twitter was sort of a driver of his unlikely march to the nomination. And I guess what I think about that is Trump has proven himself to be extremely good at Twitter if your objective on Twitter is to get a lot of media attention for your tweets. And so if you're the presumptive Republican nominee for president of the United States and you're retweeting neo-Nazis and white supremacists and talking about how your opponent's wives aren't attractive enough for you, that will get a lot of attention. And so he has shown that that's true. What he's also done is, by way of these tweets, is further alienated the majority of the country, and it's not as large a majority as you would want, but it is a bare majority of the country who doesn't think that we ought to have a president who's a misogynist, doesn't think we ought to have a president who talks about banning all Muslims from entering the country, even as tourists, doesn't think we ought to have a president who talks about dropping nukes on Europe. And so it's sort of like the old, all publicity is good publicity adage. That's not true. He's gotten a lot of attention, and he was able to, win the Republican primary by virtue of that attention to some degree, but he's also emerged as the most unpopular figure in American politics by a wide margin, even looking back by decades. And so I think, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so he's building this massive library of IDs using this technique. He's going to have an ability to communicate to millions and millions of Americans virtually for free. It's going to come down, I think, to a battle between you and Scott to kind of figure out how do you stop him from repositioning by essentially starting to act more moderate, by showing people what he used to do or what he said in the past. So are we just getting into this sort of classic social experience where it's just a lot of noise and we're not talking about policies, we're not talking about things that matter? And I think that's sort of what she was concerned about. Or Scott, if you want.
I think there's some great hope here with the internet. So the internet has two problems. We have identified the cesspool problem of the dark, scary corners of the internet. But there's also a quest for people to go into a search engine and look for the truth. And that is something that is not just genuine to the US, that is a worldwide phenomena, with things like Wikipedia being 95% accurate on like a volunteer basis worldwide. So the concept of people typing in, did Trump say X, Y, Z? Sure, he gets a lot of what we call clickbait or simple traffic, but he also gets articles that will populate about what is ultimately the truth and a pushback on the truth to actually motivate and inspire those of us in the U.S., me and Teddy included, that literally are feeling bad and apologizing to the world that you're watching the most ridiculous things that we've seen in politics taking place with Trump winning the nominee on the Republican side. The fight back on that is real. I don't think that we want to say, look, there's not the ability to organize very, very specific niches by using cheap organizing tactics that you're seeing him do. That's not everybody in America. Now, being able to do search ads and being able to do opposition research in a real way and put up what's actually factual in real ways. This is not something that Barack Obama did not have to deal with during his. You may have heard that he was considered a radical Islamic fundamentalist Christian Muslim terrorist at some point. And these things we were able to fight back with by being able to expose what was actually where these rumors were coming from and what was the actual factual information.
If I can just add one thing to that, I totally agree with all that. And I think there's another thing that's very important, and obviously I speak as someone who's trying not to have our country humiliated in front of everybody, but that's very important not to lose sight of, which is that the Republican primary electorate is not a microcosm of the United States. And so my firm belief, and this is a belief that we're going to have to prove, and so you can call me in November and we'll talk about whether we did or didn't, is that while the Republican primary internet was quite favorable to him because people got a kick out of his outrageousness and weren't offended at all, in fact were into his bigoted comments and his misogyny and all of that, the general election, the general electorate of the United States and general election, Twitter and Facebook, actually has more people who reject that stuff than accept it. And the very kinds of voices that he tries to, kind of step on and disparage, the voices of women, the voices of minorities, the voices of immigrants, happen to outnumber Republican primary voters. And so I think he's actually going to be very mobilizing. It will probably not come as a surprise. I think he'll be very mobilizing to people. We don't just have to do the fact check stuff, but what we've got to do is, inspire millions of people to come together, largely on social media, and say our country's better than this, and we're not going to let this happen. And I believe that will happen. Again, it's not going to be a 70-30 blowout. That's not the country that we have. But there are more people who believe that than don't. And I think social media, interestingly, because so many people think it served to his advantage, is going to be at the heart of why he's not able to win, because he's about to enter into a general electorate that is going to reject him in larger numbers than he's got defenders.
I actually completely support that thesis, because I think that's sort of what happened with us. We had this Not Ready campaign that was overwhelming, but not true, and what I call an impression-based campaign. So you're basically under the impression that this guy's not ready, but if you look deeper and you look closer, you realize that, of course, he was ready. And our job as social strategists are to try and find the right messages and get it to the right people as efficiently as possible in order to make sure that the reality becomes clearer to people. I think one of the concerns is still comes back to how do you build an organic campaign against especially in your country, the mass amount of money that can be used and the degree to which that is amplified on social. And we tried during our campaign almost every day, and by we I mean the digital team, to get more money to do more advertising. And I think the leadership was actually fairly supportive. And I'd venture that we probably, as a percentage, spent more on digital advertising than probably most campaigns, certainly your campaign in 2012, as a percentage. I'm kind of curious as to where you think things are going to go next for you. Are you guys going down a pathway where you might be hitting 50% of your advertising budgets on social? If I bundle in stuff like social ID and persuasion, things like that, do we get there?
I mean, we, on the Bernie Sanders campaign most recently, sort of looked at the playbook and said, what is the best way to do this? And, for those of you in this room that are looking at running for office, when everybody says things like, well, you're going to need a ton of money to do this, or you're going to need a ton of money to do that, or you're going to have to be stuck in a room just calling and talking to the richest folks in your district, we said that's not the way that we want to do this. And we're going to figure out other ways to do this. And if the playbook doesn't work, throw out the playbook is my big message to folks here and around the world. We're watching people mobilize everywhere. We're watching people mobilize in Eastern Europe. We're watching people mobilize in the Middle East. We're watching people mobilize. And we in the U.S. got to watch you guys mobilize here in Canada for Trudeau in a very, very empowering, authentic, organic message. And that truly is what we're doing in the U.S. around the Bernie campaign in a real way. I know on the Hillary campaign, they started empowering young women very, very early, 2-3 years ago, to build this up. We started a lot later, and we went and said, look, we need an entire team. And the only way that that works is by having an authentic message that people truly believe and buy into. And so, it would not have worked if you're not actually believing in your own message, if you're not actually saying one thing one day, another thing another day. And I think that this is ultimately, going back to Trump, going to be a problem of people actually really looking over what they're seeing and going, is that what I want to be as my leader? Where people like or don't like Bernie, like or don't like Hillary, look at them and believe and actually want to contribute. And I think that that's something that will not change, and that the internet is great at highlighting and getting people to self-motivate. And so even if it's less and less amount of money or amount of eyeballs, as you noted, that will actually see your content without being a paid advertising channel on Facebook, the return off of direct donate advertising for low-dollar donors on Facebook is astonishing. What we're able to do by getting average donors being young voters who have never given to the process before is great. My one other tip to you would be sell merchandise. We've sold a lot of Bernie Sanders t-shirts. So,
you got a few.
I got some socks today from a member of parliament who was selling them outside.
I agree with all that. I guess the only other thing I would... Socks.
There you go.
Socks for Trump.
Yeah. The other thing you asked about was about ad spend. I think it'll be a little while till digital ad spend represents 50% of the overall ad spend. I think that could be more like 2020, or honestly, I mean, in the U.S., I would think maybe even more like 2024. It's a mistake, I think, to kind of swing the pendulum so far that you forget that a lot of people still do watch TV, and that those are pretty high-quality impressions. You're talking about 30 seconds. Those are pretty powerful. To me, I think there's a really important question about advertising at all, digital or TV. I mean, I think, especially in the context of this election against Trump, and we will never have another election against Trump. But we used to say, in 2012, if you got someone to watch a TV ad for 30 seconds, that might have represented. Most people don't think about politics. They're thinking about their lives. They're thinking about their families. They're thinking about their job. So if we had someone watching a TV ad for 30 seconds, that might have been 30 out of the 45 they spent all day thinking about the election. In this election, everybody's talking about Trump breakfast, lunch and dinner. And so if we get someone to watch our 30-second TV ad or our 5-second piece of pre-roll or a 30-second piece of pre-roll or whatever, that could be 30 seconds out of an hour that they spend ingesting information and people's opinions about Trump. And so that, I think, is really important. Apart from which channel you're talking about, how do you manipulate the organic conversation, not manipulate, but how do you sort of influence the organic conversation that people are having around the lunch table, because that ad is just a greatly reduced share of their overall kind of flow of information about this election, because it's so fascinating because of Trump.
One other real quick thing on that. I agree with everything that Teddy's saying, is that right now we're in this changing media communications. The world is in this changing moment. So where I would look at your dollars spent is basically where there's market inefficiencies. And so, like, you guys all watch, and sort of as political junkies that are here on a middle of the week afternoon, you know that, like, Des Moines, Iowa makes sense to do TV dollars in for us in the U.S. because anybody who's in the Des Moines, Iowa media market is living in Iowa. You're going to see upcoming California election where all of a sudden the California TV markets are, one, so ridiculously expensive that neither of our campaigns could actually saturate the entire state of California media markets. Or you watched the New York primaries, it's the same problem. Half of your TV spend is literally for voters that don't live in the market that TV is. The other thing that you're seeing here, the same as in the US, is that cable TV buys, the cable companies, sorry if there's cable companies in the room, didn't lower their price when everybody split to satellite or to Netflix or Hulu. Cable TV is still expensive. So all of a sudden you've got, well, regular TV may or may not make sense in certain markets. Cable TV may or may not make sense or may just be too expensive. And that's where there's now a rise of digital where it makes sense in the media mix. So I don't know that I look at it as like you should do X amount. 20% of your media buy should be digital, or 30% or 40%. I really think in politics we have the geography that should really be, and where are there market inefficiencies?
Yeah, that's Calgary for us. We did most of our digital in Calgary because it just wasn't a great, it was a spotty market for us. Part of the things that, part of the way we use digital, which we found was most effective in terms of efficiency, was in reaching and engaging our current voters or supporters. It's a lot more expensive to acquire a new voter than to maintain a relationship with your existing voters. So what's great about campaigns is you get this great list of remarketing lists, people who have supported you, donors, new members, and so on. And then now you have an opportunity to reach out to them with them on a more regular basis. Part of what I was picking up from you, Scott, is that people always think of digital as a communication medium. They forget that it's a two-way communication tool. And I'm curious to get your perspective on how you think that the nature of digital being a two-way communication tool has improved or changed the way we campaign, particularly on the ground. There's a lot of people here who probably don't have a lot of experience with digital, but they've got amazing experience with their ground game. And I'm curious if you can give us some insight as to how we can use digital to augment or improve a more traditional ground game.
Sure. And, you know, my background was dropping out of college, so thank you. No, I finished. To go do field organizing and labor union campaigns. And so I think that digital is always going to be an added value. If it saves time, people, and money in any way, shape, or form, then it's a huge effect. We were just talking about a very, very popular Canadian company, Slack, and how much Slack is actually able to save campaign people time. So you don't have these giant warehouse offices of infrastructure that you can move faster and faster. You know, we watched this on the Republican primary side of Republican frontrunners do these giant brick and mortar campaign field operation structures and then run out of money very, very quickly. So being able to move faster and swifter is a field organizer's dream. Being able to also listen, and this is the one piece of digital that everybody sort of forgets about, is being able to listen and react. And so most of you in here are going to become addicted to Twitter before this is over. But you know, Trump goes on Jimmy Kimmel and talks about how he wants to debate, and we're able to tweet out from Bernie Sanders, sure, let's have that debate. And that happens, yeah, it would be awesome. And that happens, like, you know, between 11:45 at night and 12:15 at night. It's no longer a news cycle. When I was younger, it was, you would watch TV and you would hear a politician says X, and then there may be a response, and then maybe the noon news would say something different. But now you can just move in real time. So you can move your field organizers in real time. You can hear what's happening in real time. The last example I'll give on this, just because we're short on time, is this silly slogan called "Feel the Burn." Our campaign didn't come up with this slogan. We actually just listened to people around it. We could either embrace it or we could actually just ignore it. So we brought it into the campaign and we said, okay, well, let's do that on some different pieces of material. Let's make sure that people know we're listening. It happens around serious issues as well that may not be on the front page of our website, but are your personal issues that you care about. And in certain areas, Calgary market may have very, very different issues that you're hearing about through social media that you can actually be responsive to in a very real way. And those personal issues matter.
Elaborate?
That was all smart. You know, I think, I don't know, you know, we're playing around a lot with mobile, with organizing via mobile. I think, you know, I guess for me the goal, you know, it's important to remember that the underlying business goals of a campaign haven't changed, and this is something that we've talked about. You know, we're trying to raise money, recruit volunteers, register voters, persuade people, turn them out to vote. That's been the same thing that campaigns have been doing since there have been campaigns. You know, and so the question is not like how can you create like a whizzy new thing for people to do or a whizzy new way for people to interact with the campaign, but it's rather, you know, how can you, you know, be pretty disciplined about sticking to the same old, you know, objectives and the same old goals, but try to make them a little easier, or a little more fun, or a little more pleasant to do, you know, by way of the new technology you've got. So, like, I know both of our campaigns, for example, are playing around with, I call it kind of an SMS bank. So, you know, everybody's familiar with the phone bank, obviously. There's products that I think both of us have either both licensed or bought. We've actually built it in-house. That basically allows you to do the SMS equivalent of a phone bank. So it's not a text message blast out to 1 million people on a list that you've uploaded or whatever. It's a one-to-one conversation between a volunteer and a voter that the campaign facilitates via text message. There's no templated content. I mean, the person, they're having an actual kind of conversation. And the way I look at it, this is kind of win-win-win. If you're a voter, it's never great to have an unasked for intrusion into your life from a campaign, but you'd probably rather get a text message than a phone call. You know, especially, you know, you need to know where to vote, or you need to be reminded of the, you know, where the event that you said you're going to go to is, or whatever, and you can just conduct that business very easily on your phone and go about your day. If you're a volunteer, you know, phone banks are always going to be important. This isn't going to make the phone bank obsolete, but you know, you're able to do this more quickly. You're able to do this on your own timetable. You don't need to block an hour. You can kind of do one SMS, between meetings if you got a chance to do it. There's no risk that the person's going to be hostile to you. Worst case scenario, they don't respond, but they don't hang up the phone. And, for the campaign, it's more efficient, and it makes everybody happier. And so this is a better experience for the voter, for the volunteer, and better for the campaign. And so that's, I think, when you can do that, when you can stick to the same things you've always been trying to do, but make them more pleasant for everybody, make them more fast, make them more fun, make them more flexible, get better data, that's like the North Star. And I think the SMS banking stuff that both campaigns of ours are doing is one of the things we're doing. I'm sure we're both cooking up others, but that's like, that's where we're headed. That's the future.
Scott, any technology you like that's popped up recently?
Look, this would be the first political panel of 2016 if one of us didn't bring up Snapchat. So I'll bring up Snapchat. I think that there's all sorts of interesting ways to engage young voters in different ways, and that if you need something that's interesting to do branding, go to where the young voters are. It doesn't matter the channel of communication. We could be sitting here in, matter of fact, 2008, I would have been known as the Barack Obama MySpace guy. It's not that great for branding, so...
I took that out of your bio.
I appreciate that, yeah. Snapchat's an interesting thing because that's where young voters are right now, and being able to do localized filters and push a branding message is great. Doing persuasion on a disappearing platform, probably not the best use of time and resources. So I do think that that's interesting, and I really think that, I said it earlier, more intriguing long format videos around specific niches you're seeing, and being able, it's no longer about can I get 10 million eyeballs on a video. Can I get 30 undecided voters in a specific riding on this video to actually do stuff that I need them to do? Can I move the needle a little bit by doing something more unique as an experience? And I think that all of the ad networks and ad exchanges connected that we couldn't do in 2012, you can now be doing in a really, really sophisticated way in 2016 and beyond.
So I'm conscious of the time. I'm going to ask one more question, but if there's anyone in the audience who would like to ask a question, they can make their way to the mic while I'm asking the question. So Teddy, when we first started talking, you had two mantras that I used to listen to quite attentively. The first one was, don't be lame. And we tried not to be. And the second one was, if you see a parade, get in front of it. I don't know if these sound like old sayings, but they were helpful in kind of framing for us the approach, some of the approaches. And we ended up developing some of our own. I'm curious, if I was to ask each of you my last question, what sort of one new mantra, you can't use the same one, that you would sort of apply as sort of a central piece of advice to someone looking to build a digital campaign? What one piece of advice would you give the audience?
I would say build the digital campaign into your DNA. Don't do it as a siloed, we're going to just do digital. We're going to think about digital in the beginning of the campaign, then we'll forget about it for a while, or we'll think about digital for GOTV. Digital, when me and Teddy were starting on the Obama campaign, was literally sitting in its own new media department. And that was great because you got resources and it lived in its place, and somebody had a seat at the big campaign table. But the reality is that digital helps you raise more money, it helps you communicate your message faster, it helps your field organize faster, and it may help with your persuasion message and your GOTV, but it's part of the overall program. And so what I'm saying may sound very, very simple and easy. I think that this is the hardest challenge for organizations, and especially parties that have been around and institutions that have been around, and people that haven't necessarily used digital to win one campaign, all of a sudden wake up 3 or 4 years later and it's a different world. So really thinking about how can I get digital into the true DNA of my entire organization.
I couldn't have paid you for a better answer. Exactly what we believe here. Eddie?
Well, then that's a tough act to follow. I guess I would say, this is also probably going to sound a little kind of trite and simplistic, but I would say worry more about quality than about innovation. And I think I think everybody's so focused on being innovative, which is important too, but I couldn't agree more with Scott's point. These guys are getting 8 million views on 7-minute long videos with almost no production. It's just Bernie standing in front of a camera saying what he believes. And I think, if you look at the kinds of things that have had traction, not just in politics, but in the corporate world, nonprofit world, and everywhere else, the stuff that's good tends to succeed. Doesn't mean that you don't have to have really smart plans to get it out there. Doesn't mean that if you build it, they will necessarily come. You've obviously got to work on that. But stuff that's good, tends to get traction. And so we put so much more energy into just like every tweet, every post, every graphic, every video. Like, is it good? More into that than into like, are we at the absolute cutting edge of, whatever, Snapchat, this, that. We try to do that too, but probably 10% of our time goes to that, and 90% goes to just trying to make sure that every single thing we put out there is good.
And you guys had this amazing presentation beforehand. The one piece I took away with that was don't be afraid to fail. The fact that you were literally standing up here and saying, hey, we tried some stuff. Some of it, hit it out of the park. Some of it didn't. That's what both me and Teddy are doing every single day, is trying to figure out, what's going to work. Neither of us were going to just randomly come up with the ice bucket challenge. There's 100 really bad, crazy ideas before that ice bucket challenge happened. So kudos to you and your party for really, really pushing the envelope on that.
Thank you. So we'll go over here first.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Stebbing. My riding is Flamborough-Glanbrook in Ontario. I was the candidate there in 2015, and my riding is half urban, half rural, and I'm now involved with a Project Rural team in Ontario. So my question's actually to do with rural areas, and I'm wondering, what's your experience? What do you guys do to reach out to people in the rural areas? And do you have any data or information you can give me on internet usage rates out there, Facebook usage, Twitter usage out in the rural areas? Is it different than urban?
I mean, I don't know your area well enough. I can say it depends in the U.S., that there's areas that are super connected, and that sometimes the more rural you get, on internet it's beautiful because you're only paying for internet eyeballs. So I think ask big questions. What does it cost to cover the entire mobile area of that of a region? So for us, what does it cost to do all of mobile and buy out all of mobile in Montana? There's not that many eyeballs. So it becomes a very easy and very cost-effective way to communicate with those. And I found a lot of farmers in Iowa are actually, I don't condone texting while riding your tractor, but there's a lot of farmers that are on their Facebook while they're on their tractor. So, I think it's smart to reach out to rural areas, and I always think that it pays off because it's so. The only eyeballs that you are getting in that area are seeing your content. You're paying by click, or you're paying by 1,000 impressions.
The only thing I would add to that is, in my experience, the organizing is even more important in rural areas for a lot of reasons. The competition is often, not incentivized to invest in rural areas. The people may be less connected, as you're suggesting. They may be getting less political information. Just the pace of life is a bit different in a city than in a rural area. And so for that reason, if you are able to organize your sort of diehards, they're going to have more influence over their neighbors than is likely to happen in a big Toronto, high-rise. And so we both remember, this is back to 2008, which is ages ago, obviously, but, the organization put together by the Obama campaign in places like Idaho and Wyoming propelled us to huge victories in the primaries there, because, maybe we only had 200 active volunteers in a state like Idaho, but that's, they're able, they're able to reach a whole lot of the overall state of Idaho, and they have more influence over the opinions of their friends and neighbors than a television ad does, especially in a place like that.
I would say, as someone who did look at the numbers specifically in the rural ridings, that Teddy's discussed right. There were variances, but at the end of the day, a vote is a vote, and a supporter is a supporter, and you do pay per view, so you can reach them, and it costs usually, and the response is usually the same, whether it's urban or rural. And just remember as well that the social communication doesn't end with that person. That person then will go and talk once they're off the tractor and have stopped texting with their dad and their mom, and they will tell them about what they've seen. And so you're not just getting one, you might get 4 or 5 other people around the table talking about issues that are important. So everyone counts. Next.
Hello. So I have a question that you've kind of touched on already, but I just want to know your opinions. It's a two-parter. The first part, what form of social media that maybe the campaign used effectively, that we all use a lot right now, like Facebook, Twitter, that you think will be irrelevant come 2019? And what piece of social media do you think it's relatively unknown right now that we should be looking into and use come 2019?
Everybody who makes predictions about these kinds of things are like always wrong. I think, to me, the obvious reality is that these things tend to kind of rise and fall to some degree. They can do so unpredictably, a little bit less unpredictably than it was a while ago. Like Facebook, Twitter, these companies are where people have stored their photos for 10 years. They're how people keep in touch with relatives. So they're a little bit less vulnerable to some kind of massive disruption than like Snapchat, than like MySpace and Friendster were back in the day. I think in the big picture, they're all going to rise. Social is only going to become more important as an element of politics and everything else that people do in their lives. If I have to make a prediction, I don't think that Twitter will be irrelevant by 2019. Far from it, but I think they've obviously got to figure out a way to do something about trolls and abuse, and to be relevant to more than just a sort of a niche community of sort of super activists and people who are really engaged in politics and news. And then, the one that, this is not an unknown network, but I'm always bullish on Facebook. People love to talk about whatever's new. The biggest by far is Facebook. It's the most important by far, and I would be very surprised if that's not still the case in a couple of years.
As a guy who ran Barack Obama's MySpace, I am not answering that question. I do think that it's ultimately about organizing and not about platform. I also think that we are moving into a more and more segmented and pluralistic society, that each of us is only seeing whatever news our friends want us to see through a very, very specific algorithm. And any way that I can push more information from my party or my viewpoint into the other side instead of just preaching to the choir. So if you love cats and you're on Facebook, all you're going to see in your news feed is news stories around cats. I don't think this is good for democracy in general, but I do think that it may be having to organize on 50 platforms and going into very, very specific niches. To me, it's like it doesn't matter whether it was my grandfather standing in a downtown area handing out flyers, or me finding and being an embassy of a campaign in Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, wherever that is. It's irrelevant. You should take away from this that there is organizing things and jobs that we need to do on the campaign, and we need to find and talk to other people than to just base voters and decided voters. So wherever I can find my undecided voters, I'm going to learn that platform.
So it's one thing to get views. How do you change behavior and get people to do what you want them to?
Easy one. Teddy.
It's very hard. It's important to remember that most people don't change their behavior. In the States, 4 or 5, 6% of the people are undecided. Of the people who are decided, a slim margin of them are sporadic voters, meaning they may or may not vote. So the vast majority of people are either definitely going to vote or not going to vote, and either definitely going to vote for one party or the other. So most people don't change their behavior. I think where you can get people to change their behavior, I think you have to kind of, I guess I kind of go to two places on this. First of all, you have to your point or your sort of implication that it's one thing to get views, you have to capture data. You have to be able to, you have to put yourself in position to develop a relationship with people, or at least the ability to kind of contact them again and again. A push notification of any kind, an email, a text message, is so much more valuable in a Facebook impression, because I can log off Facebook for an hour, a day, a week. One way or another, I'm cleaning out my inbox and I'm cleaning out my SMS. It may be to hit delete, but I've got to deal with them. And so you've got to collect the data. You've got to put yourself in position to contact people again and again and again. And by the way, that I'm talking about email and SMS, that counts for door knocks and phone calls too. The other thing is there's a lot of social psychology, which is kind of a geeky little thing that I'm into, but there's a lot of evidence that you can change outcomes and change people's behaviors by things like getting them to commit to a certain thing. People who commit to vote can be shown that they actually are more likely to vote. Through social pressure, people don't like thinking that they're the only one of their friends or the only one on their block who's not going to vote. And so I think you combine the underlying message, which ideally is like compelling and good, with data collection that allows you to contact people again and again and again, with a little bit of sort of social psychology, social science, and sort of behavioral psychology to figure out what are the levers that actually can, not by 30-40%, but by 1 or 2 points at the margin, change how people behave. And it's the best you can do. But again, I mean, we're all scrambling for 1 or 2 or 3 points out of the whole country. These are billion-dollar campaign enterprises designed to swing a couple million votes, if that.
Make it fun and exciting. I think that you saw those big rallies with Bernie. That was about building momentum. That was about saying to a rural person who had our beliefs but their neighbors didn't, that they're not alone, that there is fun in doing this, making culture part of your campaign, bringing in and making it feel like, again, this is something that you want to be part of. For too long, the Democratic Party in the U.S. Was boring. And it wasn't something that me and Teddy wanted to necessarily go like, yeah, I can't wait to go to that Democratic Party barbecue. But if you go, well, the gang's all here, all my friends are coming, everybody's excited about it, and the politics and the policies are all in line with what your viewpoint is, maybe you will show up. And I think it's the same thing with organizing on a college campus or organizing for the internet for a party, or just organizing offline. It's still got to be enticing, intriguing, fun, and have some energy.
And I'd add that during our campaign, we weren't trying to change people's behaviors. What we were trying to do is understand what motivated them. So basically appeal to the things about them that were particularly relevant to our candidate. So we might meet someone who had a very strong position, say, on a pro-life agenda. And you'd think automatically they might not be interested in a candidate, but you serve enough environmental ads or some other type of content to them, and you start to see that they're not unidimensional. And you, instead of wasting their time with stuff they're not interested in, you try to connect with them on things that they are interested in. So I think that goes to the point of making sure that you have a two-way line of communication, and the importance of an engagement campaign rather than just a broadcasting campaign. And I think this was likely to be the last question. Sorry, guys. Teddy and Scott will be around for a lot of tomorrow, too, so you'll have lots of chances to corner them. But go ahead.
Hi, my name is Matthias. My question is just based on, you have all this information now on Facebook and Twitter, who's retweeting, who's liking, who's commenting, who's viewing, and you can go onto their Facebook profile, see what they like, see what else they're interested in, and you can even do this on Snapchat now. How are you using that information to better target voters?
And I try not doing it in a creepy way. I think that there's a lot of data out there. There's always been a lot of data out there. The reality is that what Teddy said in the last comment is we're not trying to get every voter in America to go to our side. We just need to organize more than the other side, and we win. At the end of the day, this is an organizing battle, and we have to figure out what is the smartest amount of data that we can use for the least amount of money to get the most amount of voters. And so just because there's a lot of data out there doesn't mean that it necessarily is relevant. I sat on a panel a few years ago with somebody who goes, well, if the person is driving a red Toyota, they're more likely to become a Democrat because, and there's magazine and consumer data that, I mean, Teddy, probably you get hit up for this stuff all the time, I'm sure Tom does, there's a lot of data out there. Now the question is, what is it that makes the most sense for you to use? And in your riding, let's just figure out who are the most likely people and who are their friends. And that to me is usually a most impactful and inexpensive way to do this in a very non-creepy way.
Second that, yeah.
I would just say that, again, relating back to the last question I answered, the behavioral data is relevant. Who they are, what they like, what they consume is not as important to me. If I serve an ad to them or a video and I see they watch 90% of it, I know there's something about that ad that is engaging them and making them excited. If they watch 10% of it, or they ignore it, or they don't share it, then I know that they're not interested. And I think you can divide your audiences into these groups, and you can start to build a sense of what is motivating them. And I think being able to test that is I think, very helpful to engaging people and to continuing the conversation that you're having at the door or online. So that's pretty much it, guys. I'm just going to wrap it up now. And thank you for coming. Good luck in the remainder of your primaries, and certainly good luck in what comes next. Thank you for sharing your time with us today.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tom, Teddy, and Scott, for that fabulous and fascinating session. Very helpful as we turn our minds towards 2019. Folks, this concludes our keynote. We've got another presentation coming up at 4:15, but I have some very, very important public service announcements as everybody streams out, so I hope you'll stay and listen to these. There's a couple of scheduling changes with regard to 2 plenary sessions, along with a change to panelists. And one of these, the Real Change at Work session, entitled Platform 2015, How We Brought Real Change to Canada, moderated by Karen McCriven, that was scheduled for 11:25 in Hall D, will now take place at 3 p.m. In Hall D in the plenary space. That's right here. The one change to panelists in regard to Platform 2015 will be that Bill Morneau will no longer be on this panel. So thank you very much on this. And as I said earlier today, we are, to put it simply, a victim of our own success. We brought together so many Liberals for this convention that we've had to make special arrangements for tomorrow. For the Prime Minister's address, we will be removing chairs to allow for maximum space. And for those who attended recent campaign rallies, you may recall many of us had to stand. It'll be a similar experience this time. We will, however, be providing seating for those who may need it, and we'd ask you to give consideration to your fellow Liberals who need those requirements. And for the constitutional plenary session, very important, we are hoping to be able to provide chairs for all those attending, and therefore we have reserved a second room so that we can properly accommodate all delegates to ensure every vote is counted. And therefore we will be using Winnipeg 2 room as an additional room during the constitutional session. It will be connected to the plenary room through a live feed. Thanks so much for staying and listening to that, and we'll see you in the next session. Thanks so much.
and all I got is 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Hey, I'm out of time and all I got is 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Hey, I'm out of time and all I got is 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Hey.
Well, don't waste time. Give me a sign. Tell me how you want to roll.
I want somebody to speed it up for me, then take it down slow. There's enough room for both.
Well, I can handle that. Just gotta show me where it's at. Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go? Go, go, go.
If you want it, you already got it. If you want it, let me what you want. If you feel it, you must feel it.
me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so right as we dance by the moonlight. Can't you see? You're my delight. Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes.
Sexual eruption. Sexual eruption. Whoa.
an exciting event for you coming up right now. And we have so much to be proud of, so much to be grateful for, and so much to celebrate, and you know what? We're going to do that together. So thank you. Thank you for being here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Karen McCrimmon. I'm the Member of Parliament for the riding of Kanata-Carleton, and I'm acting as your moderator today. And you know, it's one thing to talk about real change, it's certainly another thing to deliver it. And during this session, Real Change at Work, we're going to reflect on the success of the 2015 Liberal platform, how its commitments make a real difference in the lives of Canadians right across the country. The election platform was really Canada's platform, plus one. It was developed from what everyday Canadians told us at the door and from millions of conversations that were part of the movement, and it's written and it's rooted in the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of this country. It's rooted in real change. La plateforme électorale était réellement...
The electoral platform was Canada's, and it has been developed from what everyday Canadians told us at the door, from the millions of conversations that were part of this movement. This movement is rooted in the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of this country. It's rooted in real change.
But we must also acknowledge the huge contributions made by Liberals from their home ridings from coast to coast to coast, and the role that grassroots Liberals have played in shaping this party's policy agenda. And we're going to hear more of that from the Honourable Ralph Goodale. We need to keep discussing how Liberals can keep engaging Canadians' ideas as we look forward to the next election. I am honoured, indeed honoured, and humbled to be able to introduce our panellists for today. And we'll start with the Honourable Jean-Yves Duclos, the Member of Parliament for Quebec, I should say le membre formidable du Québec, and the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. The Honourable Ralph Goodale, the mighty Member of Parliament for Regina Wascana and Minister of Public Safety. And the amazing Anna Gainey, President of the Liberal Party of Canada. Want to talk about a power panel. So we're going to have a little bit of a conversation first with the panelists, and then we'll open it up for questions. So I'm going to hand the floor over to the Honourable Ralph Goodale, and he's going to start us off today. Thank you, Minister.
Karen, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Delighted to have this opportunity to talk about the platform that all of us worked for and campaigned on just a short while ago with such terrific success. It's a document that I think we can all be very proud of. A new plan for a strong middle class and actually much, much more. It's a blueprint for real change that the government is now in the process of implementing. And I guess it begs the question, where did that platform come from? Well, it came from a number of inputs from a whole variety of people across the country. The caucus, of course, was intimately involved. I had the pleasure with Joyce Murray of chairing a process within the caucus to organize caucus ideas and suggestions to bring forward to the National Convention and then on to the platform committee. It also came, very importantly, from two previous biennial national conventions of the Liberal Party of Canada. We had input from a number of expert panels, some on foreign policy, some on economic policy. We distributed a number of policy questionnaires, both to party members and to the general public, and we did some crowdsourcing online to get ideas and suggestions coming in. Most especially, though, I think it was the ideas and the resolutions researched and advanced over the last 4 years by Liberal Party members and supporters and convention goers and policy committee workers in each of the ridings across the country. That was the largest bulk of the input that contributed to this very successful platform document. And let me just give you a couple of examples. The roots of this process began with the biennial convention that we held in Ottawa in January of 2012. And if you think back to January of 2012, just a few short months after the most difficult election in the history of the Liberal Party of Canada, you might say we were lower than the belly of a snake in a rut at that point in time. But the delegates came to that convention, they worked hard, they generated a number of constitutional changes, but more importantly, they generated policy ideas. And let me give a shout out to the Young Liberals of Canada. It was at that convention that they produced the resolution on marijuana. It was bold, it was evidence-based, and it is now the policy of the Government of Canada. And that was the beginning of that process. And then Justin Trudeau and the other leadership candidates started working across the country. They were in hundreds of meetings with thousands and thousands of Canadians, and they were hearing this message about the middle class, about fairness, about inclusion, about how the economic system of the country was not working for a large number of Canadians. And that became a great part of the input that went into this platform document, that the leadership candidates heard that over and over and over again, that it was time for fairness for the middle class and time for changes in our economic system that recognized when the middle class is doing well, that helps to lift the whole country. And you need to include all of those people who are working so hard just to get to the middle class. So that became a very predominant theme. And then, with input from the caucus and from constituencies and policy committees across the country, we went into the biennial in February of 2014. And look at the top resolutions that were adopted at that biennial convention. If you want to know the importance of people who come to these national conventions and who contribute their ideas, their ingenuity, their thoughtfulness to the policy process, look at what that convention in February of 2014 generated. Democratic reform, including a new voting system for Canada. Transformational investments in community and public infrastructure. Support for fairness for families, including a new child benefit system. Tax reform, including reductions in taxes for the middle class, paid for in part by asking the top 1% to pay a little bit more. Immigration reform, fairness for veterans, restoring offices that had been closed, enhancing services and benefits, home care, mental health, support for seniors, including reverting the OAS age back to 65 from 67, and improvements in the guaranteed income supplement, building the foundations for a nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples, and dignity at the end of life. All of those things were on the agenda for our national convention in 2014. All of them were adopted in the form of resolutions. All of them became part of the platform, and they are in the process now of becoming the official policy of the Government of Canada. And people like you in this room can claim the credit for that, because this platform is based on your aspirations for a better Canada.
That's true. All right. Then I'm going to ask Anna Gainey. So we know how this platform came about. Now you have to take a platform and you have to bring it to Canadians. And we have to encourage Canadians to see the wisdom of all this work that all of you and all these Liberals have put in place over the years. But now we have to bring it to Canadians. And that's what we did in the run-up to the election and during the election itself. So I'd like to ask Anna Gainey to bring her perspective and her thoughts about how you bring a platform to life.
Well, in this case, we had a wonderful document to work with. It was a collaborative effort, as Ralph described. And not only is it great policy and ideas in that document, ideas that I think if you were here earlier, you saw in the video Kate Purchase talking about this a little bit, that they were ideas that Canadians could really relate to. And this is kind of a circular narrative because those ideas came from those people. So, you know, the document reflects that. And so it gave us not only excellent policy for our candidates to go door to door with, but a foundation to produce all kinds of great campaign material to go along with that, whether that was householders or advertising, the Hazel ad that we saw. There is all sorts of ways that the campaign team was able to use the messaging and the ideas that were in that platform to advance our campaign and to give our volunteers and our candidates a great message at the door as they were out working so hard to canvass and persuade voters. So it was not only great policy, but a great tool for our messaging. And, you know, as Ralph said, and you said, Karen, it's a document we should all be very proud of. And I certainly am very excited to see more and more of it being adopted and becoming government policy. I think as a party, the next step that I see as an opportunity for our party is to continue to amplify the message and the record of our government in our communities. I think that we can't rely on just the national media or social media to talk about the record and the fact that we're delivering on our promises. I think this is why we got to continue, as Katie said, to go knock on doors, be present in our community and say, you know, we said we would do this and we're doing it, and to keep reminding people of our message and of our commitments and that we're following through on those. And I think that's a really important task for the party, for our members between elections, that we be the voice and the amplifier in our communities of the great work that our MPs are doing in Ottawa.
Oh, well, thank you, Anna. And I think this is the key to the success of the Liberal Party, because we all play our part, and you all play and more than one role. So we came up with a wonderful plan, something we could bring to Canadians and be proud of. And then we had a team that actually sold it door to door to door in those millions of conversations that we had on a daily basis. And now what we're going to see is the impact that is actually going to have on Canadians' lives. And as time goes on, we're going to see more and more of that. And that's, I'd like to ask the Honourable Duclos if he would add his perspective of what this platform difference will make to Canadians' lives.
Merci beaucoup, Karen. On me demande souvent.
Thank you, Karen. I'm often asked how I had the privilege of being here today and working with you to profit from all the experience we gained over the last few months and to be able to contribute modestly to everything that Ralph's already spoken about. So I'll answer that 20 months ago, I wasn't a member of the Liberal Party of Canada. Hardly a few months ago, I was at Laval University as an economics professor, where I was told every day that, you know, in politics, you can't do anything to transform society, change society, bring about better life for our fellow citizens, to stay and play in an abstract world, a university world, an academic world. And for me, it's a huge pleasure and privilege to be at the heart of this action, which for many months now has brought us to transfer or to change Canada for all its citizens.
To be an active member, and sometimes perhaps closer to being an active observer of all these wonderful things that we've been doing together, and that we hope to keep doing over the next few months and years. One of those things that I feel most privileged to be involved in is to be a proud member of a team that is implementing the most significant social policy innovation in a generation. And that most significant social policy innovation of a generation is the introduction in July of the Canadian Child Benefit. L'allocation canadienne pour enfants va révolutionner la façon dont l'aide aux familles par le gouvernement canadien va être accordée aux familles qui en ont le plus besoin dans notre société. Vous connaissez tous l'importance majeure que cette allocation canadienne pour enfants va avoir sur les familles les plus pauvres. Vous savez tous, par exemple, que 300 000 enfants vont être sortis de la pauvreté par le seul effet de cette allocation canadienne, que 500...
Thanks to 500,000 people, and that will mean that many of the children of adults will not be living in poverty. 9 families out of 10 in Canada will benefit from this child benefit and receiving $2,300 average. And that people don't understand that very much. These are 3 things, 3 principles that are guiding us in the university world, but also in political life. 3 principles that have to be the guidelines for social and political action of a government. The first one is transparency. In this case, it's transparency for the family. It's a benefit that's not taxable. It's easy. You get it, you have it. The second principle, make things as efficient as possible for the government so that the administration of the plan is as economical as possible. And the third is the principle of a just society. That's to give more help to people who need it more.
Transparency for families, as well as simplicity and transparency for the government, and finally equity for families. These 3 principles of simplicity, transparency, and equity are all extremely well followed and applied by the Canadian Child Benefit. As Raf said, that idea now came from us and from you in particular, and for this I think my government, our government, and all Canadians should be very proud and thankful to all of you and to all of us for having presented that in the platform, for having made that element such a key element in our conversation with Canadians, and for being able to implement it so quickly for the benefit of our society and the benefit of all Canadians. So I'll stop at this now, just saying how privileged I feel. I won't repeat that perhaps to my former economics colleagues in my department because they might feel a bit upset, but how privileged I feel to be with you today and to be part of this great government that is doing great things for all Canadians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. That was fabulous. And, you know, one of the things my mother said to me, she said, the true measure of a life is the impact that that life has on the lives of others. And I think that we as the Liberal Party, when we think of what we've managed to build and the opportunities and the improvements in people's lives that we're going to put forward to Canadians, that's huge. So thank you. It's all of us working together, and that's the key. So we're more than willing to open it up to questions if anyone would like to ask a question of the entire panel or direct it to a particular individual. You can move to the mic if you'd like. All right, question number 1.
Hi, my name is Brian Gold. I was a candidate in Edmonton-Greensboro. And I just want to give praise for the process of how you made this policy. Of course, there's all these great ideas, but as a candidate, we got briefings every week or so, and we were always given 3 great arguments for this policy and facts to back it up. And I'd be in all candidates' debates, and I'd have specifics to sell, and the NDP candidate would have just airy platitudes. Of course, the Conservative never showed up. But just how did you pare down the process to make it's so bite size and work so well? So
and one of the things that we can be really proud of in the last campaign is the skillfulness and the proficiency of the national campaign. I have been running in election campaigns since 1974. I've seen quite a few of them over the time. Won most of them, not everyone, but most of them. And I think we would all say that this campaign, in terms of its execution at the national level, was one of the most skillful and proficient that we've ever seen. The people in the war room, as they call it, dealing with the issues on a day-to-day basis, researching what we needed to know, making sure that the people who were going to need to have that information on the front line had it in a form that was understandable and was communicable, saying the same thing about the same issue in all regions of the country in both official languages. It's a huge logistical challenge, but the national campaign apparatus did an absolutely superb job. First of all, in synthesizing all of those ideas and getting them into a narrative that was really quite compelling, and then breaking that down into bite-sized bits as they were all timed to be released at the right time in the right sequence, making sure all of the candidates were properly briefed and nobody was caught unawares. No campaign can be possibly 100% perfect, but this one was very good logistically, and it reinforced what we as candidates needed to do on the doorstep, using the data, using the demographic information about our ridings, identifying the people that we needed to communicate with, and the kinds of messages that would answer their questions, alleviate their concerns. That background work was done extremely well at the national level. It took a team of very, very skillful people. And let me also pay tribute to the fundraisers, because they made it possible for us to have that apparatus and to deliver in a very efficient way. We just need to keep getting better and better at that in future elections.
And Anna, could I ask you, what was the role between the party and the campaign? How did those two entities work together?
In the last 2 years in particular, in my experience in this role, the campaign and the party were very tightly knit to a very high degree. And I think part of what Ralph is talking about is a product of that very tight relationship and cooperation, and the fact that we were all focused on the same goal and working towards the same objective. It really helped create a unified message and a narrative and a way of getting it out consistently right across the country to everyone who needed it. I think looking back, one of the interesting things for me about the platform, and perhaps coming from Quebec in particular, we heard this a lot, was, where is your platform? There were many months where they're not Ralph of like, hello, what are you guys doing? And we want your ideas. And you know, our candidates were out knocking on doors and people would say, well, what do you stand for? Like, what are you doing? And it took an enormous amount of discipline on the part of our campaign team to really keep reassuring us and asking for the confidence in them and the trust to say, it's coming, we are rolling it out strategically, thoughtfully, and not only that, but we are putting a whole lot of work and time into making sure that it's right and that it's the best that it can be. And that took some time to produce that document. Not only the content, but I mean, if you look at it, if you have a chance to flip through it, the graphics in there, it's really impressive. So we spent, particularly in Quebec, I can't speak so much other regions of the country, a lot of time trying to reassure our candidates and their teams and volunteers that the material was coming, the policy was coming, it was going to be great, you're going to love it, you're going to have lots of stuff to talk about on the door. And by June, when we really started to unpack the policy, we were in Vancouver for an announcement on the environment, for example. I think that's really, the momentum started to really build again for us as we started to unpack these ideas that we had ready to go. And it did also, I think, help to counter the not ready narrative that we've talked about in different sessions as well. It was good policy. We had stakeholders who stepped up very quickly to reinforce it and to support it. And overall, it tied into this consistency that Ralph just spoke to too, in terms of just everyone being on message and working together very well.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Okay, question number 2.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can now.
My name is Wayne Trisheri. I'm from the great riding of Thunder Bay Rainy River. I have had the privilege of being the EDA president since we lost the riding, what would now be 3 elections ago. So I've spent a considerable time in those 2 eras when we were not represented by a Liberal to now with the held riding with our new member, Don Rusnick. I've also had the privilege of being a fundraiser throughout that period. Now, being a lifelong Thunder Bayite, I can tell you I consider myself from the working middle class. And notwithstanding my gray hair and the fact that I'm now retired, I think I have a pretty good understanding of who the middle class is in our region. So I want to congratulate the team at the national level for identifying middle class as the key to hearing and listening and addressing the interests of Canadians. The one exception I might take with the policy document is the term strong middle class. It's my observation that we would all like to aspire to that strong middle class. There are very few people, I feel, in our society who do not identify as being middle class. You know, there's that 0.1% who are up there. So is the middle class in Canada truly strong, or is it an aspiration? My view is it's an aspiration. So I'd like to suggest that we continue the journey that we started with this document in truly getting to the characteristics of what constitutes a strong middle class. Canadians are absolutely one of the most ingenious, energetic, loyal, persevering Canadians around. But I also sense, as we entered this last election period, Canadians were looking for some relief as a middle class. There's a sense of vulnerability out there. We're not all strong, well-employed, good bank account securities and so on. In fact, for many Canadians, we're one paycheck away from severe vulnerability.
And I think that's an excellent question. And is it a reality or is it an aspiration? And where do we see moving now? Is that something, Minister, you'd like to address?
I would say that most of us would see this as an aspiration. And I think not only do we see this as an aspiration, I think we also want to see this as an aspiration, because it's the goal of this government and the goal, I think, of all of us in this room to achieve that outcome over time. As you say, and as you correctly say, there are many dimensions of the lives of middle-class Canadians that are fragile. You know, employment is one, health is one, income security is another one, family structure is one more, education, and so on. So it's important to recognize that vulnerability and to fight it. Although some people, as you said, might feel strong at the current time, that strength may well disappear. And therefore, it's both an aspiration as a society, but as an aspiration as individuals and families.
Okay, thank you. Okay, question number 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent Baudry, and I'm coming from the riding of Longueuil-Saint-Hubert in the province of Quebec. My question is the following. When I joined the party, when I decided to actively campaign in favor of the Liberal Party in my riding, the reason I really got in is the promise that was not necessarily written into the document, but that was still a part of the vision of it, that Parliament would be more professional, more functional than ever under this new Liberal government, under this new Liberal majority Parliament, especially after 10 years and 4 years of majority Conservatives in which pretty much nothing happened. It was probably the most dysfunctional House of Commons in the history of the country. So I know the Liberal Party is acting as best as possible to make this reality happen, but we do need the help of the opposition parties. And considering the unfortunate event of the last week, in which we saw opposition members acting like toddlers on the floor of the House, what do you prepare for? Some kind of motions, maybe legislation to give more power to the Speaker of the House to make this value that was part of the document a reality. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a very good question, and I think just as in response to the previous question, we would need to say that our platform and our work as a political party and our work in Parliament is never over. We can never say we've reached the point where we want to be. It's a work in progress, and we need to keep renewing and refreshing this document when it comes to the middle class and everything else that we touch upon in our platform. It's a never-ending process. The same is true with parliamentary reform. We have 3 or 4 chapters in the platform that deal with democratic reform, parliamentary reform, electoral reform. And by the way, our Minister of Democratic Reform, Miriam Monsef, is an absolute giant in the way that she deals with that issue in a patient, respectful way every day in the House of Commons. As she lays out the ideas and the process to get to electoral reform, she demonstrates that kind of goodwill that we would like to see back and forth across the House. It's never perfect. I think we would all say in the House, Jean-Yves, that it's better now than it previously was. When you consider the mood in the last Parliament, where the government actually had a handbook on how to disrupt and destroy the proceedings of parliamentary committees, we're to a point now where I think the tone is better. It's got a long ways yet to go, but it's moving in the right direction. And we just need to maintain our resolve that we're going to get there and keep working at it. It's incremental, one little step at a time. But let me give you an example of one gesture that we made in one of the parliamentary committees that I have a little bit to do with, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Security. There's a bill before, or there was a bill before that committee about giving the RCMP members the right to choose their own bargaining agent for collective bargaining purposes. In other words, for the first time in history, giving the Mounties the right to have a union. When the legislation was before the committee, there were some members of the committee, both on our side and on the opposition side, that raised questions about a number of sections in the bill. We listened to a good many of those arguments, and we were prepared to change the bill in response to what the committee actually recommended. Rather than just saying, no, it's our way or the highway, we're not listening to other members of Parliament, it has to be just our way. We were open to suggestions for change, and the bill was changed as a result of input from the committee. Small example, but I think you'll find that that's a new method of operation for this government. Listening to what members say, responding constructively to good ideas that they have, and recognize that the journey's never done. We're going to have to maintain our patience and our willingness to work with others and try to renew that every day.
Mr. Duclos, would you like to add something?
Merci. Très rapidement, Vincent. Merci beaucoup de votre question.
Thank you for your question. You identified what people like me who are new in the House and people from outside of the House, what we see is how fast things can deteriorate in the House. As new member in the House, one, I don't have as much experience as people like Ralph. But number two, I have the advantage of having a new point of view on the tone to be adopted in the House of Commons. And, of course, there are a lot of new members like me had the same ambition, that is to progressively, because everything takes time, to progressively get to a new sound, a new atmosphere, a new tone in the House of Commons.
Hi, my name is Brooke Malinowski, and I'm from the riding of Yorkton-Melville. And so the name of the session is How We Brought Real Change to Canada, and obviously we did if you look at our majority government. However, this was not necessarily the case in the province of Saskatchewan. We only have one elected Liberal official from Saskatchewan, which is Minister Ralph Gobeil. So thank you for that. But otherwise, we didn't have any Liberal candidates elected. We tripled the votes in most of the riding, but no one was elected. So what I'm wanting to ask is, how are we going to bring real change to parts of the country like Saskatchewan where our message isn't necessarily resonating with people there? Thank you.
It's a big challenge, and believe me, I would love some company in the House of Commons. We came awfully close in Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River in the north. Lawrence Joseph was only 72 votes from being the second Liberal MP from Saskatchewan. As you point out, we tripled our share of the popular vote, getting back to sort of the threshold level that we are traditionally able to collect in Saskatchewan. But we've got to find the way to build on that. And I think it's going to take the meticulous effort at the political level and at the party level to put in the time, to put in the resources, to get going well in advance of the next election, identifying good candidates, getting them in the process of being nominated early, using the technology to identify the vote potential riding by riding by riding, and begin to work at that potential, not in the 78 days. Let's hope we don't have another campaign like that. In the not just during the writ period, but for weeks and months, and if possible, years in advance. And in the policy process, I think we have to be particularly willing to listen to those corners of the country where we don't have as much representation as we would like, and to make policy accommodation so that people in all of those regions can see themselves well reflected in the platform that we put forward in another election. I think there are many dimensions of this platform that we can stand on in great pride in a province like Saskatchewan, helping the middle class, improving the situation for families with children, increasing benefits for veterans, increasing the guaranteed income supplement for the lowest income of seniors. We have one of the highest senior populations in the country. And also we have one of the largest, in per capita terms or percentage terms, Indigenous populations in the country. And this platform document is absolutely historic in the relationship that it proposes to establish with Indigenous Canadians. When you have the passionate Minister of Indigenous Affairs in Carolyn Bennett, and the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice for Canada, the Honourable Jody Wilson-Raybould, at the United Nations, together saying that Canada now fully supports the Universal Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, that is one historic moment that should help us turn the corner on a relationship that's been too frayed for too long.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Thank you very much. Ralph and I go back a long way, and I'd like to welcome all the new Liberals here. Both he and I know if we get scratched, we bleed red. There's no doubt about that. And in my family, it's been red for a long, long time. I do have a pain in my butt, but that's because I'm represented by a Tory in Ottawa. And I'm next door to the Yorkton-Melville riding in Dauphin, Neepawa-Swan River. My question is that people like to back a winner. And this platform was very effective. My community, and it's hard for many urbanites here maybe to understand, it is not uncommon to see nine-fingered men this is a different sort of cultural makeup than you would see in many urban ridings. It's very physical, it's very basic, single issues, that sort of thing. After the election and some things started to happen, when the Liberals formed the new government, one of the really strong, and he does have a red neck, by the way, Nine Fingers says to me, he says, yeah, I don't like anything that's Liberal, but you know, Trudeau's doing what he said he'd do. And that's a compliment to this platform, I think. My question, however, is to President Gagné, in that people use polls to judge what's going on as time goes on between elections. And polls have a great effect. People like to get with the swing of things, and so on. But in this last election, I think the system showed that the polling is completely skewed now and no longer accurate in its population. And in that, I mean, they use professional pollsters pretty well use the telephone to do their poll. Anyone under 40 years old doesn't have a landline or a public telephone number. So how are we going to be able to poll to see how the reception to any of this platform is as we go along to 2019, other than through our own Liberal network here, but to get a vision of what the people of Canada really know and want to know about it.
Do you want to
Thank
tackle
you.
that one, Annie?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I think immediately, I think two answers come to mind for me. One is that we have to continue the door knocking, which we talked about a little bit earlier, by communicating with our members through email and reminding our membership and our supporters what we have accomplished, and giving them the tools to go into their communities, as they did during the campaign, to let people know that these are the promises that we made and these are the things we've delivered, and this is the kind of impact that this new government is having. And by doing that, we were able to collect information about this person's interests and what issues matter to them, and to continue, building that database to help us identify our supporters and potential supporters and people who could be persuaded in the coming years by positive messages and proof that we're doing what we said we would do. The other way we can do that, if you were here earlier, is, and you heard a little bit about the digital panel, is, the technology is changing constantly, and it's becoming more and more sophisticated. But we are able to identify supporters and issues and things that matter to people online, based on the things that they view and the things that they click through on, and the shareables that we post or the petitions that they sign online. And when people click on those things and demonstrate an interest by, say, how long they stay on the page and these kinds of things that we can measure, we're able to tailor our messaging and to engage people that way, and to say, this group of people, they came online through a petition to legalize marijuana. And that was a very active group of people for our fundraising going forward. We were able to target those people who signed that petition with requests to support us financially so that we could make that promise a reality. So we can do that ID and that sense of feedback door to door in person, and I think that there's a growing possibility in a world out there in terms of IDing the vote and IDing people's interests and how persuadable they are through our online mechanisms. And the party will certainly be continuing to invest in both approaches between now and 2019.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got 11 minutes left to go. So that's 2 questions, or maybe 3 if you make them brief. Okay, so who's up next?
Hi there, my name is Matthew Cava-Goodwin. I was the official agent for Robert Falconer-Lett. And I have a question with regards to our party's decision to run a deficit during the campaign. I know that a number of Liberals were a little bit hesitant in the beginning, but it became something that helped differentiate ourselves from the NDP and the Conservatives, who both promised to run a balanced budget. Whether or not that was going to be true, probably very unlikely. But I was curious about the thought process that we made to make that decision.
When we were in government before, in the 1990s, the largest economic imperative was, at that time, balancing the books after a deficit that had accumulated over a period of 25 consecutive years. and the fiscal situation of the country was quite literally suffocating the economy. That was the issue that had to be dealt with by Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin, and they did it, and they did it decisively and effectively. At the time, when they were asked about their motivation, their objective, they said, was to clean up the balance sheet of the country so that they could restore Canada's fiscal sovereignty, so we could get back our ability as a country to make the decisions that we needed to make in the best interests of Canadian citizens. We had quite literally lost that fiscal sovereignty in that period prior to the middle of the 1990s. But they fought that fight, they won that battle, and they delivered for Canada 10 consecutive years of balanced budgets. Now, in doing so, they put the fiscal foundations of this country back into incredibly good shape, probably the best in the Western world. Is it so you can just accumulate good economic statistics? It's kind of nice to be able to rattle them off, but no. It's to put yourself in a position to be able to deal with the future economic circumstances that will come your way. Fast forward to the period now, 2015, 2016. Our crucial economic imperative today is the lack of economic growth. That is what is stifling the well-being of the middle class. We are just not growing fast enough and strong enough in a sustained and sustainable way in order to achieve the quality of life that Canadians want to have. In order to overcome that problem, you need investment. So we have invested in the well-being of the middle class, in growth and jobs, through infrastructure, post-secondary education, the tax cut for middle-class Canadians, the child tax benefit to lift the well-being of families. We will bring quite literally hundreds of thousands of low-income children out of poverty by Jean-Yves' child tax benefit. We will take 800,000 low-income seniors out of poverty by increasing the guaranteed income supplement the way we have promised to do. All of that adding to the well-being and the economic success and the ultimate growth of the Canadian economy. So you have to deal with the issue that is current at the time. 15, 20 years ago, the issue that was most pressing for the economy was the issue about balancing the books and dealing with the fiscal deficit. The issue today is the growth deficit. We don't have enough growth to sustain the quality of life we want, and that's why Bill Morneau's budget invested in growth and jobs for the middle class, building a better and more prosperous future for all Canadians, and doing so in a way that will keep the Canadian debt to GDP ratio at one of the lowest levels in the Western world.
Sure. Last question.
Hi, I'm Katie Olmsted. I was the candidate in 2015 in Chatham-Kent-Leamington, and I've spent the past 5 months reaching out to candidates in Ontario in rural and urban ridings to find out sort of what their tricks were in terms of success, and for many of those who came really, really close but didn't quite get there, what they need to be successful in 2019. And the message I got, and the message that I got at the doorstep too, was although this platform was fabulous and we could confidently speak about it, there really was a feeling that there was rural issues weren't addressed, or at least they weren't shared in a format that was easy to distribute in a rural community. And so on our campaigns, we really had to work hard to create these documents, and that took a lot of time away from making phone calls and knocking on doors. And for some candidates that lost by 50 votes or by a few hundred in these rural communities, we wonder if that time had been on the doorstep or on phones, would that have made the difference? So my question is, how can we use the ideas of the platform from 2015 moving forward to 2019 to ensure that a rural lens is applied to the platform so that all Canadians feel represented? Because this would really help Southwestern Ontario, but this would help provinces like Saskatchewan,
Yep.
and we really need to focus on this.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good point. And I think amidst all of the great success that we had in the last election, was the election in some parts of the country of a significant number of new members from rural communities and rural constituencies. But that was not an even rate of success all across the country. So I think we need to build on what we did right in those ridings where we were able to succeed in rural Canada, and learn those lessons, build on that, and have an even stronger offering the next time around. The good news is that we've now got those new rural voices within our caucus, and they are not going to let us forget that message. They're already speaking out loud. And we need that, and we'll learn that lesson.
That's right. All right. Well, I hope you found that session as informative as I did, because I just love talking about success. I love celebrating what we did so right. And here are three people who've made huge contributions to making that happen. So please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists here today. And also, thank you, right? You have to understand that it wouldn't have mattered what great policies that we came up with if we didn't have people who were out there knocking on doors and making those phone calls and those conversations. They made such a huge difference. And we owe it to all of our volunteers, you know, the people who gave up their free time to come out and make that difference. And now, we're here to celebrate. We've got an awful lot to celebrate. And let's do that. Let's take the time to celebrate. Yes, I think it's important. And then also have a view of where we're going. Because you know what? Liberals, we're the bold ones, right? We're the ones who get out there and in front and set that example and lead the way. And that's what we're going to do now. And it starts with this convention, and we just keep moving forward. Together, we can make it happen. You need to believe it. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
up in the music and rock your body right.
Come on, come on, rock that body.
Rock your body.
Rock that body. Come on, come on, rock that body. Rock that body. Come on, come on, rock that body.
Rock your body.
Rock that body. Come on, come on, rock that body. Rock that body. Come on, come on, rock that body.
Rock your body.
Rock that body. Come on, come on, rock that body. Rock that body. Come on, come on, rock that body.
Come on, yeah, rock, 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 Let me see your body rock, shaking it from the bottom to top. Freak to what the DJ drop. We be the ones to make it hot. To make it hot. Electric shock, energy like a billion watts. Space be booming, the speakers pop. Galactic, call me Mr. Spot. We bumping in your parking lot.
When you coming up in the spot, don't bring nothing with coffee dot, 'cause we burning around the clock. If the lights then turn them off. If you green, that don't make you stop. Like the jungle, we run the block. No one rolling the way we rock. Oh, 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 oh.
Come on, yeah. Off in this place, and she shines just like a star, and I swear I know her face. I just don't know who you are. Turn the music up in key, I still hear her loud and clear, like she's right there in my ear, telling me that she wants to own.
Come closer. to doing to sex rape, to doing to with it, to doing to sex rape, to doing to
Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to our concluding keynote events of the day. It is my pleasure to call on Arif Virani, MP for Parkdale. I can think of no one more fitting to bring to the stage Lean Al-Zaibak of Lifeline Syria than Arif. Aside from the work he is now doing in Ottawa as Parliamentary Secretary with Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, his riding is one of the most diverse in the country. And on a day-to-day basis, he works with newcomers and settlement and integration services to fulfill the promise this Liberal movement made during the campaign and do more for those who look to Canada for a place of refuge, a place of new beginnings, a place they can come to call home. Without further ado, Arif.
Merci beaucoup, Rebecca, et bon après-midi.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
It's been a three-year absence for me, but it's nice to be back. I just wanted to start out with a little quote. You don't suddenly discover compassion in the middle of an election campaign. You either have it or you don't. Those are the words of our leader. Those are the words of our leader in early September 2015 after he was asked to react to the image the whole world witnessed of lifeless 3-year-old Aylan Kurdi washed up on a beach in Turkey. In making that statement, Mr. Trudeau was reacting not only to that image, but also to the previous government's tepid response to the events in Syria, the single largest humanitarian crisis the world has seen since World War II. Our leader recognized that this party, the Liberal Party, is a compassionate party. But more importantly, he also recognized that our country is a compassionate nation. Canada always has been. We are a country founded by our First Nations and subsequently inhabited by a series of newcomers, some of whom arrived 6 generations ago, others whose presence dates back a mere 6 weeks. I personally am part of that Canadian tradition of accepting and integrating newcomers. I came here as a refugee fleeing Uganda in 1972 at the age of 11 months. 2 men were responsible for that. The first was our initial Prime Minister Trudeau, a Liberal leader who had the courage to accept, for the first time in Canadian history, thousands of non-white, non-Christian immigrants to the shores of this country. The second individual responsible for my arrival was an individual who is less likable, certainly far less intellectual. You might have heard of him, Idi Amin. 44 years later, I find myself not only as the newly elected Member of Parliament for Parkdale High Park in Toronto, but also having been named the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. I now have the distinct honor and take great personal pride in assisting Minister McCallum with welcoming the latest wave of newcomers to this country, 27,000 and counting refugees from Syria. But my own life experience and this new role as Parliamentary Secretary has taught me a few things. It's taught me that ensuring newcomers' success requires more than just political will. It requires the involvement of individual citizens. Enter Leen Alzeybak. Leen is one of thousands of Canadians who is working every day to ensure the successful integration of newcomers to this country. Mais Leen est une exception parmi ce groupe.
But Leen is an exception in this group. She's both co-founder and director of Jusur Syria, an international NGO that helps Syrian youth continue their education through scholarships and mentorship. She's also a board member on Lifeline Syria, the organization that has been a pivotal partner in connecting Syria's fleeing persecution with thousands of willing Canadians who want to become private sponsors.
Here's the best of what it is to be a Canadian, the idea of giving back. We are not only one of the most diverse nations on earth, we are also one of the most successful, precisely because we empower people to not simply arrive, but to thrive here in this country. All the while, we cultivate in Canada an ethos of paying it forward, of harnessing our incredible diversity in both small and big ways to make this country more welcoming for the next set of newcomers. Leen embodies this type of welcoming and compassionate Canada. For her selfless service, I say to Leen, shukran, thank you, and I ask all of you to join me in wishing her ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome, Leen.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to speak to you today about Canada's response to the Syrian refugee crisis. As you know, 9 months ago, the lifeless body of 3-year-old Aylan Kurdi washed ashore in Turkey. We cannot forget the picture of Aylan on the beach, his red shirt, his blue shorts, his tiny shoes still on his tiny feet. Those images broke our hearts. Our collective conscience could not ignore the devastating injustice of Aylan's death, or the larger tragedy the event came to represent. The world seemed to pause and say, no more. Undeniably, the pictures of Aylan changed the domestic and international politics of the Syrian refugee crisis. However, before that turning point, Prime Minister Trudeau had expressed his passionate belief that Canada could do so much more to help the innocent victims of the war in Syria. He resolved that Canada should resettle 25,000 Syrian refugees as soon as possible. Today, I am very proud to say that since October 2015, Canada has welcomed over 27,000 Syrian newcomers into our beautiful country. It is an amazing accomplishment and a promise fulfilled. It took hope, it took a lot of hard work, and yes, it took the Honourable John McCallum, but together we made it happen. Our government allocated the resources and private citizens went the extra mile. Of the 27,000 Syrian newcomers, nearly 10,000 are privately sponsored by citizens. I believe the government's policy of opening our doors and our hearts to those in need reflects our deeply held Canadian values. Vincent Massey, the first Canadian-born Governor-General, once said, "Nations achieve great character in crisis. It is of such moments in history that nations seem to say to themselves, 'I live for something.' For what? What do I value above all?" My fellow Canadians, we showed our highest values when we made Syria's crisis Canada's crisis. We showed that Syrian lives matter to us, as all lives matter to us. We chose to value compassion, we chose to value kindness, and we chose to value justice. And while others have closed their doors to this population, it must be said that we chose to value diversity. As a Syrian Canadian, I want to tell you that these are not uniquely Canadian values. They are universal values based on reason and empathy. Compassion, kindness, justice, and a belief in diversity do transcend culture and nationality. But we must acknowledge today that it was this Prime Minister and this government that restored those values to Canada's public policy. The decision to massively expand our resettlement efforts has proven to the world and to ourselves that Canada is once again a leader in refugee resettlement and a champion of the human rights enshrined in our charter. The situation in Syria is the worst humanitarian crisis since World War II. The conflict has displaced more than half of Syria's population. It has created 4.8 million refugees, 75% of which are women and children. Remember, I land on the beach. Then think of that number. 500,000 people and counting. The world must not turn away, and Canadians are certainly not turning away. By the end of this year, more than 17,000 additional Syrian refugees will arrive in our country. The Canadian public has the will and desire to help refugees fleeing violence and oppression. Canada has a mostly proud history of welcoming refugees, most notably in 1979, when Canada brought 60,000 Vietnamese boat people to our shores in just 18 months. Refugees and immigrants make up the social fabric of our great and multicultural country. Welcoming newcomers with open arms is a tradition we carry on from Canada's Indigenous peoples, who helped the European arrivals on these shores to adapt to life in these lands. We are a country of immigrants and refugees. And as the Prime Minister has said countless times before, we are strong not in spite of our differences, but because of them. Looking back, it's clear that as the Syrian conflict grew worse, we needed a government that would create the opportunity for Canadians to help the refugees. The people in this room helped make that possible. And as a Syrian Canadian, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. The work, of course, is not over. The Canadian people continue to show generosity, compassion, and warmth to Syrian newcomers as we help them, our new neighbors, settle into Canadian life. For Syrians, the adjustments are not always easy. Right away, there's a language barrier. They're adjusting to a new culture, new traditions, new customs, worried about finding jobs and providing for their families, not to mention the trauma that they bring with them from the war. It is now our responsibility as Canadians to help them integrate into their new life here and ensure that there are many success stories, as I know there inevitably will be. Syrian newcomers have already made us strong by affirming our national values. And in the years to come, they will make our country stronger in practical ways. As Minister McCallum said, this is a short-term investment for a long-term gain. In fact, many studies have demonstrated the contribution that refugees make to our economy. From Europe, we have new evidence that investing €1 in welcoming refugees can bring nearly €2 in economic benefits within just 5 years. While in some places in the world, Syria's refugees have been met with fear or suspicion, or treated as a burden, here in Canada, we welcome them as future citizens, employees, and leaders. Leaders like former Governors General Michael Jean and Adrienne Clarkson, who arrived to Canada as refugees. As well as the Honourable Mariam Monsef, Minister of Democratic Institutions, who arrived in Canada as a refugee as well. We welcome Syria's newcomers as our equals, as citizens in the making. Already, we have seen this kindness returned. In Fort McMurray's Hour of Need, Syrian newcomers in Calgary came together to give what little they could to help, proving that sometimes giving a little means a whole lot. Each one of us is doing our part in this national project. For myself, I am a co-founder and director of Jasur, which means bridges in Arabic. Our NGO provides hundreds of university scholarships to Syrian students so that they may continue their education and have a brighter future for themselves and their families. In addition, I am a board member at Lifeline Syria. Lifeline Syria was actually modeled after Operation Lifeline, which was an initiative for Canadians to privately sponsor Vietnamese, Cambodians, and Laotians. Lifeline Syria launched in June 2015 with a very modest goal of resettling 1,000 privately sponsored Syrian refugees in the Greater Toronto Area in 2 years. Now, the difference between Operation Lifeline and Lifeline Syria is that back then it was largely faith-based groups acting as private sponsors. Today, along with those faith-based groups, we have what I like to call the unusual suspects. They are school associations, universities, law offices, book clubs, choir groups, and groups of friends just banding together to help. Now that the newcomers have arrived, with many more on the way, the questions have become, how do we help these newcomers find opportunity and success? How do we as a country leverage their talents as quickly and as fully as possible? We know that newcomers can be innovative. They are 3 times more likely than their Canadian counterparts to hold a PhD. They're more likely to open a business. And their children have the potential to be exceptional and to build on their parents' hard work and success. At the same time, we have all heard of barriers to economic participation, and newcomers don't always reach their full potential. For example, our country faces chronic underemployment. This means that newcomers are employed, but too often doing jobs far below their skill set and far below their education level. CIBC estimates that this lost opportunity costs our economy more than $20 billion. But with the Syrian newcomers, we have something we didn't have before, those unusual suspects. These new players include Canada's private sector, which has responded with unprecedented enthusiasm to support the Syrian newcomers. Canada's companies are front and center in our response to this crisis. Many see it as a business and moral imperative. I'm very happy to tell you that cooperation between the private and public sectors has gotten the resettlement process off to an amazing start. Canada's companies, communities, and NGOs have raised more than $30 million to help Syrian newcomers not only integrate, but succeed. In addition, new investments in social infrastructure will have a lasting positive impact beyond the Syrian resettlement. The lessons we're learning today will help improve the immigration system and other systems for all immigrants, not just Syrians. This means that Canada will be better prepared at the municipal, provincial, and federal level for future international humanitarian crises. In working with Syrian newcomers, I can confidently say that what is happening in our country is unprecedented. Yes, we have done this before, most famously with the Vietnamese boat people, but never have we had so many unusual suspects come together in such a significant way. At the heart of these efforts stand our citizens, who are facilitating the integration of Syrian families through so many amazing, excellent grassroots initiatives. Canadians have not only stepped up by sponsoring Syrian refugees, but also by embracing the government-sponsored refugees, creating similar support systems and initiatives that are available to the privately citizen-sponsored refugees. This commitment will help to reduce the gap that historically has existed between the two groups. In closing, I would love to share a little story with you. Last week, I visited a Syrian family who recently arrived through the private sponsorship program. I had the great pleasure of meeting their 2 young daughters. Naham, the youngest, is 4 years old. That's the same age I was when I came to Canada. It was amazing to look into Naham's eyes and know she would have the same experiences and opportunities that I had growing up in Canada. Her happiness is a result of Canadians opening our hearts and our homes to hundreds of little girls like her and their families. I know that there will be a bright future ahead for Naham. As a Syrian, I am horrified at what is happening to my country of origin. But as a Canadian, I am incredibly proud of our willingness to welcome and support another wave of newcomers. This is the Canada that I know. This is the Canada that I love. And this is the Canada that I know we all want to build for the next generation, one with the strength to uphold our values. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lean, for that insightful keynote. Definitely, we always have to think about our children, and all of our children matter, Syrian, Indigenous, Canadian or not. That is the message that I received for that, and I thank you very much. For our final keynote of the day, it's my pleasure to call on John Aldag, MP for Cloverdale, Langley City, to introduce our speaker. John has proven himself to be one of the most effective voices of British Columbia in Ottawa, who has shown extraordinary leadership and judgment in his work on one of the most complex and personal of issues currently debated in Parliament. And of course, here in Winnipeg, he's helped shepherd the precious parliamentary report on medical assistance in dying. Ladies and gentlemen, John Aldag.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. It is my great pleasure to bring our next keynote speaker to the stage. Your Liberal caucus, which I am very proud to be part of, works tirelessly to bring big projects to life for the benefit of all Canadians, bringing the real change that you asked of us. The Honourable Melanie Joly, the Member of Parliament for Huntsic, Cartierville, and Minister of Canadian Heritage, is a woman with a vision. She's taken on a massive project, preparing the celebration surrounding the 150th anniversary of the Confederation in 2017. Canada 150 will be a time to connect, to celebrate, and appreciate the road traveled thus far and look forward to the future with pride. It will be our chance to share what makes our communities from coast to coast to coast unique diverse, and vibrant. 2017 will be the year to create lasting connections that will live on long after the celebrations have ended. This will be no small feat, but I can't think of anyone more fit for the job. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honourable Melanie Joly.
Bonjour tout le monde. Hello everybody. Great to see all of you. Plaisir de vous voir. Alors, vous savez, en tant que ministre de...
As you know, as the Minister of Official Languages, I get to work in both official languages quite a lot and learn new words. So do you know how you say 150th anniversary in English? Sesquicentennial.
Try again. Sesquicentennial. So now all together, sesquicentennial. So please remember that word. The word is a bit long to use on Twitter, but of course you'll hear it often as we prepare Canada 150. So 2017 will be a big year. How big, you ask? Big enough for us to still be talking about it in 2067.
Some of you were present for the 100th anniversary of Confederation. In 1967, Montreal hosted Expo and the celebrations that truly marked the collective imagination of Canadians. For those of you who might be nostalgic or curious, I invite you to check out the videos on the NFB website. These videos show off that great time of Expo 67. The theme of Expo at the time was Man and His World.
His word was the theme of Expo 67, Man and His World. So how things have changed. In 1967, Canada had to build a village to show Canadians the world. People wanted to discover their planet. They were eager to connect to foreign cultures, ideas, and ways of living. Since then, the world has come to Canada. Canadians are more than ever connected, knowledgeable, and aware. 24/7, all continents, thousands of cultures and languages. 50 years later, we want to offer a different type of experience. We want to offer a human connection with a bit of humor. One based on knowledge and acceptance of others here at home to show the world the best of Canada. Dans un monde si interconnecté,
in a world that is so connected, we want to tell our stories, share our moments, big ones and small ones, and allow for human connection between neighbors and citizens everywhere in our country. This vision of Canada's 150th is part of a reaffirmation of our citizenship, of what unites us, of the values that we share. These celebrations will be our celebrations, and it's up to us together to enjoy the moment.
Themes will be weaved into these year-long celebrations. Commençons par le...
Let's begin at the beginning. We want to involve youth. There was Generation 67, and there will be Generation 17. We want to tap into the potential of youth so that they be aware of their talents, of their innovative spirit, and that they discover the effect that they have and will have on their communities. We want to build their confidence because the future is being built today.
Young people. Our government believes in the next generation, in their way of thinking, their way of doing things. They inspire us. We want to give them the tools to fully invest in themselves so they can reach their full potential and give back to their communities. Nous voulons aussi célébrer
We also want to celebrate our diversity.
As Lean has just said, and as our Prime Minister have said time and again, Canadians understand that diversity is our strength. We know that Canada has succeeded economically, politically, culturally because of diversity and not in spite of it. In 2017, we want to celebrate and continue to build a welcoming country where everyone can reach their full potential. Nous savons qu'un
We know that a social contract unites us, and that it's based on the respect of individual freedoms, multiple identities, and our two official languages, French and English, and their application throughout Canada. This contract is first and foremost based on the values of respect, inclusion, compassion, equality, and justice.
To Victoria, passing through Markham and Montreal, we invite all communities to celebrate the multiple facets of Canadian diversity. Nous voulons aussi
We also want to support reconciliation with Aboriginal peoples.
more important to our government right now than our relationship with the Indigenous peoples of Canada. Our government is committed to a renewed partnership, one based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Nous savons que nous devons.
We know that we have to have a clear view when it comes to telling our common past with Aboriginal, Métis, and Inuit peoples. We have to seize the opportunity of the 150th anniversary of Confederation to change the course of history.
That we move forward together in the spirit of reconciliation so that Canada next 150 years leaves a better legacy than the past. Enfin, nous voulons reconnaître l'importance de l'environnement.
We also want to recognize the importance of the environment. Our country is magnificent. For oceans, forests, lakes, prairies, and mountains, we have a duty, and it is to take care of this precious heritage. In 2017, we want to reaffirm our desire to preserve our natural environments and strengthen our environmental awareness.
That our environment is facing important challenges. We want to encourage Canadians to develop a sense of pride and a closer connection to nature. In 2017, more than ever, we want to be the stewards of our environment. So you've heard the 4 pillars of the 2017 celebrations. You know that our vision is one of empowering communities throughout the country. We will make sure that all the parts of government will bring important Canadian symbols to the forefront of these celebrations. Now, I'd like everyone in the crowd to take out their cell phones and mark August 4th as an important date. Alors, tout le monde dans la salle, prenez vos téléphones intelligents.
So I'd like everyone in the crowd to take out their cell phones and mark August 4th as an important date.
Because it will be 150 days before the 150th anniversary. And that will be the start of our countdown. Yeah, you can clap. Au-delà de 2017, nous voulons
Beyond 2017, we want to leave an important legacy. This ultimate legacy will be to build bridges between citizens and generations. We want to create intersections where you meet with the other, beyond all differences, in complete openness and trust.
That it's up to all of us to leave a lasting legacy beyond 2017. The vision for this once-in-a-generation initiative will only be achieved through direct engagement and participation of Canadians. And we count on you. Be it park cleanups, block parties, youth forums, hikes on the Trans-Canada Trail, you can bring your community together by inviting your neighbor to get engaged. The legacy of Canada 150 will be an emotional one, a symbolic one, a human one. Never before have we been so connected to one another. Let's make that connection meaningful. Let's work together. Travaillons ensemble pour que 2017.
Let's work together so that 2017 be a historic year, a meaningful year, a proud year, and that Generation 2017 remember its 150th with great emotion. Thank you.
Wow, that was beautiful. I am definitely looking towards sesquicentennial, August 4th, and I've marked it in my calendar. So I want to thank you, Melanie. That concludes our keynote sessions for today. We now have an hour of concurrent workshop sessions from 5:05 to 6:05. You can find the details in your program, but there is going to be a session in this room, including Canada's plan for the middle class in this hall. Once again, thank you for your attendance and for all of your ideas that have been brought forward. Miigwech.
Take a chance, but my children can't find a way. You think that I could muster up time. Give me a sign, tell me how you want to roll. I want somebody to speed it up for me, then take it down slow. There's enough room for both. Well, I can handle that, you just gotta show me where it's at. Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go? Go, go, go.
I think so. This is my wife.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Av's family and
My name's Bernadette Jordan. I'm going to be your moderator this afternoon. I'm the MP for South Shore St. Margaret's in Nova Scotia.
Here,
and I'd like to welcome everyone to what I believe is a conversation that is central to something that we've all put forth during the election campaign, and that was our belief in real change. I'm speaking about our plan to grow the middle class and provide long-term growth for Canadian economy. With Budget 2016, we spoke of how we are going to do this by implementing the Canada Child Benefit, the middle class tax cut, and by funding crucial social infrastructure projects for transit, for seniors, and for childcare centres. This will provide vital support for community development and create jobs for Canadians. But there's a lot more than that, and we need to discuss that. And what we're going to do is talk about that plan for the middle class. And here to join me are some of the leaders of our Liberal movement on this very topic. And I got to say, I'm pretty excited to be part of this group. Some of my very favorite ministers. So we'll start at the end, and I'll introduce each one. We have Minister Bryson, Scott Bryson from Chevery, Nova Scotia.
Yep.
And Minister Bryson is the President of the Treasury Board. He was first elected in 1997, but we only talk about from 2003. Next to Scott, we have Minister Kirsty Duncan. And
here.
Minister Duncan was first elected in 2008 in Etobicoke, and she is a scientist, and she is now the Minister of Science. Next to Kirsty, we have Minister Navdeep Bains.
Oh yes, look, you got your whole.
First elected in 2004, now the member from Mississauga-Malton, and he is the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development. And next to Minister Bains, we have Minister Bill Morneau from Toronto Centre.
Here.
First elected in 2015, and of course, he is our Minister of Finance. And last but certainly not least, next to me, we have Bardish Jagger, Minister Jagger, who is the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, and first elected in 2015 in the riding of Waterloo. So we are going to start this off. I'm going to start the session off. I'm going to ask a question, and each of the members will answer the question. We would then ask that anyone who has questions for the ministers to please go to the mics. Please keep your questions short and concise so that as many people as possible can get their questions answered. Okay? So my first question, and I'd like to ask all of you to answer. I have to put my glasses on. During the campaign, we promised a fundamentally different approach to the economy. How has your ministry adopted this approach to economic issues? And we'll start with Minister Bryson.
Well, first of all, I'm delighted to be here with all of you today, and we should be really proud of what we're doing to grow the middle class in Canada. And Bill and others will speak about the policy, but a lot of times in governments we focus only on the policy, assuming that the results will take care of themselves. And with Treasury Board, what we're focusing on, and we're taking a new approach as a government, is to the execution of our policies to ensure that we get results for the Canadians who elected us and the Canadians that we're working for. So what Treasury Board does, we're focusing on results, establishing metrics so that we can actually measure results, working with departments to ensure that as we invest money, for instance, in infrastructure, that we build the kind of infrastructure that can build not just more livable communities, but a more productive and innovative economy. So we create jobs and growth today, but in the future, we'll create more jobs and growth because of a more competitive economy. If we're investing in post-secondary education, again, measuring the results, what will be the impact on middle-class families and low-income families, enabling more Canadian children to grow up getting a good education. These are the kinds of things that Treasury Board are involved in: results, measuring results, ensuring that we maximize results, but also on innovation, both within the public service and across government, and working with the private sector partners, and focusing on innovation, because government in Canada represents about 30% of our GDP. So the degree to which the federal government can lead more innovative government can actually build a more competitive economy, more productive economy, more growth for the middle class. Those are some of the areas the Treasury Board's involved in delivering results for the middle class.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Bryson. Minister Duncan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's an absolute joy to be with you, and I hope you're all having a great convention, because we are. Science is key to building a clean, thriving economy and providing the evidence base for sound policy making. One of the things the Prime Minister has tasked us with in our ministry, and I work very closely with Minister Baines and Minister Chagar, is to collaborate. We will get better answers when we work as a team, so I start with the science, supporting basic science, fundamental science, and then it's a continuum through Minister Baines to Minister Chagar to the commercialization of new products. Another way we collaborate, Minister Baines and I, 2016, we have a new investment fund for our universities and our colleges, $2 billion. To build better infrastructure so we get that rollout to the local economy, as well as help our researchers and our students for the decades to come. And one of the last areas I'll talk about is inclusive innovation, inclusive economy. We want more women, we want First Nations, we want people who have disabilities involved. And for me, in science, that'll be increasing the representation of women in science, technology, engineering, and math. 30 years ago, 20% of the workforce were women. Today, it's 22%. In 2016, it's simply not acceptable. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
So thank you very much. Just to pick up on the points that Dr. Duncan mentioned, Minister Duncan, really around leadership. And leadership matters. Under the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, he's fundamentally changed the tone and the culture in government. And I think that's so important to note. We can talk about all our strategies, we can talk about all our goals. If you don't have the right culture, you're not going to get the right outcomes. So culture, like I tell people, eat strategy for breakfast every single day. So it's so critical that under the leadership of Prime Minister Trudeau that we've changed the culture of government. And in particular in our Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, we have over 20,000 employees. Imagine now that they're engaged, they're respected, the scientists are unmuzzled, we're making decisions based on evidence. It's fundamentally shifted the mindset within the public service. And so that's very, very important. But it goes beyond the public service as well. For us to be able to execute our mandate to grow the economy, create jobs, particularly around innovation, which is very important, we're also making sure, as Dr. Duncan mentioned, we're being very inclusive. So we're a very outward-looking department. Because we've changed the culture and tone now, people want to engage with us and vice versa. So we're engaging not only with industry, which is very important, in academia, but civil society as well. Because I tell people, when we talk about innovation, it includes social innovation. It's about finding solutions to problems. And so therefore, we really have an outward-looking department that has fundamentally changed the way we're doing business before, 10 years ago in particular. Now we have all these ideas coming in, we have all this input coming in, and we put processes for that together. So with regards to our innovation agenda, for example, it is the most inclusive innovation agenda that will be put forward because it's really going to reflect our outward approach. And again, it's really designed fundamentally, as we've been talking about this for the last few days here at the convention and since we were elected, it's about people. Innovation matters because it's about our kids and grandkids. It's about a better quality of life, better outcomes for us. And so therefore, if we engage society and we have a whole of government approach, we'll get those outcomes. And that's been the major fundamental shift, is that you've had leadership from the Prime Minister that's changed the culture, which allows us now to better execute our strategies. And when it comes to the innovation agenda now, it's much more inclusive. Not only does it include industry and academia, but civil society, and therefore we're going to get better outcomes.
Thank you. Minister Morneau.
Great. Well, first of all, it's great to be here. I want to say hi to Navdeep's family and friends and staff members who are taking up this quadrant of the room.
It wasn't a whipped.
There you go. There you go. We knew we'd have some people here because we have Navdeep's family and friends. And I had the chance yesterday to meet some of his uncles, and there's a rather large number of uncles in Navdeep here. So I just want to say it's really, as I said, great to be here. My role, I have the really great honor of presenting the budget, which means that I'm taking the campaign promises and the promises we've made to Canadians and together with the team, putting them into action. And so in putting forth our budget, we really wanted to answer two questions for Canadians. How we were going to help them and their family today, and what are we going to invest in for tomorrow that's going to make a great long-term difference for their families and their families' families and the future generations of Canadians. So that's what we laid down as our very first marker. We started, as mentioned, with our Canada Child Benefit, which is going to make an enormous difference for so many Canadian families. We know that 9 out of 10 Canadian families with children will be better off, and on average they'll be about $2,300 better off annually once those checks start flowing this July. Importantly, we made some other promises in our campaign that we delivered on. We have started on the path to making a real change for Indigenous people in this country. We've made a real difference by telling veterans that we're going to improve their situation. We've told students that we're going to help them to get a leg up so they have a better situation when they're going through their education. All of these things and other things designed to help Canadian families today. The other thing we did in our budget, and we're working together on today, so Navdeep and I, and all of us really working together on the next steps. Where are we going to make investments in the future? So infrastructure is a key next step for us. We're making investments that are going to help Canadians to live better lives and also to enhance the productive capacity of our country. So Minister Sohi and his team are working on how we're best going to deliver that. So I was in the good position to start that off with our budget, and we're going to bring more of that to you in the coming months. Similarly, on the innovation agenda, we're going to bring more of that to you. So it's a starting point. As I like to say, it's the first step in what we know will be a real and measurable difference for Canadian families. And as I say, it's a real honor to be part of it.
Bravo.
Minister Jagger.
Thank you. It is, just like my colleagues have said, a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I have to say, I've been looking forward to this, and I know exactly why, because it is the best company that we can have. This new government that was elected on October 19th, Cabinet was sworn in on November 4th, a lot has been done differently. And as somebody who's been involved for a long time, I'll tell you one thing that we're doing very differently is that we're not only engaging with Canadians, but we're listening to them. And that's what makes the ultimate difference, is that our ears are open and our eyes are open, and we're really trying to build and shape the nation that we want to live in and that we want to leave behind for future generations. And as Minister of Small Business and Tourism, I can tell you not only are small businesses the backbone of our economy, but they are our job creators, and they will grow the economy if we support them in the right way. And the consultations that our Minister of Finance did, and each of us have done within our ridings and across the nation, helped make those tough decisions within Budget 2016, which I sincerely believe is a step in the right direction. I thank Canadians for giving us a majority mandate so that we can do the work that we've committed to, and I assure you that one thing that I'm doing is that we are engaging with stakeholders. The first thing I did once I was sworn in as minister was that I reached out to my colleagues in the provinces and territories. And multiple of them said they've never received a phone call from a federal minister, which I thought was unfortunate, But that's a step and that's an action that we are doing differently because we have to work with our provinces and territories. We have to work with our municipalities because that's where the roots are. And those are the people that we impact every single day. And that is a commitment that not only I make, but under the leadership of the Prime Minister, we work hard to do every single day, is to work with our provinces and our territories, our municipalities, members, and Canadians. So a lot of our work is listening to you because we know the solutions exist within our nation. Just like my colleagues have said, diversity is very important. The mandate we received was to work with underrepresented groups, not just women, but youth, Indigenous communities, and so forth, so that we can empower and encourage them to create the growth that we need them to create. Government does not create growth. Government creates conditions for growth to occur, and that's where I really like working with my colleagues to ensure that those conditions exist for Canadians, so that we can see our economy and our nation be as prosperous as I know we are capable of. Canada is a great country, but one thing that I really appreciate the Prime Minister saying is that in Canada, better is always possible. And that's what we strive for, is that better Canada that I want to assure that we leave behind for future generations. And one other thing I'd just like to highlight, is that we're not looking at the status quo and just to do things the way they've always been done. We're looking for that moonshot. We're looking for what will the future look like. We are looking to bring the nation into the 21st century, and that's why it is so exciting to be here with each and every single one of you, to have those conversations, to have those debates and discussions in a respectful environment, because we cannot dismiss new ideas. We really have to listen to them and be able to debate them out. And I'm really pleased to have my Parliamentary Secretary, Goody Hutchins, here with me as well. We work closely together. This whole of government approach is really what will drive the nation forward. And that's why I am really not only pleased but blessed to be here, and I look forward to working hard for you and with you each and every day. So thank you.
Bravo.
So we are going to open up the floor to questions. There are mics at either side, so if people wanted to make their way to the microphones, we ask that you do keep your questions short and concise, and then we'll go from there. But maybe while people are lining up, one of the things that I see as a member of Parliament is that the ministers that are here today, before the budget came down, all of them have actually met with us as well as MPs and saying, what's important to your ridings? What's important to you? What do you want to see happen? How do you want to see change? And it's really important that they involve all of us as well, so that all of our interests right across the country are listened to. So thank you for that from the members. Okay, so we'll start over here at the mic. Thank you. And just if you could say your name and your riding, and then if you have someone specific you wanted to address the question to, or if you'd like multiple answer.
Sure. My name is Bevan Hunt, and I'm from South Surrey, White Rock. And my question is that we can talk about economic multipliers as much as we want, but at the same time, middle-class families are being squeezed because of costs, specifically along housing and food and whatnot. So what are the ministers doing to address that situation? Thank you.
Thank you. So who would like to start? Minister Morneau, would you like to start?
That's a finance question.
I'd be happy to take that question. I got to start because Bardish mentioned her parliamentary secretary, so I'm going to feel like I'm in trouble if I don't mention my parliamentary secretary. So François-Philippe Champagne, you want to stand up? Bravo. No, this question, I mean, this is the essential question. This is the question that actually Canadians asked us to deal with. We were elected on the basis that we understood that Canadians were feeling more and more anxious about their ability to succeed in the face of globalization, technological change, and an increasing divide in terms of the way rewards go in our society. So that was fundamental to what we came into office promising to do. And I can say that we've started down the path to make a real difference. The very first thing we did as a government was on January 1st, we introduced a tax cut for those people in the middle class. So we took the tax bracket between $45,000 and $90,000, and we reduced taxes in that bracket by 7%. So people will have started to see that change come through on their paychecks. At the same time, we increased taxes on the top 1% in order to at least partially pay for that. So that's an important first step. But maybe more importantly was what I mentioned in my starting point, was the Canada Child Benefit. We said to ourselves that those Canadians who are feeling the squeeze most of all are Canadians that are raising children. And those Canadians that need the help while they're raising children are those that maybe aren't doing quite as well. So we took the 3 child benefits that were in existence, 3 different child benefits, one of which was a universal child benefit, and we moved them into one new benefit that allowed us to improve the situation for Canadians really all the way up to about $175,000 of annual income, but mainly focused on those that were the least advantaged and the people that are really struggling to get by. So for a woman earning $30,000 who has 1 child under the age of 6, she would get $6,400 a year. So a material improvement from the situation she was in before. And as I said earlier, on average, 9 out of 10 families are going to be significantly better off. So these are the starting points to improving the lot of people who are really finding themselves challenged. And the next thing we need to do is make those investments around long-term growth and ensure that growth is shared equally across our society. So that's our agenda for real change, and that's what we're working to do.
Thank you. We'll go over to my right over.
My name is Alfred Apps. I'm from Toronto, Fort York. I'd like to ask a question of the group, whoever wants to dive in, but it seems to me, particularly in light of the productivity numbers that came out over the past few years, that the issue of productivity continues to be important for economies like ours. And I'm wondering how much priority the current cabinet are placing on what I would describe as the digital transformation of government. Precisely, for example, in Australia, they've created an office of digital transformation to drive this. My concern is that 40% of our economy is government at all levels, and we still have Service Canada and queues and paper and an unbelievable difficulty relative to our banking, our buying, and everything else, and our interaction, whether it's transfers to citizens or transfers to government, or information inquiries. And I think the question also relates to our democratic reform agenda. And finally, I think it relates to the fact that we need to focus on creating a reliable digital identity or passport as the core of digital transformation of our economy. It's 40% of our economy. Are we focusing on this issue?
Okay, thank you.
Good question.
Minister Bain? Or...
So because it's a difficult question, I'm going to ask Scott to answer it. That's what we agreed upon in the back.
Minister Bryson, please.
Well, because it's a really super difficult question, I'm going to ask Kirsty. No, look, on this, and first of all, I want to tell you, when Alfred Apps is president of the Liberal Party, when you were there, when Alfred Apps was there, he helped lead the charge to bring in the supporter category and was ahead of the curve at that time. One of the reasons we won the last election was that 300,000 Canadians joined a modern political movement as part of the supporter category. And I'm hoping what we do this weekend to move further in terms of modernizing our Constitution as a party will continue that growth, just that we're, in the future, we continue to lead that charge in Canada. On this issue of digital government and innovation, we used to be ahead of the curve. We used to be ahead of other countries on this, but over the last 10 years particularly, we've fallen behind. You mentioned Australia, the UK as well, and recently I met Lord Francis Maud, who was minister who drove this change in the UK. We're engaging Canadian companies as part of this, but the reality is we have big issues and big problems we've had recently. Shared Services Canada has been a real challenge. Minister Foote and I are working closely together on that. But open government means open data, open information, open dialogue, but also using just some of the innovation that other governments have used to have digital delivery of services, but also what the private sector is using. And part of what we need to do is, both in Australia and the UK, they've created a GDS of government digital services. And what they've done is brought in a lot of young people. A lot of young people who are typically millennials. We need more millennials in the public service, let's be clear.
Hear, hear.
And the average age for new hires in the Canadian public service is 37. That's far too high. So we need to attract millennials who actually get this stuff, who understand this and know how to drive change. And it's not just about, people say, well, how are you going to compete with Google or Shopify, you know, because they have foosball machines in their offices. It's not about foosball. It's about being able to make a difference and to drive change. And our government continues to be too hierarchical. To make decisions within government, it's still, there are too many silos. We need to break down silos. We need to modernize the public service as part of this. But I really like the idea of government digital services unit filled by the kinds of innovative young Canadians who understand this and who can help us drive change. So these are some of the things we're working on, but I'm excited about it. Working with Navdeep's department, I think, is going to be key to this, because we have a lot of Canadian companies who can partner with us as we do this. But it's we could go on. There's a lot to this, but you're absolutely right, Alf, that this is central to what we do as a government in terms of building a more productive and competitive country that delivers services better to its citizens.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Over to this side.
Hi, my name is Lynn Doucette. I'm from the Beausejour riding. Good Atlantic. So I see none of you guys have your ears, so I'll speak English. In Atlantic Canada right now, it's alarming, the loss of jobs and no jobs. And we might as well say that probably 50% of our population right now are single parent, because the other parent is out west for 3-4 weeks out of the month, and then they come back for a week. And for the last 10 years, there's been many cuts in government jobs. So government jobs, not only the ones that you need university degrees, but like post office job, CN, that our kids are looking at, where am I going to work other than for $12 or $13 an hour, and I can't live on that because a bologna costs me 21 bucks if I want to eat, and that's just bologna. Every time I go to the grocery store in Atlantic Canada, I say, how in the world is somebody that has an $11 an hour job, how can they live? They don't. That's why we have big lineups at food banks. So maybe our Atlantic minister or one of the other one can tell us how you guys can get the working class up in Atlantic Canada so that they stay in Atlantic Canada, that my son's not going to go out west, so when I get sick or as I get as a senior, that I might have my son by my side taking care of me to bring me to the bank or bring me where I need to go.
So I'll start off, and I suspect my good friend and colleague Scott will help complete the answer for me. And I do so in my capacity as a minister responsible for all the regional development agencies. And as part of that, I'm responsible for ACOA. And I've got Josh here as well from my team as well, and Minister Bryson knows we've been working very closely together because we have a very unique opportunity in Atlantic Canada. We have 4 premiers who happen to also be of liberal background. Yeah, it's a point of pride. We're liberals here today, so we can celebrate that. But we work really well together. And we have unprecedented number of MPs from Atlantic Canada, 32. So you have this really unique political alignment where you have strong federal leadership, 4 strong ministers from Atlantic Canada, 4 premiers who share that collective vision of working together, and a very strong caucus as well. And what we've done is we've put together, and we're in the process of putting together, an economic development agenda for Atlantic Canada, which includes ACOA, which is very essential for the kinds of issues you've raised about diversifying the economy, the issue around digitization of forestry and agriculture. So there's a lot of transformation that's taking place. There's a lot of innovation that's taking place. I was here in Halifax with Minister Bryson and I, for example. We looked at a lot of the innovation that's taking place at Dalhousie and other universities, with a collaboration between academia and small businesses, and Minister Chagger would know about this, and how we commercialize ideas, really helping people start up new businesses, and they create a lot of jobs. But fundamentally, we made bigger commitments to that region as well as part of the overall budget commitment. So we're working with infrastructure, the $120 billion, to make sure Atlantic Canada gets the appropriate share that it deserves, to make sure that we're working with not only infrastructure, but the unprecedented commitment that we made on broadband. $500 million on broadband connectivity. That we're going to make sure that goes to fiber directly to the institutions. So we've made cuts to the middle class. We're making investments in infrastructure. We're making investments through innovation. And we're using a COA as a means to be able to coordinate all that, to be able to create opportunities. Fundamentally, it boils down to creating jobs and growing the economy. And we're really focused on that as a priority for us, but we recognize that we have to do different things for different regions. So in some regions, it's really about skills training. In other regions, it's about making investments in infrastructure. In some parts, it's making sure that if it's traditional industry, how do we make sure that they're able to transform themselves to not only be relevant locally, but competitive globally as well. And for example, I was in Thunder Bay just a couple of days ago, in Sudbury as well, making announcements for SMEs to be more export-oriented. The bottom line is we have all these different tools that we're engaging through education, so granting councils, we increased that by 5%, the $2 billion infrastructure for colleges and universities. So overall, we're recognizing that to stimulate the economy, we need to make these investments, and we have a coordinated effort. And that's the thing that I want to assure you about, is that we're not working in silos. It really is a coordinated effort. We're working with all the different announcements, with all the different investments to really improve the opportunities for people within Atlantic Canada and across the country.
Thank you. Go to this side.
I might just add to that.
Sorry.
We've got 4 ministers from Atlantic Canada. We've got a very strong Atlantic caucus chaired by Bernadette. That's right. She's doing a great job with that. But Navdeep Bains, as innovation and economic development, innovation science and economic development, as a minister, is an incredibly strong champion for Atlantic Canada. And I've never seen in my lifetime a time that we've
I paid him $5 to say that.
He really is. And I've never seen a time in my lifetime when we have 4 premiers who are working hard, who share values and interests and ideas on an ongoing basis. Navdeep and I and our 4 Atlantic ministers, we met with the 4 premiers a few weeks ago in Fredericton. I had dinner with them a few days ago in Nova Scotia. And whether it's on innovation or infrastructure or immigration, we've got a federal government under the leadership of Prime Minister Trudeau, 4 premiers working together, and we're going to get results. And I can tell you another champion for Atlantic Canada in our cabinet has been Minister McCallum. He has been absolutely terrific. We're going to get really great results on immigration. Our demographic trend line in Atlantic Canada is terrifying. The best way to address that is immigration. We need to do that. And we've got another champion. Bill Morneau was married to a New Brunswicker. This is great. So, I mean, he's a fan of Atlantic Canadians. But the reality is we've never had, look, let's be, the serious challenge we have is that Atlantic Canadians have voted for real change and they've put their faith in us. We can't let them down. We've got to, over the next 3 years, demonstrate to them some real results with our 4 premiers, our 4 provincial governments, and our team. We've got to get results in partnership with Atlantic Canada, and I really believe we're going to get it done.
Here.
Now I'm going to go to this gentleman on this side.
Brian Wolofsky from Mount Royal riding in Montreal. First, Navdeep, I just have to salute you because with those socks and shoes, you are the coolest and best dressed guy on that stage. And I looked at you and said, I love this guy. Taking the answer you just had, I want to expand it. When I look at Singapore and what they've did with microbiology, creating just a whole country based on the whole microbiology and proteomics genomics institute they created there. And I think about the real scary issues that scare me today, as Dr. Duncan knows very well, MRSA and these other superbugs, which I've read your bio. I know you know a lot about that stuff. And the 1918 pandemic. My question is this. Further to the answer you just gave us, is there consideration with the government of expanding the private PPPs, public-private, yeah, the PPPs with universities throughout the country, taking a look at all the stuff that came out of Waterloo and just boom, you know, BlackBerry and all the other things happening in that area? Can we, not to mention the Perimeter Institute where Justin was 2 weeks ago, can we develop competition for Singapore in all kinds of areas where we can take pure research that's government funded and work with private corporations to take that, make money, expand it around the world, starting with, oh, I don't know, developing new antibacterials to save us from the ever expanding and scary MRSAs. Could we do that with universities across Canada, including as far east as Memorial and as far west as UVic, to really make us the leading country on earth in pure science applied to industry that for generations will create jobs for Canadians? Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to-
Mr. Duncan?
Thank you for that terrific question. I'll tackle part of it, and I'll probably hand it off to Mr. Baines. I want you to know, science is back in Canada. And we've been making real investments. I'll start with what those investments are. I mentioned briefly $2 billion in a strategic investment fund for our universities and colleges. If we want to do the work, you need the infrastructure. And why this is so important to the middle class, it's going to give us economic activity, local economic activity throughout the country. That's the first big investment. We're also investing in our scientists. In fact, we've added $95 million to the granting councils. That's how we fund them. That represents the biggest investment in a decade in our scientists.
Here, here.
We are also, and I'll let Nav talk about this, Minister Baines, we're working on an innovation agenda. But you're right, we need these clusters. You talked about Perimeter Institute. In the budget, we gave Perimeter Institute $50 million. This is one of the foremost in the world fundamental theoretical physics institutes. $50 million. And we need to make more investments. What Waterloo is also known for is quantum computing. We need to make these investments because Europe has just announced 1 billion euros for quantum computing. So we need to create these clusters, which will be a strong part of our innovation agenda, and you probably want to pick up on the clusters.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief because I know there's a long lineup. This is a vision shared by not only Mr. Duncan and myself, but Minister Marneau, who was very, very clear about the commitment that we made in the platform around accelerators and incubators and this whole ecosystem that we want to create in areas of where we want to demonstrate global expertise and commercialization. That's really the key aspect in this. And so the idea is that we're making investments to create those ecosystems that will enable us to take advantage of the world-class research that we do in this country. We are a population of less than 0.5% of the global population, and we have 4% of the world's publications.
Yes, we do.
We punch well above our weight, so we're really good on higher education R&D, but we do a poor job of translating that into business R&D. And so this is where we're focused on by this cluster strategy, creating this ecosystem. And the other focus is not simply starting up companies, but how do we help them scale up? Because we want to create true global champions. We want to create these large companies here in Canada, so they create a supplier base, they're able to mentor other companies, they have strong global mandates, and they inspire other entrepreneurs to scale up here as well. We want those strong global brands here in Canada. So not only are we creating an ecosystem that commercializes, but we're also focused on scale up as well. And that's part of the commitment that we made in this budget, and I'm confident will be part of the commitment going forward in our subsequent budgets. Not that I'm preempting what the future budget's going to look like. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move over to this end, and just could you keep your questions concise and to the point so that we can get through as many people that are at the mic as possible. Thank you.
Brad Lister. I live in Beaches, East York, and also go back and forth between the riding of Elgin, Middlesex, London. I wanted to ask Bardish and also Minister Martineau all about manufacturing, which is pretty much evaporated in southwestern Ontario. I don't feel like I'm hearing so far from the government any sort of commitment to either shore up what is left to go overseas or how to basically bring some of those jobs back. It's pretty much why I have to live in Toronto most of the time, because there's just no work for me in southwestern Ontario.
Thank you for the question, Brad, and it's great to see you here. I'll start off by saying manufacturing. My father worked in manufacturing. I am the person I am today because that's how the money came home. Manufacturing is alive and well in Canada. It has transformed. This government supports manufacturing, and it's something that we have said before, and it's also announcements that we have made in the investments as to kind of the future of manufacturing. We are heading into a digital economy. Things are being done differently. Something that I hear time and time again is that, you know, we need a government that supports Canadian companies. And that's something we've not done well. We do have the innovation in this country. We do have great things happening in communities like my own of Waterloo, and they're actually happening across this nation from coast to coast to coast. What we're not doing well is that we're not communicating it well and we're not working together well. And the hiring process is also transforming as to where do you go find those jobs and how do we create those opportunities. And that's partly why we did increase the summer students program, so that there is way more jobs being created for students to receive the experience they need for when they graduate, so that they can be available and experience for the jobs of tomorrow. But we really need to start planning for the economy of tomorrow, and that's what we've not done well. In the Southwest, we know that manufacturing was hit. We see Alberta going through a crisis today as well, and that's because we need to diversify our economy, and that's the investments that we are making in Budget 2016, so that those jobs exist and people can have them within their communities. For me, my #1 priority is keeping Canadians in Canada. I want our Canadians building our nation so that we can compete on the international stage, and that's where small businesses are being encouraged to export and consider those international markets, because I know we are the best and the brightest, but we need to create those opportunities for us to grow and create those jobs.
Here, here. Well, Brad, first of all, good to see you. You know, let me just step back and say, clearly it's been a tough decade for manufacturing. So when the Canadian dollar is at parity or above parity compared to the US dollar, that's tough for Canadian manufacturers. We're now in a situation where our dollar is much closer to where purchasing power parity would say it would normally be at, and that makes it easier for manufacturers. It does, however, take a little while for manufacturers to tool up with that new change in the dollar. We're starting to see the impacts of that change in the currency, which I think bodes well for manufacturing in this country. And importantly, as Bardish said, we've made a commitment to focusing on that sector, but more broadly what we're saying is that we're going to focus on how we create a more innovative economy, which will by definition include manufacturing in it. So we in the budget put $800 million against innovation over the course of the next 4 years. And that was really intended to think about how we can build networks and clusters of successful enterprise in this country. And certainly you will see the impact of that in southwestern Ontario, as we'll see it in other places across the country.
Thank you. This gentleman over here.
I'm Colin Percival from Burnaby South. Question for Minister Morneau. The principal residence exemption is a tax expenditure on the order of $5 billion per year, most of which flows into the pockets of Canada's wealthiest citizens. In addition to that, it drives up housing prices because people quite reasonably like to invest in tax-free investments, and it reduces the stock of rental housing because in most cases, if you rent out a property, you no longer get to claim the principal residence exemption on it. When are you going to do something about this?
Well, first of all, I think I understand the context for the question. There's real challenges right now in pockets of our housing market in Canada. So what we're seeing is really a three-speed housing market. In Vancouver and Toronto, we've seen a very, very strong housing market that's creating enormous challenge for people to get into the housing market, and certainly some potential long-term risk against the nature of those markets. We're seeing a second part of the housing market that's doing broadly pretty well, where house prices are aligned with incomes and expectations, and a couple of other places where we're actually seeing some challenge based on economic challenge. So we really have some different issues going on. We've paid attention to the housing market. Immediately upon coming into government, we took a look at what we could do, and we made some changes around the down payments required for people that were buying houses in the $500,000 to $1 million. So pretty expensive housing. By raising the down payments, we expected to have some impact on the market, and we're seeing some of that flow through. But we're staying focused on those high-end parts of the market that are creating risk. With respect to your specific question around the tax situation around people's principal residence, we are, of course, concerned that we have tax fairness in this country. We believe that the current system around the taxation of principal residence is something that Canadians feel is quite important for them. But as we look at how our tax system works, we committed to looking at tax expenditures more broadly, and we will be considering how we can ensure that the tax system remains fair for Canadians.
Thank you. Go to this gentleman on this side, please.
Thank you. Mike Rowan, Pickering Uxbridge. You mentioned universities as very important to your plan for the middle class. Universities, you want to grant more students access to universities. They're part of your science agenda and innovation. But universities are struggling. Students feel that universities don't provide them the skills to get a job. They don't think professors provide them the tools to succeed in 2016. On the other hand, professors feel they've been squeezed. There's not enough money for them, they don't feel appreciated, and their research is largely ignored. As someone who's worked at both ends of the situation, as a student and an administrator, I see this. So what do you see is the role of universities in 2016? Even though it's a provincial matter, you're investigating this, you're looking into this, you want to fund this. So we need to look at what are universities supposed to do in 2016?
Sure. You start now, I'll add on.
Okay. I swear his name is...
So the role of universities in the going forward.
Let me begin by thanking you for your question, and thank you for the work you do, in both as having been a student and working in administration. We work with our provincial and territorial colleagues across the country. We want, when our students finish, that they get a good paying job. I mean, that's going to be a priority for us, and we have those conversations. And that's part of the reason we're bringing forward this innovation agenda. And I know Minister Baines would like to talk more about it.
Yeah, just very briefly, I mean, we believe universities play a critical role in the ecosystem that I briefly talked about before. So there's a clear understanding. If you look at, we traditionally always talk about Silicon Valley. We talk about what happened in Boston with life sciences. All those examples have strong academic institutions at the core of the ecosystem. So we federally acknowledge that. We understand the role that institutions play, particularly universities play, and colleges as well when it comes to applied research, the role that they play in creating those jobs, applying those skills, starting up companies. What we're trying to do is we've got a bit of a bias towards, and I must confess I do, a bit of a bias towards commercialization. I believe that we really need to take those good ideas out of the lab and how to get them to become solutions to improve our quality of life, to find solutions to the challenges that we're dealing with. So, for example, as a government, we're dealing with an aging population and a demographic challenge. We talked about that in Atlantic Canada, but it's pretty much across the board. Yes, there's some exceptions, but this fundamentally is a challenge overall in the foreseeable future. That is a challenge for us. We're dealing with the issue of climate change. right? And we understand that in order to meet our targets, in order to have a clean environment, we need innovation. In order to do that, academic institutions, universities will play a critical role in driving the research and the commercialization and the solutions we need for public policy areas that we need to find solutions for, and creating jobs for the middle class and growing the economy. So hence, we're committed to post-secondary institutions. Not only do we provide support for students, we provided infrastructure support for institutions. We are going to make sure that cluster strategy integrates the universities as well. So they're part of our innovation agenda. We're not going to prescribe what innovation agenda looks like to universities, but we're working very closely with academia and industry and civil society in creating that collaborative environment where everyone comes together, and that's where the magic happens. And so for us, you know, we understand it's a provincial jurisdiction at times when it comes to tuition and other matters. We are going to provide some relief through capital investments and through some strategic investments, but the idea is really geared towards commercialization, creating jobs, and growing the middle class. That was my dad clapping.
This gentleman over here. Thank you.
Merci de me donner la parole.
Thank you. My name is Thierry. I'm from Hull, Elmer, writing.
And it's great that you give us the opportunity to speak here today. It's great that you're open and you're listening to us. And I also appreciated the fact that you're trying to work with other governments, with your colleagues from the provinces and municipalities. I'm here because I chose to emigrate to Canada. When I arrived, I realized there was a problem that I would like to submit to you here. I don't know if you are aware that there is a problem of discrimination, for example, within the public service. Studies have shown that Canada is losing many millions of dollars because of discrimination. People come here, they are qualified, but they have no access to the labor market, not because they're unskilled, but rather because of discrimination. Not that long ago, I was at a convention like this in Montreal. It was a Liberal Party convention in Montreal. And I shared my experience. Someone had done microbiology studies at the Pasteur Institute in Paris. When he showed up here, he sent over 700 CVs out, and not a single person was willing to hire him. But he sent 2 CVs to the US, and both companies were willing to hire him. And what's unfortunate is that, you know, we paid for his training here to learn English, but he came to supervise workers. When he went to the US to work for the company, he came back to Canada to supervise Canadian employees of that American company. So he chose to emigrate to Canada, and the problem is for these people, Canada doesn't support them. So we need programs for people so that they can support the economy. Unfortunately, what happens is they come here, they're qualified, but they have no work, and they're frustrated. And this has an effect on our families as well. So I would simply submit this problem to you and ask that you study how we can find an end to this type of discrimination, and that we try also to recognize foreign degrees. I've learned that there is a commission that reviews this type of professional discrimination. I don't know if this institution actually exists, but if that were the case, is it headed by people who are visible minorities, who were immigrants, in order that the institute be transparent? Maybe that's how we can find out if work is being done in this sense. Thank you.
Je voudrais vous remercier pour la question.
I'd like to thank you for your question. I do know that it's often very difficult for people who come here from other countries. It's very difficult to find work that's as good here as it was in the country that you came from. We know that this is a problem. We know that we need to find ways for people who come here to have good jobs, but we need to work with the provinces, because this is a big problem in provinces. It tends to be more of a provincial responsibility than the federal government. Each province has its own system for allowing people to find work in their area of specialty. Currently, I know that Navdeep is working with the provinces to ensure that we can improve the situation for people who have foreign degrees or diplomas. We know that a solution will take time, but this is something that's extremely important for us because we know that it is important for immigrants, but it's also extremely important for Canada and for our future because we need greater participation in our economy in order to ensure the right level of growth for future. Thank you very much for your question, and I hope things will improve for you in the future. I, too, agree with Mr. Marneau. Well, if that's okay, I'm going to have to explain it in English.
For us, when we talk about with our parts as well, when we're talking about the innovation agenda, for example, this will be a subject matter. We're going to be talking about, foreign credentials. We're going to be talking about making sure that individuals are able to maximize their skill sets when they come, because they come with an expectation, and when those skills aren't maximized, we lose out as a society, and that has an impact on our productivity, has an impact on our quality of life, has an impact on people's morale. So it really is a challenge, and we understand there's a political patchwork, as the minister mentioned, and the view is that it's a shared responsibility. We can't completely push it on the provinces. We got to work with them. And as we said before, the Prime Minister has changed the culture. So we have this DNA now, collaboration. So as we talk about these issues, we're going to sit down with the province and say, can you come up with a solution? Because this is a reoccurring theme. And if we truly are an open and inclusive society, and we really value diversity, and we want to bring the best and brightest from around the world, then we got to sort this problem out. And it is a priority for us, and it is a priority when it comes to growing the economy. It's a priority for about maximizing job opportunities. So it's very consistent with our government's overall direction.
And if I can just add in really quick as well, is that I think real change starts with real leadership. And this cabinet and this government really speaks to what Canada looks like as a nation, and we have gender parity within cabinet as well. So it's important that we show that and demonstrate that in this day and age, it's not okay. And I challenge each and every single one of us to change the way that we do things. When it comes to discrimination, I think sometimes we also make comments that we might not be aware of. So each of us has to change, and we have to ensure that future generations are as open and inclusive as they can be, and that we don't continue teaching stereotyping and discrimination, so that we can actually be the nation that we strive to be every day.
Thank you. Okay. We only have 5 minutes left, just over 5 minutes, so I'm afraid I'm probably only going to be able to take one more question. I apologize to the people on the line.
Two suggestions? Can we take multiple questions? And then we take 2, 3, if that's okay with you, Chair?
4 minutes and 38 seconds.
We'll be very concise.
Okay, so you want me to do a couple of questions then?
Get them all.
All right, so ask your question very quickly, and then we'll go right over here and you can ask your question quickly. Go ahead. It's not on.
The Yukon?
There we go. Thank you.
Could you elaborate on social innovation?
Thank you. We'll go over here to this question.
My name is Amin Mawani. I'm 16 years old from Mississauga Center. And my question is what is our plan for giving members of the middle class and lower class opportunities to post-secondary education?
Okay, so how many do you want to take?
I would recommend,
one
as
more
many
here.
as we will.
Saleh from Scarborough, Ontario. Very quick question. Do we have any concrete plans for reducing our hydro bills as well as our cell phone bills by increasing competition?
Okay, and we'll take one last one over here.
Marlene Lamontang, and I'm a delegate from Calgary Heritage, former candidate in what used to be Calgary Southwest. But my question is in regard to our retiring civil service. Minister Bryson raised the question, and I think that they are the people who need to get the benefits of retirement. They're facing a change, and there are no longer any retirement sessions for them. So is there any plan to bring that back? I'm currently president of the national branch of National Association of Federal Retirees. We are not allowed to go and address them.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to answer those.
So rapid fire. Innovation is a mindset, challenging the status quo. It's about doing things differently. Therefore, it fundamentally boils down to finding solutions to problems. Those solutions, when it comes to social innovation, could be on healthcare and climate change that I talked about. And with regards to competition for telecoms, we just upheld a CRTC ruling saying, look, we want to make sure that they're fiber to the home, that there's proper access to internet service providers. That creates more competition. At the same time, we're mindful of investment. That kind of balance is allowed for greater choice for consumers, which will ultimately benefit how much price they pay.
Perfect. Minister Morneau, do you want to address?
So I'll take the one on students. I mean, we've been very clear with students that we want to improve their outcome, their post-secondary outcomes. So we've increased grants for students. For low-income students, we've increased grants, annual grants from $2,000 to $3,000, a 50% increase. For middle-income students, we've increased it from $800 to $1,200, and for part-time students from $1,200 to $1,800. So that'll help 350,000 students in low and middle income, and additional amount of part-time students, because we do recognize that, you know, that's a place to start.
Perfect. Minister Bryson, would you like to address the final question?
Thanks, Marlene, for your question. We have a world-class public service in Canada. We can do better as a government to create a culture of innovation within our public service, including a culture of intelligent risk-taking. Over the last 10 years, the Harper government disrespected the public service. We are restoring a culture of respect for our public servants, and we're also wanting to attract millennials to the public service. To do that, we want to help the current public servants mentor these millennials. And so we've got a lot of work to do. We're making great progress, but I can tell you, and I repeat, we have great public servants, people who are drawn to public service for the same reason we're drawn to politics, to make a difference in the lives of Canadians. And we're going to, over the next period of time, you're going to see a lot of innovation and change and progress in our public service, and it's going to be a vehicle for innovation in Canada.
This young man here is at the mic. I've been told I can take one more question. This mic on this side.
I just have a quick question directed primarily to Mr. Morneau. What can I tell fellow colleagues in the 1% who are being taxed more than they were in the last decade to help them better understand that this is the best thing to do for Canadians?
You're a pretty young guy to be in the 1%. Congratulations. Can I start with that? That sounds pretty good. You know, I'll tell you, what I go out and talk to Canadians about is that we need to deal with how we can make Canada a great country. And that means we need to invest in the future of Canada, but we also need to think about how all Canadians can be successful, because if we have success that only goes to a small portion of Canadians, we're not going to be successful in the long run. We're going to have people who are left behind. And I don't know whether other people in this room would agree with this, but I can tell you in my business career, success that only goes to a few does not lead to people being engaged and excited when they get to work in the morning. So if we want to engage Canadians to be successful, we need to let them know that they can share in that success. And that means the growth will come. It will help all Canadians, including those in the striving to get in the middle class, those in the middle class, and those also that are doing well. So investing will make a difference. It'll make a difference for all. And if there's a way that we're approaching taxes that helps the middle class, it means that those that are doing particularly well are paying a little more. It's going to help those people in the long run too, because our economy is going to do better for all Canadians.
Thank you. I guess I do have one other person. Can we take that one last question?
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with that? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Probably never going to be a moderator again.
Thank you so much. And I'm Lata Menon from Brampton Central Riding. And one question which I brought a lot of voice of many medical students who is asking me what is the job opportunity is they getting in. Some of them, the medical student seats are so limited over here that they're forced to go to other countries like US. And then when they finish it, then when they come back here, they find out there are a lot of restrictions to come in. So then they say, where do we stand? And that's the health sector. You can see that we do have a lot of shortage of the doctors. How are we improving in that field? That's what we wanted to know.
Thank you. Who wants to take this one?
Thank you for the question. And I absolutely sympathize with what you're saying. I know in my own riding, I have met literally 150 foreign-trained doctors. It's very difficult. We know we have a doctor shortage, and people come here, they want to practice medicine. And it's a very complicated issue. I know this is not what people want to hear. It is a very complicated issue because of the different jurisdictions. But I would be happy to talk with you after this and to bring it to our health minister as well. And I really do appreciate your concerns. And thank you for raising it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank you all so much for participating this afternoon. Thank you to Minister Bryson, Minister Duncan, Minister Baines, Minister Morneau, and Minister Chagger. And we are now complete with this panel. Thank you so much.
I wanna rock your body. I wanna go for a ride. Hop in the music and rock your body, right?
Come on, rock that body.
Rock your body.
Rock that body. Come on, rock that body. Rock that body. Come on, rock that body.
Rock your body.
Rock that body. Come on, rock that body. Rock that body. Come on, rock that body.
Rock your body.
Rock that body. Come on, rock that body. Rock that body. Come on, rock that body.
Come on, get it. Rock, 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 rock. Rock your body. Let me see your body rock, shaking it from the bottom to top. Freak to what the DJ drop. We be the ones to make it hot. To make it hot. Electric shock, energy like a billion watts. Space be booming, the speakers pop. Galactic, call me Mr. Spot. We bumping in your parking lot.
When you coming up in the spot, don't bring nothing we call pink dot, 'cause we burning around the clock. If the lights and then turn them off. If you green, that don't make you stop. Like the jungle, we run the block. No one rolling the way we rock. Oh, 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 oh.
Come on, yeah.
She shines just like a star, and I swear I know her face. I just don't know who you are. Turn the music up in here. I still hear her loud and clear, like she's right there in my ear, telling me that she wants to own me, to control.
And I just She doing too, sex rape. She doing too with it. She doing too, sex rape. She doing too. Sex rape. She doing too.
Good evening, everyone. If everybody could take their seats. Good evening and welcome to the Policy Resolutions Plenary. Leading this session today are two fantastic women, Marianne Kampouris, National Policy Chair, and Karen McCrimmon, Member of Parliament for Canada Carleton. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est un plaisir de vous présenter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to introduce you to Marianne Kampouris, as well as Karen McCrimmon, who is the member for the riding of Carleton.
Sir?
For Madam Chairman.
Here.
Madam Chairman, we are now in plenary session. I move resolution pursuant to section 1.5 and 2.2 of the Rules of Procedure to amend 6.9 and 2.8 to allow for a secret ballot on the constitutional proposal vote tomorrow. My proposed change is to simply add to 6.9 in the second line after the word "a vote" by secret ballot. So that would be saying will be put to a vote by secret ballot. And then a similar amendment to 2.8, just to avoid any conflict in the two provisions, that we'll be voting on all questions other than the constitutional amendment. Dwight, get over here. Somebody's got a second hand.
Thank you. We'll be seeking guidance from our constitutional advisors, so we'll get back to this and we'll move forward with Marianne and Karen. Thank you.
Well, with respect, I think this motion has priority. So if we could get a ruling very quickly.
Sure, thank you.
Any good job.
Sir? While we're waiting, would it be acceptable to you and to this room if we at least took the time to go through the rules of procedure for the next session?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, thank you very much for being here. This is exciting.
It is exciting.
Well, so most of you, just quickly, how many of you have been in workshops today? Wow, that's great. Give yourselves a hand. That's hard work. Vous avez bien travaillé fort aujourd'hui.
You've worked very hard today. Thank you for being here this evening. We're going to go through the rules of order so that everybody understands exactly how this policy plenary is going to unfold after we have determined the gentleman's question.
We are here to give you a chance to review the policies that you have developed over the last 2 years with your membership, with your communities, and we are so pleased to have them in front of us. Alors, vous avez travaillé très fort dans vos communautés pour nous présenter vos résolutions.
You've worked extremely hard within your communities to present your resolutions. You've gone through the appropriate studies, and now you have presented your ideas.
23 policy resolutions to review tonight, and we've got 90 minutes to do it. But we're liberals, right? We're good at this. Yeah, we can keep a lot of balls up in the air at the same time. We're good.
So how are we going to do this? We are going to do pretty much what you saw in the workshops, but because some people have not been there, we are going to go through pretty much everything. So what will happen is, with each resolution, we will be treating the resolutions in the order that they are, now we say in the workbook, The workbooks which you received, vos cahiers de résolution. Does everybody have one of these? Yay. So we tried to honor the order of this. So the priority resolutions will be treated first, and after that, those that came out of the workshops will be done in order of A, B, what is next? C, D, and E. And in the order that and in numerical order from those workshops, so that you won't be flipping through this book, you will be going through it logically. Alors, on va aller de façon de...
So we're going to follow the order that the Policy Resolution Handbook proposes. We're going to go through the various policy sessions and deal with the priority resolutions.
For somebody to speak to the motion. And if nobody speaks to the motion, you will be able to vote on it. If there is a presenter, we will give them 2 minutes. Now, this is the difference from this afternoon's workshop. There will be 2 minutes for the presenters this evening. Once the presenter has made their case, you will be given the opportunity to ask for debate. Alors, on va demander que quelqu'un...
We'll ask for a mover to introduce their motion. They'll have 2 minutes to speak to the motion. And once done, we will put the question to the floor as to whether or not they want to debate the motion.
Still 25 people wishing to debate that will unleash a full debate. 2 people and 2 people. Is that full? Not really. But as Liberals, that is how we're going to do it today, unless we see some really urgent reason to do it any differently. Alors, on va procéder avec un débat.
Therefore, we'll move to a debate if there is a motion for a debate, and there's only a requirement of 25 votes to trigger the debate. And then we will allow the floor to be given over to 2 people speaking in favor and against.
1 minute to speak. So far, clear? We good? Okay. When we call the vote, we will ask for a show of your voting cards, as usual, and we will declare it passed or not, depending on what we see, unless it is not clear. So we're looking for the will of the room. Alors, on va décider.
Therefore, we'll decide if a resolution is going to be debated, depending on what the room decides on. We will not proceed if it's not clear enough.
Waiting. Do we have any questions that people might have?
Excuse me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Is there a for and an against mic, or is it either or?
I think we should probably pick one to allow you to get to the mic early. So, for and against. Yeah. So for will be to stage left. Our left. Yeah. Your left will be for. This will be against. Any other questions? Okay. Yes.
Can we know which resolutions came out of the workshops as priority before we start?
That's good. And as good practice, I should also ask that when you come to the mic, tell us who you are and who you represent. But I know that this, well, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Judith Quinn, Lac St. Louis.
Yes. Okay. Yes, could you, we don't need to go through the first ones. The only ones we need are from A on. And if you would do us the honor, Karen. There we go.
All right. So we have A4, public hearings on the TPP. We have A5, pension reform.
Can we just, actually, we will finish this list and then we have our constitutional experts with us.
We have B2 on Canada's Indigenous peoples. We have B3, First Nation housing. C11, improving youth participation in democracy. Yeah, there you go. C8, a national housing strategy for Canadians. Lots of good stuff here. There's lots of good work been done. D3, a national sustainable clean energy strategy for Canada. D5, value-added development of Canadian resources. There you go. Yes, go ahead. Clap for all your good work. This is good.
Yes.
E4, Medicare coverage for the treatment of autism. Yes, there we go. Celebrate. E9, Pharmacare, to serve the public and save billions of dollars for government. That's what we want.
Good?
We're good.
We have our constitutional experts. Is it the will of the room that we move on to that to deal with this question? Yes? Thank you, everybody.
Well, thanks everyone. Sorry, we were downstairs doing the constitutional Q&A, so we got up here as fast as we could once everyone had an opportunity. I understand there's a gentleman who wishes to make a motion. If the gentleman could please state his name and riding and state the motion.
Peter Leeds Grenville, I've already moved a resolution pursuant to section 1.5 and 2.2 of the Rules of Procedure to amend 6.9 and 2.8 to allow for a secret ballot on the constitutional proposal vote tomorrow. And my changes were simply adding the word by secret ballot after the first sentence of 6.9, and then on 2.8 after the words on all questions other than the constitutional amendment, just to provide clarity.
Right. Thank you, sir. Just by way of background.
Hello, I would
Yes.
just like to second the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. And what was your name?
Adele Hébert, and I'm seconding the motion.
Thank you, Adele. Just by way of background for those in attendance who might not be aware, under Section 73, Sub 5 of the party constitution, the National Management Committee is obliged to set the rules of order for the proceedings of this convention, both in terms of the policy plenary, the constitutional plenary, and other election procedures. Those rules are not to be amended without the consent of the National Management Committee. The National Management Committee, in setting out and creating the rules of order, has created those conditions under which it is prepared to give consent to amend those rules. Those rules the gentleman has properly referred to, section 1.5 and 2.2 of the rules of order, which do allow for amendment to the rules of order if 90% of the people in attendance at the plenary vote in favor of that. And so I do consider the motion to be in order. And so accordingly, we're going to be needing to proceed with a vote on that. One of the things I've just been advised by the people organizing the matters, just logistics here, is that they need to ensure that in fact there's the ability to count the vote and that kind of thing. And so that's going on right now. So what I'm going to ask, if the gentleman is prepared to accept
I will
this.
continue to yield for the purpose of getting the work of this convention done.
Great, thank you. And what I'll do is I'll come back to the microphone and advise the chairs of the session once we're prepared to conduct the vote, and then we'll do so. Thank you.
Merci. So. Right. So. Alors, on va procéder à...
We will begin the policy plenary and start with A1. Pardon me, P1.
If you want to flip through your booklets there, P1 is the adjacency principle.
P1.
And it's up on the screens now.
P1, c'est le principe directeur. Alors, est-ce
P1 on the agency principle. Is there anyone who wishes to present this resolution?
Merv Wiseman, Newfoundland and Labrador, from the district of Bonavista, Burin Trinity. Just let me say that the definition of the adjacency principle, or the declaration of adjacency that's being proposed there, shall be defined as the fundamental right of those living in Canada to have the first right of benefit from the resources that are in adjacent proximity to their communities and regions. The idea is that in Canada, communities, coastal communities, in provinces and territories and so on, has been established historically on the basis of the resources adjacent to them, and that their economic survival is linked to them as well as the social and cultural values that's been established over the years. So what we're calling on government to do is establish a declaration of adjacency, and that shall be the defining principle that forms the basis of managing the allocation of resources in coastal areas and regions in Canadian provinces and territories. I'd ask for your support on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a 25...
Thank you. Do I see a vote of at least 25 to open the debate of this resolution?
I'm not seeing 25 cards, so I'm going to call the vote. Those in favor of this resolution, please show your cards. Those against this resolution, please show your cards. Les cartes. Bon. Alors, elle est acceptée. This resolution has passed. Thank you.
Okay, on to the next resolution then. P2, infrastructure spending, long-term planning and coordination. Is it up?
Résolution P2, planification et coordination à long terme.
P2, infrastructure spending, long-term planning and coordination.
Sponsor to speak on its behalf. Sir.
I am here, Hal Parker from Prince Edward Island.
Please.
I think this is pretty well self-evident that we should be planning for the future, and I don't see any reason in the world why any legislature in the country, provincial or territorial, should not pass this. Thank you.
Okay, do we have 25 delegates who wish to debate the resolution? Not seeing 25? Then we'll move on to the vote. All those in favor of the resolution?
Tous ceux en faveur de la résolution?
All those against?
Tous ceux contre?
Okay, accepted.
Résolution numéro 3.
Resolution number 3. Maritime immigration.
Time immigration.
Do we have somebody to present this resolution? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un pour présenter cette résolution? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un pour présenter cette résolution? S'il n'y a personne pour présenter cette résolution,
if there's no one who will present this motion, then we will move to a vote.
We will pass to the vote. Not seeing somebody? Okay, I'm calling the vote. Those in favor of this resolution, in fact, to be fair, I think to be fair, we will at least read this out to you. It is resolved that the federal government remove the cap, encouraging immigration to Nova Scotia and the Maritimes, especially in rural areas, and use temporary foreign workers as a pathway to permanent citizenship in order to help sustain the region and stimulate growth. Il est résolu que le gouvernement fédéral devrait abolir ce plafond, encourager l'immigration en Nouvelle-Écosse et accueillir des travailleurs temporaires étrangers qui pourront obtenir la citoyenneté afin d'appuyer la région et stimuler la croissance. Tous ceux en faveur de cette résolution.
All those in favor of this resolution, please show your cards.
All those against, please show your cards. Tous ceux contre.
Those against.
Okay, P4. Constructing a bridge on the east side of the NCR.
P4.
Of the National Capital Region. Do we have someone to speak in defense of this motion?
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Alec from Kanata. My name is Steve. I am the very proud member of Gatineau, and I'm here to move this motion and to seize the opportunity to reverse an injustice that has been pervading in our region. I have the support of my colleagues to build a hospital.
Lasted for over 70 years in the National Capital Region, where people from the Gatineau sector need to cross two rivers in order to get to work, in many cases to get to work on behalf of Canadians in the federal public service. So I please implore you to support both of us, support the Outaouais region of Quebec as we present you proudly Quebec's priority resolution at this convention. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Merci.
All right. Are there 25 delegates who wish to debate this resolution?
25 personnes pour débattre. On ne voit pas 25 cartes.
We do not see 25 cards.
Do you want to try it again?
Shall we try it again?
One more count. High. You've got to put them up high.
Tous ceux qui veulent débattre cette question.
All those who wish to debate this resolution, please show your cards.
Okay, now
we have you 25.
Now we have 25. Okay. All right. For and against. 1 minute.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Stéphane Lauzon, MP from Argenteuil-Laptination. J'habite de l'autre.
I live on the other side of the bridge for the last 50 years. And ever since my childhood, we've been talking about building this bridge, about the addition of this bridge. And it's been promised for many years over and many times. This resolution must be prioritized to help the National Capital Region, the Gatineau-Ottawa region. It will be a great advantage for all of its residents and allow for safe and smooth passage between Ontario and Quebec. I believe sincerely that this bridge is going to spur great benefits, be they economic benefits, the reduction of greenhouse gases. We're talking about building ecological and modern infrastructure. We're talking about mitigating heavy vehicles on King Edward, mitigating the traffic of heavy traffic. I want to thank you once again for the minute that's been allocated to me, and I encourage you to vote for this resolution that I support very strongly. Good evening. My name is Michelle Datros. I'm from Ottawa-Vanier. I fully acknowledge the considerations put forward by the gentleman, yet I wish to inform delegates in this assembly that the Government of Ontario and the member for Ottawa-Vanier, as well as the municipality of Ottawa, agreed to solve this problem by building an underground tunnel on King Edward, which would allow for heavy vehicles to drive towards the Trans-Canada. So it's really not necessary to have a new bridge, because access to the main roads is going to be facilitated, and the difficulty of such traffic will be eliminated. Therefore, I'm voting against this motion. My name is Gilles. I am the president of the Gatineau Association, and I am in favor of this resolution. Pardon me. Could you please stop? There seems to be a problem in the back.
Is having trouble hearing because there's a whole bunch of conversations that are happening. If you want to have the conversations, please take them outside. But when you're in here, please be quiet so people who are participating can hear. Merci. Vous pourriez recommencer.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais recommencer.
Thank you very much. I'm going to begin again. My name is Gilles Bessé. I am the president of the Gatineau Association. I'm here to support the resolution. This resolution, to my mind, speaks to national pride. This isn't simply another infrastructure project. We find ourselves with a situation in the NCR, the National Capital Region, where heavy trucks and heavy and 16 or 18-wheel large trucks are transporting goods and merchandise in front of the Parliament of Canada. So for me, this speaks to national pride. And as my colleague from Vanier said, we're not talking about a specific approach. So even the idea of a tunnel could be debated.
I'm from Kingston in the Islands. It's a riding that we've been trying to build a bridge, which we consider the third crossing. That's what we call it. For about 40 years now, we've been talking about building this bridge, and lately we've done the environmental assessment, and we're in the process of applying for funding municipally, provincially, federally. So I just don't understand why this specific bridge should be the priority of our party when there are many other construction projects that need to get done.
All right. We've had 2 for, 2 against, and we'll proceed to the vote. All those in favor?
Tous ceux en faveur de cette résolution, montrez vos cartes.
All those in favor, please show your cards.
We'll just try the contre. Tous ceux contre, s'il vous plaît.
All those against the resolution, please show your cards. We will have to count the cards.
Those in favor of this resolution, gardez-les haut, hold them high.
Nice and high so the volunteers can see you.
Keep them up, gardez-les deux.
Yeah, we're going to get our exercise tonight. One arm, anyway.
You can alternate. You're okay. 4.
We need to hear from the audience. Start the process on the constitutional piece once we listen to them.
Perfect, yeah.
We need the whip in here. This is Marlene. He knows we need a whip.
IPC talked to me and they really upset about the wording and they want us to withdraw it from the plenary. I said yes, I didn't want to upset them.
I have a point of order. Sorry.
Do we have a count?
Point of order.
Yes?
Robert's rules stipulate that once voting procedure has begun, the doors must be barred. The doors are not barred. People are barging in, and that is interfering with the vote count.
Thank you. I'd like the truth. Yes, I'd like the doors closed, please, while we finish this count. Please. Close the doors. S'il vous plaît, fermez les portes. Understand that the doors will be reopened once the count is done. On va réouvrir la porte une fois qu'on a fini de compter. Can we have those doors closed, please? No more people in this room until we finish the count, please. May I please have those doors closed? Don't let anybody else in until we finish the count. Thank you. Okay.
Excuse me, point of order.
Yes?
We could not hear the instructions or the call for the vote.
Okay.
We at the back are actually asking you if you could please call for silence and do the count again, since there's been an influx of people come in the room. We'd really appreciate that.
That's
Is
fair.
that possible?
Tout à fait acceptable. Merci. But what I will do, because this becomes uncomfortable, is I will ask those who are counting, when you know what the count is in your section, please let them know they can lower their arms. D'accord? Okay. So,
Point of order.
Yes?
Now that the doors are sealed, I move that we extend debate by 2 more speakers for and against.
I don't think it's the will of the room.
I don't think that is the will of the room. We're going with no. Thank you. Tous ceux en faveur de cette résolution.
All those in favor of this resolution?
Hands up high.
All those in favor.
Quiet. Can we please have some quiet? Thank you. I hope. Is there a counter for this front section? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un pour compter cette section? Yes, you could lower your arms. You're done. Up. Thank you. So who's collecting? Thank you. We still need those doors kept closed. On a encore besoin de garder les portes closes, fermées, s'il vous plaît. Okay. Yeah. Those against? Yeah.
Okay, those against. Those who are voting against.
Tous ceux contre, puis s'il vous plaît, silence pour qu'on puisse nous entendre. Tous ceux contre. Hold them up. And keep an eye on the counters, because when they gesture to say you can lower your arms, like keep your eyes on the counters. Is this French section done? Est-ce que cette section en avant est finie? Compteur pour en avant? The counter for this front row?
Okay. Yes, in this front section.
All of it again?
Okay, you want this center portion. Okay, the center portion here, they just want to do a recount?
Just on the center count. Juste ici au centre, si vous êtes contre la résolution, démontrez vos cartes. Again, there's still a problem of noise. On a encore un problème de bruit dans la salle. Alors les gens qui sont dans les ailes, those who are in the aisles, we're asking you to clear them. Find a place at the edges or sit down, please, because unless you're speaking, what's happening is there's chatter going on and you're also impeding progress through the aisles. So please clear the aisles. Please, s'il vous plaît. Sauf si vous êtes là pour parler, please clear the aisles. Okay. So the count was 522 against and 288 for, and this resolution does not pass. 288 pour, 588 contre. We will now suspend. We now have the counters in place and our constitutional advisors. So we will suspend the policy session for a while. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Marianne, and everyone, thank you for your patience. We neglected to introduce ourselves. For those of you who don't know us, this is Elise
Point of
Bartlett.
order.
There's a point of order at the microphone?
The doors are open.
Okay. Just to introduce ourselves, this is Elise Bartlett, and my name is Craig Monroe, and we are the co-National Legal and Constitutional Advisors on the National Board of Directors, so thanks for bearing with us here. As advised previously, there is a motion on the floor to amend the rules of order. That motion, I've now been able to speak with Guy and got clarification on the wording, so we'll make sure that everybody is clear on what that motion is before we move to a call for debate. That motion is to amend the rules of order in the following fashion, and it's been properly moved and seconded. The first amendment to the rules of order is to amend Article 2.8, which currently reads, voting, unless otherwise provided by these rules, voting on all questions will be conducted with the voting device available at the convention. The motion is to amend that sentence to read, voting, unless otherwise provided by these rules, voting on all questions other than with respect to the constitutional proposal will be conducted with the voting device available at the convention. The second amendment to the rules of order that has been proposed is Article 6.9. That article currently reads, voting, After the conclusion of debate, if any, the constitutional proposal will be put to a vote. The chair of the constitutional plenary session may appoint one or more persons to assist with the counting of the vote. The motion is to amend this section to read as follows. After the conclusion of debate, if any, the constitutional proposal will be put to a vote by secret ballot. The chair of the constitutional plenary session may appoint one or more persons to assist with the counting of the vote. That's the vote that's on the floor. I'll ask Elise if she can provide a translation of the substance of the amendment.
Donc, en d'autres termes, à l'article 2.8.
In other words, under section 2.8, we're asking for all the votes taken here in plenary session be done by using the voting card which was distributed to us, except for the vote for constitutional amendments. Further to that, in section 6.4, we're talking about proceeding to the constitutional vote by a secret ballot. So those are the two amendments that have been put forward.
On the floor, are there 25 delegates wishing to debate this motion? Raise your cards if you wish to debate this motion. I guess we'll need a bit of a count here. It looks close. Counters, are you able to count your sections? The counters advise there are 34 delegates who wish to debate this proposal, so we will do so. The rules of this plenary will apply such that speakers will be limited to 1 minute. I would ask that the mover of the motion take the microphone and provide the first comment. I would also suggest that we have 4 speakers for and 4 speakers opposed, and then we'll ask the will of the room as to whether further speakers should be allowed. I want to be clear that with respect to which microphone is which. The mover being at that microphone, let's say that one's in favor of the motion to amend. So be clear, the speaker, Guy, I'm sorry, I don't remember your last name.
Athersich.
Thank you, Guy. It will be speaking in favor of the motion to amend the rules of order to provide for a secret ballot. If you're opposed to amending the rules of order, then I'd ask you please to line up at microphone on my left, your right, where we see Jack Siegel at the front there. And we'll have 4 for and 4 against, and we'll seek the will of the room at that point. Guy, please speak to the motion.
So this Siegel guy's a lawyer.
Yeah, but I'm a lawyer too, right? So we're matched up, right? Right, Jack? Oh, yes. The motion is simply for the purpose of the constitutional proposal to have it done by secret ballot. The argument is simple. For those that went to the Museum of Human Rights last night, one of the more significant things in the advancement of the franchise was the ability to go and vote using secret ballots so you're not pressured one way or the other. That's the simple and only reason for a secret ballot.
Thank you. A speaker opposed, if you, is this thing on? Mm-hmm. Okay, there we are. Speaker opposed, if you could please say your name and the riding from which you hail.
Jack Siegel from York Center. If this were, thank you, you're eating into my time. If this were an individual ballot of people as members I might agree with the last speaker, but we are here as representatives of riding associations. We are accountable to the people who sent us here. We stand up amongst our Liberal family to be heard and to be seen to be doing our job for those who we represent, just as parliamentarians stand up in Parliament to be seen voting for those on behalf of those who they represent. On top of that, the advocates of a secret ballot, if you get right down to it, the advocates of a secret ballot are really saying that their actions are going to be governed here by peer pressure. I got over that a few years ago. Let's have the courage of our convictions and stand by what we believe in for the good of our party, together and openly.
Thank you, Jack. Speaker in favor of the motion, your name and writing, please.
My name is Carolyn Anderson, and I'm from Oakville.
Thank you.
So I think that we should be in favor of voting for the secret ballot, both to eliminate any peer pressure, but also to keep the vote for such an important point in creating our Liberal Party to be as honest and unbiased as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A speaker opposed to the motion.
Mes chers amis libéraux,
Liberal friends, Prince Bingman.
And I don't think I will take my entire time to speak emphatically against this motion. I cannot believe that we would even go down the avenue of pressure and fear being in this environment where we've just taken a position that we aren't the party of fear and division. There is no peer pressure here. We are among friends. We've got a tradition of openly debating and doing this by show of hands. There's no reason at all to do this differently this time. Thank you.
Thank you. A speaker in favor, your name and writing, please.
Jennifer Pollock, Calgary Centre.
Thank you.
People of privilege do not fear voting publicly. The issue is, and the reality is, I've heard from many people who've said to me, I don't know if I could stand and vote against it when, and then fill in the blank, my MP, my employer, the young Liberals just sent out their text to say to oppose the ballot. If that isn't pressure, and if those people who told me about this isn't pressure, then you won't believe the evidence of others who are less privileged and feel that they are at risk with a public ballot in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker opposed, your name and organization.
Tyler Banham, President of the Liberal Party of Canada, Ontario, and I'm speaking opposing this motion for several reasons. First, the rules were adopted by the National Board of the Liberal Party of Canada, who are elected by you, the grassroots, not just in this room, but by the membership of the party. Second, these are the rules, an open debate, an open vote that we have had in conventions for decades. I see no reason to change it. I've been a Liberal for 25 years. And we do best when we have open debates, when we're inclusive, not shutting down doors, rushing trick motions. We do better when we have an open debate. I urge everyone to vote against this motion, as we have always done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker in favor of the motion.
People enjoy buzzwords, don't they? Words like open and transparent. When people are pushing these words, how can you be seen to oppose openness? You know, when people, the people that motioned for a secret ballot do so because, yes, there is a fear that if you go and then you go up and then you vote either for or against it, you will both be judged as a member of a Liberal Party, but also as a human being. This is one of the reasons why we in our elections use a secret ballot, so that those around you both cannot judge you for who you are, either in a positive or in a negative light. Now, we use a secret ballot to choose the priority resolutions. I see no reason to extend this also to the Constitution.
Thank you. A speaker opposed, your name and organization?
My name is Kim Rudd, and I am the proud member representing North Dublin, Peterborough South. I am speaking to this motion because I do rise in the House of Commons publicly to vote on issues as a member. I am representing my riding. I am indeed representing all Canadians. Our Prime Minister has asked us to be open and transparent, and I disagree with the previous commentator who said it's a buzzword. It's not a buzzword. I know not everyone's going to agree with me, but I'm standing for what I believe in. I'm standing as a Liberal member, and we need to vote down this resolution.
Thank you. We've now had 4 speakers in favor and 4 speakers against. We appear to have approximately 300 people lined up to speak to this motion. As I indicated earlier, we're going to seek the will of the room to determine whether people would like to allow further speakers. So, okay. So maybe we can just do a straw poll. All those in favor of allowing further debate, please raise your cards. All those opposed to allowing further debate? I think you'll agree with me, we have the will of the room. Having heard that, we will put the matter to a question. So I just want to be clear on the vote, and I'll ask Elise as well to weigh in. A vote in favor, in other words, a vote yes, is in favor of amending the rules of order to provide for a secret ballot rather than the raising of cards. A vote against the motion is to maintain the rules of order as is, such that it'll be a show of cards. So I'm going to ask Elise to...
Point of order?
Yes.
Could we clarify what majority is required for the motion to be carried?
Yes, thank you. When I first rose, I mentioned this, but I should have done so again. Under the rules of order, it requires 90% in favor of the amendment in order to change the rules of order to allow for a secret ballot. Guy, did you have any further points, or is that covered?
Nope.
Okay. So I'll ask Elise, please, to clarify.
Donc, tout premièrement,
So first of all, we are going to proceed to the vote in order to pass an amendment to the rules of order with a majority of 90%. Now, what we are going to vote on, in fact, is if we are in favor of the amendment, we vote for secret ballot. If you are against the amendment, you vote in order to maintain the rules of order as they are and move to vote by card.
The matter to a vote, I would ask to anticipate a request from the microphone that the doors be closed. And what I'm going to suggest is we proceed with a show of cards first. If it becomes apparent that we need to do a count, we will do a count. But is that okay with the mover of the motion?
That is acceptable. 90% should be fairly obvious.
Thank you. So, thank you, Guy. So we'll be asking for those who are in favor of the motion, that is, in favor of amending the rules of order to provide for a secret ballot on the constitutional proposal. Would all those in favor of this proposal to amend the rules please raise their cards?
Donc, tous ceux en faveur de l'amendement.
All those in favor of the member, those in favor of secret ballot, please raise your cards.
To the motion, please raise your cards.
Tous ceux contre la motion.
Those against the motion, please raise your cards.
Satisfied that
I'm
it's
quite satisfied that I don't even have 50%, so definitely not 90. Thank you, Mr.
Great.
Chairman. Thank you for your patience.
And Elise and I thank you very much for bearing with us as we go through this proposal. This is a good debate and it's a valid question to consider. So thank you very much.
But we'll get back on how much. Thanks, man.
Should we leave them to clear the room?
Yeah, we'll give it a minute.
So we'll let the room clear of those who are exiting. On va donner quelques minutes, 1 minute ou 2 pour les personnes de sortir de la salle qui partent. Entre-temps, on me dit que...
In the meantime, I've been informed that we will allocate some additional time for this plenary, but I don't know exactly how much time.
But we haven't yet had clarification on how much time we're going to replace. And I'll say that again when we're quieter. As you're exiting, if you could exit quietly, please, it would be helpful. You might as well.
All right. They're still clearing out the back, but I think we can start. If those at the back of the room, if you would just keep your voices down as you're leaving. We've got a lot of good resolutions we want to move forward here on. Okay, the next resolution is P5, Poverty Reduction Minimum Income.
Avant de continuer,
before proceeding, we've just been informed that we will extend the session until 8:30.
So understand as you're leaving,
Alors, les gens...
to be able to hear, so please be as quiet as possible. Okay. Alors, on adresse la question P05.
We're now dealing with resolution P05, Poverty Reduction Minimum Income.
Okay, do you want me to read that? Oh, no. Do we have a sponsor? We have a sponsor. Go ahead, sir.
Crawford Halliday, President, Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa EDA. I'm from Dauphin, Manitoba, my hometown, and you will read in the rationale for this motion an experimental program called MINCOME was tested in my hometown of Dauphin during the 1970s. It was a joint effort between the province and the feds. My late father, a lifelong Liberal, was the local federal contact through Canada Manpower, as it was known then. The program provided a guaranteed income to participants, and when they worked, 50 cents of every dollar they earned was reduced from their supplement. And contrary to what everybody thought would happen, it was shown that people were eager to work. It was shown participants were able to put good food on the table. Mothers could stay home with newborns. Teenagers went to school rather than having to look for work to support their family. Hospital visits decreased. Domestic violence in our community decreased. The program worked. My dad was disappointed when the program was canceled for whatever reason, because he was finally working on a government program that helped the people. I urge you to support this motion.
Do we wish to debate this motion?
I have a point of order.
I wonder if the Larry Bagnall, Member of Parliament of Yukon. I wonder if the mover would consider a friendly amendment to add provinces and territories.
While we don't accept amendments from the floor, but you can talk to the author, because as we go, we can also talk to caucus and to the party about adjustments. These are not precise. T's crossed, I's dotted will not make a difference to the direction we give the party. Thank you.
All right, do we wish to debate the motion? I do not see any desire to debate the motion, so we move to the vote. All those in favor?
Tous ceux en faveur.
All those against?
Ceux contre.
It passes.
Alors, résolution.
Moving to resolution P6.
Security strategy.
Stratégie nationale en matière de sécurité de l'approvisionnement en eau. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un?
Does somebody wish to present this motion?
President, James Gorn, Saskatoon West, Policy Chair for Saskatchewan. First, I'd like to open with some background on the 1987 Canada Water Policy. The overall objective of the federal water policy is to encourage the use of fresh water in an efficient and equitable manner consistent with the social, economic, and environmental needs of present and future generations. With that in mind, over the last several decades, there has been numerous occurrences in Canada of water shortages, water quality issues, and to this day, numerous communities in Canada, some only a few tens of kilometers from major centers, and including many First Nations communities, can continue to suffer from serious water quality problems. And we think that this resolution really needs to move forward, and we can update and implement the 1987 Canada Water, Federal Water Policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Est-ce qu'il y a 25 personnes?
Are there 25 people who wish to debate this motion?
Not seeing 25. Il n'y en a pas 25 cartes. I put this to the vote. Those in favor of this resolution, please show your cards, and it passes. Those against? There was no question.
Okay, P7. Condemning all forms of Islamophobia.
Condamnation de toutes les formes d'islamophobie. Is there somebody who is here to present this?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Hussein Hamdani. I'm from Oakville, North Burlington. Thank you, Burlington. You remember when the Irish rock singer Bono came to a Liberal convention in November 2003, he said, and I quote, "I'm a fan of Canada. I believe the world needs more Canada. If Martin carries the mantle of Pearson, Trudeau, and Chrétien, if he joins with the groups leading this fight, then Canada, oh Canada, will show the world the way forward." What Bono was talking about then was a fight against global poverty. But the truth is, Bono was right. The world needs Canada, and the world needs Canada to lead on a different fight. And the fight now is against xenophobia, Islamophobia, and bigotry. I mean, the truth is, brothers and sisters, that the world is tearing itself apart in the name of religion. That there are countries that are fighting within themselves. Canadians need to lead the world in cooling the temperature. Our party needs to lead the nation as the Progressive Party of Canada to make sure that we send a message to the world that Canada is a pluralistic country, a united country. And if you endorse this resolution, my friends, I promise you that the world will take note, that other countries will be inspired, that other people will see the leadership of Canada We must stand up and stand up against Islamophobia, xenophobia, and bigotry. Please support this. Our country needs leadership from the Liberal Party, and the world needs leadership from Canada. Thank you.
All right. Are there 25 members who wish to debate this motion?
Est-ce qu'il y a des gens qui veulent débattre de cette motion?
Okay, cards up, please. Yep, there are 25.
Alors, ceux qui veulent débattre de cette
All those who wish to debate this motion, for and against.
Minister.
Amarjeet Sohi, I'm a Member of Parliament from Edmonton, Millwoods. I proudly stand to support this because we need to send a message. The message is that the fear and targeting of the Muslim community in the last election is over. And we need to stand with our Muslim community to assure them that regardless of the religion, regardless of the beliefs, or regardless of which culture we belong to as Canadians, we are equal. We stand with each other in time of need, and now we stand with them to defeat their fear and move forward to build a stronger, inclusive Canada that we are all proud of. Thank you.
My name is Marshall Palmer. I'm from Calgary Centre. I actually agree with 95% of this resolution. The one bit I do disagree with is the use of the word Islamophobia. Muslims are a people, but Islam is an idea. And like any idea, it should be open to critique and analysis, no matter how unsavory. That is a fundamental value embodied in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and is not something we should give away lightly. I fear that by protecting the idea of Islam, not only are we distracted from what should be our main goal, protecting Muslims, but that we also risk damping down on the ability of Canadians to freely speak or write about whatever they want. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that Salman Rushdie was hurled the charge of Islamophobia for the mere thought crime of writing a gentle satire on Islam. Therefore, I urge you to reject this proposal, and in its place, I would suggest simply swapping out Islamophobia for anti-Muslim bigotry, because we need to focus on the people and not on the ideas behind them. Thank you.
Prime Winning from Fieldwood, Paul Kell, Surrey. As past president of the World Sikh Organization and a long-time member of the Liberal Party of Canada, I am proud as a Canadian that we have our Charter of Rights and Freedom, and that guarantees each and every one of us our rights. But even having that charter in place in a country like Canada, the World Sikh Organization had to seek the support of the Supreme Court of Canada on a number of occasions to help protect the rights which are enshrined in our Constitution. So I ask each and every one of you to support this resolution, that we send a very strong, clear message that the Liberal of Canada and the Canadian are support of this resolution. Thank you very much.
Like the previous dissenter, I don't really have a problem with this, but well, first of all, there's the cost of a task force, which I don't really mind, but my real problem is, be it resolved that the recommendation, no, it's not written the same here, that be it resolved that the Liberal Party of Canada makes a concerted effort to counter prejudice and aid and develop policies specific to the reduction and elimination of Islamophobia. That's pretty limiting. I mean, there's all kinds of hatreds that still go on in Canada that are well beyond this, that I'd love to get rid of them all. But at the very least, the one thing that I think is pernicious and disgusting here and globally, and since my former member of Parliament, Irwin Cotler, isn't here, I'll channel my inner Irwin Cotler and say, at the very least, I would add to that, the elimination of Islamophobia and the hatred of Jews as exemplified by BDS in all its forms. I think BDS is a disgusting thing, and it's the,
Thank you.
for reasons I couldn't even get into here, the last thing the Palestinians should
Thank
be
you.
supporting.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to add that. That's it.
Do we want to continue debate? Okay. What do you think?
Cards for?
Okay, cards for continuing the debate.
Cards against. Okay, we will call it to the vote.
Call a vote. Okay. All those in favor of P7, condemning all forms of Islamophobia. Okay, all those against? The motion passes.
Bravo.
Please, we need to give time for everybody else's, please. Thank you. P8.
Palliative and home care.
Soins palliatifs et à domicile. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui veut parler pour cette résolution? Is there somebody to present this resolution? Thank you.
Elizabeth Godfrey, Edmonton Centre. The majority of Canadians do not currently have access to quality palliative and home care. Palliative care alone is estimated to be available for only 15% of Canadians. This resolution is calling on the government to draft fully cost-accounted legislation for a national palliative and home care program in full collaboration with the provinces. I will add that this resolution was crafted by seniors, regardless of who you see standing in front of you today. This resolution also underlines the requirement for measurable and enforceable standards of quality care. I urge you to fully support this resolution, not only because it would be more cost-effective for Canadian taxpayers, as an example of something that has a different cost. If the average cost of somebody to pass away in an acute care facility is approximately $36,000 versus $16,000 for somebody to comfortably pass away in their home if they should so choose with support. So not only would this be more cost effective, but the current state of affairs does not provide the quality of life care, quality of end of life care as well, that Canadians want, that Canadians need, and that they absolutely deserve in their most vulnerable time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we need to debate this motion? Okay, cards to debate the motion. I saw a couple of go up. No, okay, they're not sufficient votes. So not sufficient to continue.
We will put it to the vote.
Put it to the vote. All those in favor? All those against? Motion passes.
Okay. So we're going to start moving on this. P9, gender parity on corporate boards. P9, la parité hommes et femmes au sein des conseils d'administration. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un pour parler? Oui.
Bonjour, Louise Average.
My name is Lisa. I'm from Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. This motion, or rather this resolution, proposed by the National Liberal Women's Commission. It is 2016. We have to support all women and make sure that they're represented on boards of directors. And I know that there will be people who say that this is an imposition of quotas, but this resolution will make sure that the Liberal Party of government advances Bill S-207, which will address balanced representation on certain boards in corporations, crown corporations, financial institutions, and certain corporations, and to make sure that it is done to ensure balanced representation of women and men.
We are in 2016. Thank you.
So do we have anybody wishing to debate this motion? Est-ce qu'il y a des personnes qui veulent débattre de cette motion? Non. Il n'y a pas 25 personnes qui veulent débattre de cette motion. We don't have 25 cards, so we're putting it to the vote. All those in favor of this motion, please show your cards. All those against, tous ceux contre. It passes. Ça passe.
P10, homelessness and affordable housing. Do we have a sponsor who wishes to speak?
P10, itinérance et logement abordable.
Hello, my name is John Turner from the riding of Vancouver-Granville. I'd just like to point out that this resolution is a merged resolution between 6 BC ridings that over time have combined their overlapping resolutions related to homelessness and affordable housing into this single resolution that is BC's priority resolution. It should come as no surprise that ridings centered in the lower mainland of British Columbia and the capital region of BC would propose a resolution on this topic given the crisis levels of unaffordability of housing in that Vancouver is one of the least affordable cities in the world to live in, but that we're just the canary in the coal mine and that housing affordability will become an increasing issue across the country from coast to coast to coast. During the most recent election campaign in our riding of Vancouver-Granville, our candidate, now Member of Parliament, the Honourable Jody Wilson-Raybould, stated that by a significant margin, this was the most frequent issue that was heard on the phones and on the doorsteps, and that she in fact endorses this resolution. I'd like to call upon this plenary session to adopt this resolution to address homelessness, affordable housing, and demand-side pressures on the cost of housing.
All right, do we wish to debate this motion? Cards up to debate the motion. No, not enough. So we'll proceed to the vote. All those in favor of?
Ceux en faveur, démontrez vos cartes.
Against?
Ceux contre?
That passes.
P11, infrastructure dans le nord.
P11, northern infrastructure. Is there a sponsor?
Oui, il y en a un. Jean-Sébastien.
Yes, there is. My name is Jean-Sébastien Blais. I'm from the Yukon Territory. I'm policy chair for Yukon.
To all of you. As you may know, the North is facing huge challenge in terms of adapting to different climate. Climate change is our #1 priority to face, as well as supporting, collectivities all across the North, having the possibility to maybe build a better future. Vous savez sûrement que nos villages.
You're clearly aware that our villages on the coastal areas are experiencing problems as a result of the melting of the ice caps, and we have to make sure that Arctic sovereignty is a priority.
The North to develop Arctic sovereignty, as it is a very strategic place to invest our future. Thank you very much.
All right, do we wish to debate this? Not seeing 25 cards, we'll proceed to the vote. All those in favor of P11? All those against? It passes.
So P12, P12, acting on Indigenous youth suicide prevention. P12, prévention du suicide chez les jeunes autochtones. Is there somebody here to present the resolution? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un pour présenter? Merci.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Muskukwan James Harper, and I'm from Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, acting acting as the outgoing Indigenous Peoples Commission VP Youth from Winnipeg Centre. This policy reflects the fact that First Nations youth are 5 to 7 times more likely, and Inuit youth are 11 times more likely to commit suicide than non-Indigenous youth, as per Health Canada. This policy also reflects that 20% of Canadians will face some form of mental illness in their lifetime, with that number significantly higher for Indigenous people. This policy reflects that there were over 140 suicide attempts in the community of Pimechikamak in a single week this year. By supporting this policy, you commit to building a nation-to-nation relationship towards reconciliation to both the survivors of the assimilative policies of the Canadian government and to the many youth today facing the intergenerational effects as well. Supporting this policy will assure Indigenous youth nationwide that we believe in them and are committed to building a future as coexisting nations.
Thank you. So, do we have 25 people who wish to debate this? Est-ce qu'il y a 25 personnes qui veulent débattre de cette résolution? Not seeing any, we will put it to the vote. On va voter. Tous ceux en faveur? All those in favor? To those who against? Oh, contre? It passes. Thank you.
P13, protecting LGBTQ2 plus rights and refugees.
P13, protéger les droits des minorités sexuelles et les réfugiés issus de ces minorités.
Is there a sponsor for this?
Hi, my name is Daniel Ramadan. I'm from Vancouver Centre, and I'm very proud to be a gay Syrian refugee. I arrived in Canada in 2014, and I was sponsored by Rainbow Refugee Society in Vancouver, as well as through the government program, the Blended program, which I believe is a very important program that actually supported me very much, and I believe that it should be a permanent program that is extended to all LGBTQ-identified refugees. I also did not leave my country, Syria, because I wanted to. I was arrested, tortured, and banished out of the country. And when I went to Lebanon, I stayed there for 2 years. I got no support whatsoever from the UN. And that's why this resolution is very important to me, because I believe that in the UN treaty, every LGBTQ identified refugee should be considered a vulnerable person. Thank you very much.
Do we wish to debate this motion? Cards up for debate? No, we do not have 25. So we'll proceed to the vote.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Just wondered if it was possible, or if it would be in order to vote separately on the two clauses there.
No. On procède au vote. All those in favor of this resolution?
All those against?
Ceux contre?
It passes.
A04. Alors maintenant, ça...
A04. That concludes the segment on priority resolutions sent directly to this plenary session. We will now move to the resolutions that come from this afternoon's workshops.
From each of the sponsors, and we now have those that came from the workshops. So we're going to A4, on va à A04, audience publique sur le partenariat.
A04, public hearings on the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement.
Somebody to present this. Thank you.
Judith Quinn from Lac St. Louis Riding. The TPP, or Trans-Pacific Partnership Deal, has been signed but not yet ratified by Canada. Due to its far-reaching implications, this resolution calls for